A very interesting situation developing here, and we may yet get a result where this game looked at one point yesterday as though it was heading to a draw. The situation as we head into the last day is that Yorkshire in their second innings are 101 for 5. They lead by 119. Hampshire need to claim 5 more wickets. So all 3 results still very much possible, and this morning might determine by lunchtime the outcome of maybe 1 or 2 of those. It may take 1 or 2 of those results off the table. We'll have to wait and see. So that's the situation. I am Kevin James, and a little later you'll hear from former Vipers Academy all-rounder, TMS commentator, Melissa Story. She's here. And alongside us, well, he arrived at the Ageas Bowl on day 1 as just another commentator, but here on day 4 he's become one of our very best friends from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, Jonathan Doidge.
Dearie me. Where's that serious dollop of saccharin that you've just put aside?
It's true though.
Okay, well, good morning everyone. Good to be back on board for day 4, and Melissa back as well after that day of fun and laughter that we had not this time last year, but anyway, last season. I think that was partly induced by the fact that the game was sort of plodding along at that stage, whereas today I think it's going to be anything but that. Yorkshire, as you just said, have to bat well. Dominic Best 3 and Harry Duke 17. A fair bit rests on their shoulders in the early part of today. I think we're going to expect to see Keith Barker and also Kyle Abbott bowl plenty as we did yesterday if there's going to be a way through. And just having a chat with 1 or 2 of the players today, they seemed pretty calm at breakfast this morning, I have to say, and not like the whole world was falling apart with the 119 lead. Spoke to Will Frayne about his dismissal, and he was obviously disappointed that he received that delivery that took off, but he said that there were a few that had done that during the day, and so Yorkshire were kind of seeing that as a positive for whenever they get the ball in their hands. Yeah,
oh definitely. There are balls that bounce a bit, don't they, from time to time. Maybe not quite so much with an old ball, but they are there, so there is a little bit of unpredictability in the wicket, but listen, on the whole it's pretty good. This is a great situation this morning in that Hampshire did particularly well to get those 5 last night, as you say. 3 for 22, Barker off 15, Abbott 1 for 42 from 14. They just seem to keep going and going last night. You worry about what sort of state they're in this morning, but there comes a point where even if Yorkshire are bowled out, just how many runs would be okay, not so okay, a bit tricky, and probably a little bit too far away? I think that's difficult to predict at the moment, don't you?
I think it's very difficult to predict, yeah, because normally you'd say, if you've got something like a 180 lead, you'd feel you've got a chance in the game. 4th innings, last day pitch. And it may be that they can get up there. They've got the ability to do that if they can bat well. The other thing, the ball is 44 overs old now that they're going to be using to start the day with, so it's not another new ball. There might be just a natural, a little bit of moisture around, given that we've come through from overnight. But the pitch, I've got to say, was uncovered, because I heard the hover cover being taken off at something like 7 o'clock this morning, 7:15. So it's been the better part of 4 hours already that it's been exposed to the sunlight. Yeah. So it should be pretty dry out there. And, they just got to get in behind it and bat well.
So it was the mower 2 mornings ago and the hover cover this morning that have woken you up. What a hard life you have.
It's terrible. Yeah, I'm going to apply for a free night extra tonight, I think, just to make up for the...
Yeah. We'll get you a room that overlooks the golf course next time, and then the early morning golfers with the buggies traipsing over the tarmac can wake you up just for something a little different. Yeah, I agree with you. I think... realistically, I think Hampshire have to bowl Yorkshire out this morning, because if they don't, then Yorkshire are going to be close to that 180, maybe a few more ahead. And yeah, I think you're right. 175, 180, I think is very tricky because of what we were saying about just the odd ball. There's some wicket-taking balls out there which kiss the surface and bounce. and some go through a little quicker than others. It's generally, I think, a very good surface. I think all round a good cricket wicket. There's a bit there for the bowlers, and if you can bat, as is proved. I mean, most of the Hampshire guys got decent scores. They didn't get 100, but George Hill batted one in the first innings. The only player so far to get 100, which is quite incredible when two sides get over 400 in their first innings. So, you know, batting isn't tricky. But I think what might be tricky for Hampshire here is that if you get to, for me, about 175 is Jordan, worries me. With Jordan Thompson with the new ball, we know he shapes it well. He's going to get some through that are going to be potential wicket-taking balls. So you've got that. For me, if I was a batter walking out now, I worry Jordan Thompson mainly. Obviously, Dominic Drake has the ability with that extra bounce, certainly with the new ball, he's going to bowl you some decent nuts. But I think for Dominic Bess yesterday, I thought was excellent, absolutely excellent. There isn't much turn for him at all, but it's mainly outside the off stump to the right-handers where Barker and Drakes have bowled. Now, it's quite interesting because that is a problem that left-handers have all the time, and it's quite interesting. I watched some of the Hampshire players this morning just looking around that area who know are going to bat today, and they had the same problems that left-handers generally have, in that just outside off stump, and I thought Bess bowled a brilliant line just outside the off stump and just a couple of inches further out, so that he allowed the ball to turn a couple out of the rough, which a couple did. They don't always turn, but there was a bit of uncertainty there from the batters, you know, with a little bit of drift that he gets, good loop, and then the odd one that is tossed into the rough and it turns a bit. And I think throughout his long spells he did create some uncertainty to a few of the Hampshire batters.
Yeah, I think also, you know, we've got to, first and foremost, we've got to see Yorkshire put enough runs on the board to give them the office to put some real pressure on. I think Yorkshire supporters would be concerned, you know, the lack of overall firepower and the amount of inexperience in the Yorkshire bowling lineup for a situation like this. They're going to learn plenty today, win, lose or draw. If they bring their A game and they can bowl with control, then they could do it. If they don't, and bearing in mind that inexperience, so there's going to be a few loose deliveries. You know, you do worry a little bit about Dominic Drakes from what you saw of him in the first innings, because although he's got that extra pace, if it's a bit wayward, he'll get picked off, and you know the ball's travelling quickly to the boundary. So if that side of the game is more exposed and there's a few too many loose deliveries, then that's going to give Hampshire a big opportunity.
Yeah. So many possibilities, and that's why we love the game. That's why we're looking forward to so much the day today. So you know, I guess for me, summing up, if Hampshire bowl Yorkshire out this morning, they've got a real chance. If we get into any part of the afternoon, I think first and foremost there may not be enough time left in the game for either side to win, which I don't think will disappoint either side. And you know, we maybe even get into a situation where there is an optimum time that Yorkshire are bowled out, because they'll want to keep batting, there's no doubt about that. They won't want to lose this game. Not having scored over 400 in the first innings, you don't want to lose. That there might come a point where we run out of time, but as I say, there might be that optimum time when Yorkshire are bowled out where Hampshire are always interested in going after it, and that I think is that little carrot that's dangling, which we're really looking forward to.
We always ask a lot, don't we, and we always want perfection. And in an ideal world, actually, if both sides had scored something like 375 first up rather than 420 odd, you know, take off 100 runs out of the game, and the time that it takes to score those, that would have really opened the game up today, wouldn't it? It'd have been potential classic. But we've got what we have, and that's Yorkshire 101 for 5 and 119 lead. And, well, surprise, surprise, Keith Barker is going to open up from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end.
I think whoever has been employed as the masseurs overnight has probably put in some extra shifts. We'll wait and see if it's worked. Because it's Parker and Abbott bowled for an awful long time last night in an effort to try and break the current partnership at the moment, the 6th wicket partnership between Harry Duke, who's got 17 at the moment. Dom Bess has 3. Dom Bess has already been struck on the helmet. Quite a full blow from Brad Wheel, I think it was, late last night. But these two battled well, and batted for about 35 minutes or so, didn't they, last night, through till the end. Here's Barker round the wicket then to Bess, who pushes that out behind square on the offside, and there is no run. The game's been a really good game between two sides, second and third coming into this round of championship games, and it's been played you can quite obviously see by two very good sides. I think where Hampshire have done particularly well is Yorkshire got too many for me. I think it was an above par total, 428 all out. But being 222 for 2 Yorkshire, you could say that actually there could have been a few more. That was the situation facing Hampshire, as best drives not timed as it goes up to mid-off. So not only at one stage Yorkshire 222 for 2, which is a fantastically good position, they were still in a good position at 428 all out, and with Hampshire at 12 for 2, really were staring down the barrel. So it's been a good comeback for Hampshire. For Hampshire to even be in this game at this stage, I think is a fantastic effort.
Yeah, very good comeback. And yeah, as you say, a couple of sort of moments in the game where Yorkshire might have kicked on.
Yeah, well, they've done well though. Gosh, I mean, 428 first innings was a fantastic effort outside the off stump and best leaves alone. As I say, above par. You said 375. I wouldn't disagree with that. Certainly between 350, 375 probably would have been about right. But 428, fantastic effort.
Yep, and we talked during that first innings about the criticism of their lack of first innings runs, lack of batting points over the last few seasons, but no problem with that in 2022. But I think that's probably generally been raised as well. I'm wondering what the average batting points have been up to this point in the season by comparison to in other seasons.
Interesting, as that's a length ball. Best pushes out into the covers. I'm sure there's somebody out there crunching the numbers as we speak. It won't be me.
Nor I.
It'll take too long. We've got a game to worry about here. A very good game potentially. Has been already.
Yeah, talked about. I just mentioned moments there that for Yorkshire they've missed a few of those this year. They reckon that they've put 31 catches down this season.
Yeah, that doesn't help, does it? Probably cost you a game or two, maybe. As Barker bowls, it's on the line of leg stump, and that's tucked away by Best. First runs of the morning. He'll pick up 2 as it goes out towards deep backwards square, fielded by Organ. And the lead now is up to 121.
Well, as one player said to me, who shall remain nameless, even if you take 50% of those, if they're all really difficult chances and you go at 50-50, you're expecting 15 or 16 of those to be taken, which is an innings and a half, which is probably, by hook or by crook, you know, a win against Northamptonshire when they were just short of winning that game, and possibly against other sides as well this season.
1 win and 5 draws for Yorkshire come into this. Outside the off stump, ball just seams away a fraction. Best leaves alone, just about carries through to Ben Brown. Hampshire's top scorer in their first innings of 410 with 83, 103 for 5. 2 runs added, Best has 5.
So what are your thoughts then in terms of, I mean, you're saying that Hampshire need to get these last 5 wickets in this morning session. What would they be confident of chasing down in a couple of sessions? Well,
Ben Brown didn't actually put a number on it, and to be honest, I think in a way I might have been disappointed if he had said that, because of course, you know, everybody holds that number up and says, oh, you know, blah blah blah. I just think for what we've been saying over the last 5-10 minutes, that you know, by lunchtime, if Yorkshire are still batting, they are up around the 180s probably. I mean, it might be a few more, it might be a few less, but they're up into the 180s, I think, at least. Maybe even touching 200, which I then think, for reasons we've said, might be a bit of a problem. Here's Abbott bowls outside the off stump and left alone by Harry Duke. I don't know. I mean, you know, I think you're sort of along the same lines. You know, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I think on this track, if Best bowls like he did in the first innings, he creates a problem one end where all the batters are not totally comfortable the whole time they're out there. And then, of course, you've got the seamers, the Buck Pavilion end, to do what they do.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott, he's got 2 slips and a point. Cover, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. 2 men set back, square on the leg side and behind square. And
oh, a slip back and he's bowled him. Oh, sorry.
Bowled him, second ball of the over from this hotel end, and Harry Duke's off stump has cartwheeled back. He's bowled for 17, and that first wicket has come very quickly for Hampshire. 103 for 6 Yorkshire, and in some peril.
I'm so sorry. I just forgot that I wasn't doing that end. Apologies.
So 17 off 50 deliveries for Harry Duke. And given that he's put together a few half-centuries in his short career in first-class cricket, there would have been hopes that he could produce something similar. So it will be, you would think, Jordan Thompson. Looks to be him trotting down the steps at the pavilion end. And Kyle Abbott, well, you can't ask any more from that, can you, from your opening bowler? Fourth day, ball that's already beyond halfway of its useful life, to get it right on the money. Second ball, excellent stuff from him, and he's given Yorkshire a big problem here. 2 for 42 now from what? 12? No, something .2. Not all figures are showing on the board, are they, there for the bowlers' overs?
14.2.
14.2.
Yeah. Well, the nit backer was there, wasn't it, last night? Probably not as, I say not as often. He's only bowled 2 balls this morning, but always that threat is there, isn't it? If you just keep the ball in the right areas, you've still got the nit backer, then you've always got a chance of creating problems, and it's come a little quicker today than it did last night for him. 2 balls Harry Duke lasted this morning. And that's a great fillip for Hampshire as they look to get these final 5 wickets for me in this morning session.
So Jordan Thompson, highest first class score of 98. How they would love to see something along those lines here. Yorkshire, and the first delivery coming round the wicket now. Kyle Abbott shaping in towards Jordan, who shoulders arms wide of off stump. 25 years of age. He's played 26 first class matches, taken 85 wickets. He's certainly racking those up. Runs wise, well, he's 853 on the board. I mentioned that highest score of 98, averaging 26.65, and he's got 4 first class half centuries to his name. Abbott then to Thompson, who opens the face and runs it square into the offside, and there is no run. The plot thickens.
Yeah, not an ideal start, is it, from Yorkshire, but they've still got 4 wickets in hand. Still, you know, good batters at the crease. Best 51 not out in the first innings, so Hampshire didn't get him out.
Abbott then leaves us behind, comes in past umpire Kettleborough, and that one, well, trapped into the pitch by Jordan Thompson. Looked like it maybe skidded on a little bit more than some others have done, and Yorkshire won't mind a bit of up and down, but they'd rather not have it for the next hour or so and then hope it comes in spades after that point, when they've added another 40 runs or something like that. Jordan Thompson will give him a bit of width, and he will certainly pick you off. Strong through the leg side as well, very strong. Kyle Abbott, you would think, will keep asking him to play, as he has done there, and that's pushed out into the offside, and there's no run. If there is an issue with Jordan Thompson, a bit like some other Yorkshire players that we've seen, it's the short ball angled in at him that he's maybe, you know, found more difficult to deal with than others, if I think about some of his previous innings. Yeah,
well, in a way, I kind of hope Hampshire don't have to resort to that sort of tactics, because I think then Thompson will have been batting for quite a while and scored a few runs. I would hope that at the moment that Hampshire will just go with the line and length, keep things as tight as they can, and just that ball that moves from time to time, the ball that bounces a bit extra from time to time will do the trick. I think if they have to start resorting to bouncing him out, I think it may already be too late. But we'll have to wait and see. As Barker, they have to say, Barker and Abbott don't seem to be showing any ill effects, as that's alone outside the off stump from Best, goes through to Brown. They don't seem to be showing any ill effects from their long spells last night, which was always my worry.
They're probably in the local, what do they call it? Is it cryo chamber or something like that, where they stick them in a unit? Something like that, isn't it?
Cryo chamber.
Something.
Is it? Okay.
I can't remember what the name is. should never say the name if you can't actually remember what it is, should you?
It's probably something like that. I'll have a look at it in a minute. Here's Barker from the pavilion end again. Round the wicket to Best. Best edges, and he goes along the floor down towards third man. Vince is after it, but he loses that race with Lyman Donald, who flicks it back and actually flicks it over the rope. The momentum took the ball over there, and that'll be 4 runs. 4 very welcome runs for Yorkshire this morning. As Best moves on to 9, they're 107 for 6. They are now 125 in front.
I would say good morning to listeners from 5 Sports Extra, with the news that Yorkshire have lost an early wicket this morning, that of Harry Duke. Had his off stump taken out by one that nipped back from Kyle Abbott in the 2nd over of the morning, the 8th ball of the day, having at the time added just 2 to their overnight score.
There's Barker with 3 for 28 against his name. Forward is Best, plays that out on the offside.
So they've now added, 6 to that overnight, 101 for 5, 107 for 6, a lead of 125. It is a game that is bubbling up very nicely on day 4, on what has been a real good cricket wicket.
It has. Always been a little bit in it for the bowlers, not excessively. And as we've seen, with 2 sides scoring over 400 in the first innings, you can also bat on it as well. Comes Barker, bowls. Best pushes that away square on the leg side. No run there. Yes, and I think it's fair to say Yorkshire are slightly above par total, really, 428. George Hill, the only 100 of the match, the youngster opening the batting for Yorkshire, did particularly well. He finished with 131. Harry Brooks, 76, maintaining his great form for the season so far, released by England for this game as Barker comes in. Bowls, and Best gets wrapped on the pad as it goes down the leg side. Big shout for an LBW there. It looked leg side-ish from where we are. Leg by signalled, 108 for 6. But Yorkshire maybe at 222 for 2 may have felt that 428 was maybe a little less than perhaps they might have expected, but it was a good total anyway. And equally in return, when Hampshire were 12 for 2, they were in dire straits, and they were dug out by a series of partnerships, weren't they? And they finished with 410. Ben Brown, top scorer in the Hampshire innings, with 83, but there was some useful innings down the order. 74-run partnership for the 9th wicket between Abbott and Fuller. That was scored off just 50 minutes. That was entertaining. That's short, and that's pulled away, safe, out square on the leg side by the left-hander Jordan Thompson. 109 for 6.
Yeah, he didn't get that quite as nicely timed as he would have liked, because that would have been 6, I think, the way Jordan Thompson normally plays that shot. But he's picked up a single, and they'll be grateful for anything at the moment. 127 in front at 109 for 6. You mentioned Harry Brook there with that 76, of course, made 10 second innings, his lowest first-class score of the season. So Hampshire have got away lightly there. He's been making 50 after 50 after 50 with hundreds thrown in. Yep. And of course, all the talk about him, will he, won't he play for England? He's missed the first 2 tests. Maybe it was subliminal, you know, he's watched all those players who he's competing with for a place, and they've all come up with some runs now during this series, and so, you know, maybe that was just down to his luck yesterday, because it was a bit of an unfortunate dismissal, wasn't it, as well, as Abbott's round the wicket. Thompson has a go at this one. It's short. They've got a man set back. Already mentioned Jordan Thompson and the short ball. That wasn't at the ribs. It was over his left shoulder. He's a left-hander, so if you like, his back shoulder as he stands side on. But yeah, he sort of trapped the ball somehow, and it rolled back onto his stumps, didn't it? It wasn't a...
Drove it into his boot, didn't he?
Yeah, that was it.
Trickled back, yeah. Barker, one of Barker's 3 wickets.
So very unlucky, really. It's taken that little bit of luck against him to dismiss him for a low score. Abbott in, and Thompson on the drive.
Yeah, those 5 wickets last night really brought the game alive, didn't it, really? With Yorkshire having an 18-run lead on the first innings. 22 without loss at tea. Slow start, really, wasn't it, from George Hill and Adam Lye? They didn't look to be in too much problems, and then the wicket started to fall, and then it opened up the game a little bit, and Hampshire have come back into this game over the last two and a bit days.
Abbott then 2 for 42. Comes in past umpire Kettleber. It's wide of Thompson's off stump and his shoulders arms. And if Hampshire do go on to win this match, well, you look at the consistency of the scores, everybody chipping in. But for me in particular, that stand between Kyle Abbott and James Fuller, when out of nothing, you know, the game was you know, going along at a reasonable pace, but they really did up the ante and scored around about 70 in 10 overs at one stage, and that cannot be underestimated in the outcome if the home side do go on to win this. Here is Abbott, and that's a delivery that kicks off just short of a length. Thompson deals with it well enough, drops it down into the gully region. There's no run, because had they lost those last 2 or 3 wickets with a little typical petering out of the tail and finished 70 short, something like that, which it looked like they were going to do comfortably, didn't it, at one stage, then Yorkshire would have been, you know, pretty much totally dominant. Yeah.
And that would be tough.
Yeah.
They get 200 in front here, that's going to be tough. As I say, they can keep batting until after lunch. If they're out before lunch, then Hampshire have a chance here.
Abbott to Thompson, who gets that full face of the blade behind it. Maybe doesn't step quite as far into his shots, Jordan Thompson, as some. Don't know if you feel that when you watch him. Doesn't feel like there's a big stride forward, a lot of eye involved.
Yeah, I mean, he plays with a straight enough bat by the looks of him. And sort of plays it off the pitch a little bit, doesn't he, really? Some batters go at it with a little bit with a big stride.
Open attacking stance. And he's flicked this one away. That's one of his strengths, as I mentioned. His full leg stump. And he's going to pick up a single out to the sweeper at mid-wicket, which will complete that Abbott over with just that one run from it. 110 for 6, and the lead now still precarious enough with just 4 wickets in hand at 128. Thompson on 2 and Best on 9.
So 9 runs added in 17 minutes of play this morning. That lead's gone from 119 to 128. It's been a tough game out there, as you would expect. Sides 2nd and 3rd in the championship. Neither of these sides wants to lose, that's for sure. I think both will, at the end of the day, however we arrive at a draw, if we arrive at a draw, both will settle for that, but it'll be a real fillip for one of these sides if they can win and keep pace with Surrey at the top. Here's Barker, he's over the wicket, this time to Thompson, gets wrapped on the pad. That looks as though it's doing too much, and probably nipped back as well. In fact, Thompson's just signalling to the non-striker there, as they always do with their hand. That's nipped back. Watching it, yeah, that's nipped back. There are several ways, of course, you can watch and listen to us. We are BBC 5 Sports Extra. It's one way of picking us up. BBC Sport Online and via the BBC Sport app. And we're also on the live picture feed, which is on the Hampshire Cricket website, and that's been beamed to the Yorkshire Cricket website, and you can also pick it up via the free to download Hampshire Cricket app. Plenty of ways. Thompson drives on the up, lovely shot through extra cover, finds the gap. It won't go all the way, it was just stroked into the gap rather than a forceful hit, and they will come back for 3 here. And Thompson, comfortable 3 to him. The left-hander moves on to 5. It's 113 for 6, and the lead now is 131.
And again, case in point with Jordan, just a bit of width and he will pick you off, and that was a case in point there. Nicely run between the lads. Lily's been in touch on BBC West Yorkshire Sports at gmail.com saying Yorkshire are in trouble. I think they need a lead of 190 or 200 to win the game. I hope Jordan makes things happen. Thompson can get a big score and build a partnership with Dom Bess. Looking forward to hearing.
It's on the pad there, Bess, but that's quite high.
Looking forward to hearing the fantastic Melissa story on commentary. We've sent her home now. We've heard enough before play started, I've got to say.
Apparently the first time out for a few days after exams. I'm sure she'll tell you all about it. Days of exams.
She's got even more notes than she had this time last year, I think.
113 for 6. Barker into his 18th over of the innings here. Round the wicket again to Bess. Best gets one that bounces, keeps it down well, and that's well fielded at sort of third slip really. James Vince, there's only two in there. Dawson, he's quite wide of Brown, and Vince is as wide at third, and they've both taken some good catches so far. Dawson did drop one in the first innings, which is very unusual, and then took a harder one a couple of overs later, also off Barker. I think they got rid of Matthew Waite off the top of my head in the first innings. And Bess, who was left unbeaten in Yorkshire's first innings on 51, is here again, 9 not out, facing Barker. As Barker comes in, that's straight, and that's fielded at square leg by Nick Gubbins, who made a half century in the Hampshire first innings. Actually, that was an important partnership, actually, with the Gubbins and Vince partnership, because as I said earlier, they were 12 for 2. Vince and Gubbins put on 82 for the third wicket, which got them out of a little bit of a hole. Barker, who's having another good season with the ball, comes in again, and Best drives up to mid-off, and there is no run. Barker has 31 wickets so far in the championship, and this round of fixtures will mark the halfway point in Division 1. That's the end of the over. 113 for 6. If he keeps going at that rate, that'll be a more than decent return come the end of the season. Yeah. Be right up there, actually.
Will, won't it? Certainly will. Kyle Abbott then to continue at the hotel end. Cracking delivery to see the back of Harry Duke when he was still trying to get himself in. But it's just the one delivery before losing his off pole this morning. The one wicket to have fallen, so a lead of 131. It's not enough yet, you wouldn't think, unless something extraordinary happens with the ball by Yorkshire, as Abbott's first delivery is wide of off stump and Thompson lets it go through. We're seeing a gap again here between the two slips as we saw yesterday. So first slip is probably a little bit, just a little bit wider than he might do if there was a full cordon in. And second slip is more like where third would normally stand.
I hope one doesn't go through second. They'll be kicking themselves, because I don't think either will get those. I know they're taking some good catches, but there's a big gap.
Yeah, Abbott then. Thompson drives, and he's going to get 4. That's a lovely shot through extra cover, and didn't try and overhit it, did he? That was the key. Just waited, leant on it, and he timed it superbly. So a welcome boundary for him, for Yorkshire. 9 apiece now, these two batsmen. 117 for 6, and the lead on to 135.
Yeah, lovely shot. Nice piece of timing. I'm sure Abbott and Barker will be feeling it a little bit from last night. They were very long spells, weren't they? Probably about 8, 9, 10 overs each, I think, at one stage.
Bit of applause from the local gull as Thompson pats this latest delivery to Barker in the big floppy at mid-off.
There was a few flying around yesterday around here, wasn't there, just in front of us at the hotel end?
Yeah.
Which I'm not sure I've always noticed that, really. I don't know if that's a new thing.
They've obviously not noticed us, because you wouldn't put it past them, would you, to fly in here and hop around a bit, try and pinch a bit of lunch. It's happened on the beach at Scarborough to me in the past. Abbott, in he comes, open face. Thompson runs that out into the covers, no run. So be warned when you come up to Scarborough. You've got 2 visits this year.
I have.
4-dayer and a 1-dayer.
Don't eat on the beach.
But just when there are gulls around in sight, just be careful what you got in your hand.
Okay.
Because you may get dive bombed.
I will bear that in mind, thank you. There's a lot of things I was thinking about Scarborough. That wasn't one of them, but I'll add that to the list.
Here comes Abbott. Once again, round the wicket. Oh, good delivery that doesn't bounce at all on Jordan Thompson. Really did keep low and caused him to miss it. Just have a look at that again. Tell you what, that can't have been very far away from off stump, and there's a bit of disbelief among the Hampshire fielding contingent, and I think there's also a bit of disbelief for Jordan Thompson. But again, you say, well, at the moment, 135 lead doesn't look enough, but they might still be able to have a bit of fun with that if the ball's going to bounce like that.
Of course,
Here comes Abbott again. This time it does bounce in true fashion, and Thompson drives it into the offside, where it's fielded by Gubbins. No run to complete that. The 50th over of the Yorkshire second innings at 117 for 6, 135 in front.
Well, if you're watching the live picture feed, you're probably like me and thinking, how on earth has that missed? Because on the angle, as soon as Thompson missed that, and I'm sure even Thompson probably thought that the ball was going to clatter into the stumps, I think he might just have straightened a fraction off the pitch, just ever such a fraction, and just shaved the off stump. It was that close. Mike Martin has tweeted at Sun Sports, says, morning, this feels like a big game. Win and Hampshire keep pace with Surrey, lose and the momentum may be lost. 200 will be a tough chase, it certainly will, I think. The beauty of that from Abbott earlier, a few of those and Hampshire will be fine. Yes. Well, that would be nice. Here's Barker. Bowls and Best pulls that away. It's a short delivery. There's nobody out there, and that will be 4 runs. They had somebody out there earlier, but not on that occasion. And Best played that nicely along the ground. Moves on to 13.
And of course, he was one of those batsmen who got peppered in the first innings with short stuff. But again, it was that angle from the other side of the umpire that was causing him problems when it was. He was hit on the head, of course, yesterday, back end of the day by Brad Wheel. But this time, Barker coming in from round the wicket, and he's able to get across and inside that and pull.
Lead 139, so they've added 20 this morning in just over 25 minutes. Barker is going to show the ball to the umpire. We've had a ball change a couple of times in this game. There's been a couple of other times where the fielding side have showed the ball to the umpire and they've thrown it back. So I'm just wondering here, maybe Hampshire feel that he's not doing enough. The umpire has said, no, we're going to carry on playing with that one. Liam Williamson even has emailed sun@cricket@gmail.com. It says, sweltering heat on site today. Hey, you wait till Friday. It's going to get much bigger. Oh, there's a fly buzzing around Don Best there as Barker was running in. Anyway, sweltering heat on site today, says Liam, hoping to be able to nip to the ground after work and take full advantage of free entry after tea. If you were at Trent Bridge yesterday, it was free entry all day, to hopefully see the end of a fantastic run chase and victory for Hampshire. What value for money the crowd yesterday got at Trent Bridge, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Free day, eh? Watching that. I think there'd have been a lot of people pay a lot of money to watch that, let alone get in for free.
I would imagine that the queues were full of people from Yorkshire.
Would they?
Free?
Oh, free, of course, yes.
That was without even knowing that Johnny Bairstow was going to do what he did.
Of course. They had to pay for petrol to get there, though. Short, and it's pulled away, and again it's along the ground. There is a man out there this time, but it's gone between the two. Organ comes around for the fine leg fields. They only actually get a single there, didn't attack the fielders on that occasion. Best moves on to 14, 122 for 6. Joe at Sun Sports, and I think it's tweeted you as well, Jonathan. Not to worry you, but a gull has managed to get itself stuck on a balcony on the top row of the hotel during a match. Dear. I hope that doesn't happen during a match, not this match, I guess. She means. Let's hope that doesn't happen. I wouldn't like that. They're quite big round here, you know. The ones yesterday were big. Oof. Here's Barker, he's over the wicket, and Thompson flicks that away on the leg side. Not time, maybe an inside edge onto the pad. Goes out to square leg, 1 run, 123 for 6.
Maybe that could, you know, if points are tight come the end of the season, maybe the decision on the championship should go to who's got the biggest goals, which county, you know, has.
Oh, the count back.
Yeah.
I suppose you're going to tell me they're bigger in Scarborough, the goals.
Oh, massive one, massive. Aye. They're albatrosses in Scarborough.
Oh, Barker around the wicket to Bess. Bess turns that away on the leg side, down towards deep square leg, and runs a little easier to come by in that over. And there is no run, 1 run, 124 for 6 at the end of that over. Jonathan is going to take a well-earned rest. And, try and count the number of goals that are around here. There was a few yesterday. I've heard one, but I haven't seen the others. And Melissa Story coming in for the next hour or so. There is, in fact, not quite the end of the over. Apologies. It's 7 runs off it so far as Barker comes in from the pavilion end, and that's off the back foot, and that's punched up to mid-off. That's a nice shot, but straight to the fielder. End of the over. Welcome, Melissa. Nice to have you back.
I know, it feels like it's been a long time. I think it's actually just been a week, maybe 2.
So you've had a whole week of exams?
Yeah, around 10 days of exams. They've all been nicely spread out, but good to get them out of the way.
Yeah.
It's not nice being stuck inside, kind of typing away when you look outside and just see sun. See all your friends at festivals and doing fantastic summery things, but I'm happy to be at the cricket.
So you're let loose now.
Yeah.
You're free the rest of the summer. But I saw you watched a bit of the test yesterday, so I bet you didn't even then.
I mean, to be honest, I didn't. I was going on the bus into Bath to see my friend and couldn't watch at all, so I was desperately listening to TMS, trying to figure out what was happening with dipping signal as we went between all these valleys. And it's become a core memory kind of bus ride, because it was fantastic. Like, I was looking around me to try and gauge if any other bus passengers were listening too. I was like, guys, you're missing a really good game here. Like, do you want the score? But alas, didn't find any cricket friends on the bus as Abbott continues, and that's pushed back to mid-off for no run.
Exciting early, wasn't it, that wicket in the first 5 minutes or so?
Yeah, I mean, everyone kind of talking about this game is it could be almost a similar kind of game to the test match yesterday, so long as Hampshire take those early wickets. They've got a few more to take than, of course, England had against New Zealand, but you just feel as if they're really up for it in the field. Lots of energy there, lots of enthusiasm. It's been non-stop talking as well as Abbott running in, and that's on the line of the stumps, dropped into the onside, and again no run. They're quite tight in the field here as well.
Yeah, every run important now, isn't it? It really is. The lead 119 this morning, 142 now. We won't be far away from getting into an area where we're certainly on for a tight game. And then, of course, if they get to I don't know, I know you've sort of followed this a little bit in the last 3 days, and you've watched a bit this morning sort of live, but I don't know, you've seen 1 or 2 balls nip back already, you've seen 1 or 2 bounce and keep low.
Abbott past the umpire and bowls, driven to mid-off for no run and flicked back to Keith Barker at their opposite at mid-on. I think whoever he's in charge of the ball shining here for Hampshire, just trying to make something happen. There's always the designated ball shiner. Or, to be honest, I think they're having a look again. They're very keen to change this ball, Hampshire.
They are, aren't they?
Probably because, as you say, there's a bit of nip off the pitch, but not so much in the air. You wouldn't expect that. We've got glorious blue skies here. But there's been something about changing the ball this season of county championship, which seems to be taking all the county teams by charge. As Abbott in, that's edge, but dropped short of the second slip.
Well, it was the last round of fixtures, which was what, 3 weeks ago or so. There was a new batch of balls sent around all the counties, and I remember speaking to James Vince after the win over Somerset in 3 days down at Taunton, and he said, well, this is not an abrasive surface, we can't really tell whether these new balls have made any difference. We've obviously had this round, or we're in the middle of this, well, not in the middle, at the back end of this round of fixtures, and just going on this, we've already had a couple of ball changes, at least in this game.
Abbott to Bess, and bowling that strikes him on the pad, a big appeal, and the fingers up. The second wicket of the morning for Hampshire, and it's the key wicket of Dom Bess. Fantastic pressure building there from Abbott. He was just putting the ball on that line, on that length, making it nibble a bit off the surface, and that one just trapping Dom Bess in front for 15. He was 15 off 46 balls, and Hampshire on the charge.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, a couple of wickets just over the half an hour played. That's exactly what they would have wanted in the changing rooms. And don't change that ball. That's nip back. What do you want to change that ball for?
I think maybe whether it's frustration around the kind of pitches and surfaces. I mean, we've had such fantastic weather. There's not really been a rainy period to make these pitches a bit greener, a bit softer. And, you know, we're playing on some fantastic batting tracks, and it almost feels as if yes, the balls aren't doing much, but maybe that's not the only factor, and bowling teams just desperate to try and make anything happen. But Hampshire proving here that when you put the ball on a spot and you just keep grinding away, then you'll find the result.
So Abbott now has 3 wickets, the same as Barker. I'm going to do a quick 30-second summary as we wait for the new batter. 124 for 7, Yorkshire in their second innings. They lead Hampshire by 142. Hampshire started the day at 11 o'clock, needing 5 wickets as quickly as possible so that they can knock off whatever runs they need to win the game. Well, they picked up 2 wickets this morning after 4 minutes. Harry Duke, bowled by Kyle Abbott for 17, won that nip back, and Kyle Abbott has just done it again. He's trapped Don Best LBW in front for 15. So Yorkshire 124 for 7. They lead by 142. Joe's just tweeted, Somerset are doing a good job this morning to keep Surrey at bay. At Solent Sport, keep the messages coming in. Currently lead by 141 with 2 wickets remaining. Yes, both these sides keeping an eye on what's happening in that game, because Surrey lead the county championship table. And as we've mentioned before, neither of these sides want to lose this. They'll settle for a draw, I think, Melissa, but neither one will want to lose.
Well, it's interesting you say that, because the Yorkshire results, of course, they're sat at 3rd in the table, but they've drawn 5 of their past matches. So for them, they're probably not too fussed, as you say, to get a draw going forward. They've still comfortably sat at the top of the table, but Hampshire probably will think that this is a game they could win if they keep going at this pace. Abbott and left outside the off stump by Revis, the new batter, in. And a warm round of applause from the crowd here, who are small in number, growing, but increasingly loud.
Yeah, getting more and more excited with the wickets that have fallen so far. Just keep you up to date then with what's going on in Division 1. We're looking at Surrey, Somerset first. Somerset 344 for 8, so they lead by 142 with just 2 wickets remaining.
This is the Surrey Somerset.
Yeah.
I think everyone's a bit, not just because it's Surrey, but the fact they haven't lost a game this season at all across all formats. It's an incredible feat from them, but you do just get the sense that when you perform that well, a bit like the Southern Vipers, you almost get a target on your back. You are the team to beat, and a lot of counties are going to be keeping their eyes on Surrey in this competition, but also in the T20 Blast, of course.
Yeah, the current live table has Surrey 111, Hampshire 108, Yorkshire 96. They're the top 3 currently. Here's Wheel. And he's caught Vince, second slip. And Wheel's taken a wicket with his first ball of his new spell, and it's Thompson who's gone. Just pushing outside off stump. It just carried to Vince, who just got his hands underneath it. And Thompson has gone for 10, and Yorkshire have lost their 3rd wicket this morning. It's 124 now for 8, and they lead by 142.
Brad Wheel continuing his great form from that first innings, of course, where he picked up 4 wickets. And it only took him 1 ball to make the impact Hampshire needed, and suddenly Yorkshire 124 for 7, only with a lead of 142. Hampshire will be looking just to get through this Yorkshire tail as quick as possible, and some of the people hoping to come in free after tea may have to skip off work a little bit earlier than that. Suddenly they've got to pick the kids up from school, or there's a medical emergency. You can pull any of the good excuses out the back. We'll back you up.
So Thompson departs. Revis is at the non-strikers end. He's a better player than number 9, so he might not be that easy to dislodge. I saw there was a bit of talk actually ahead of this game that Revis might have been promoted up the order, because he averages 63 with the bat this year, and he looked pretty decent in the first innings. So he might take a little bit of prizing out, although he only scored 10. It'll be due to Brad Wheel. He's better than the number 9, that's for sure. And the new batter is Dominic Drakes. Emily Windsor tweeted at Solent Sport. So what do we? Oh, it might have been you actually, Melissa.
I think it's for both of us.
Oh, is it both? Oh, it is. Yeah. Sorry, I just realised. So what do we think the maximum that Hampshire Cricket can chase here? A repeat of yesterday's Test match would be nice. A Donald-style Bairstow innings. Oh, blimey. I don't think you're going to see too many of those type of innings again, are we? we might see another 1 or 2 this summer. That might be more in white ball than Championship or Test cricket. But you never know with that new combination at the helm of England. Wow, what a start. I'll tell you, it was a great video this morning. I'm just going to go off piste here a little bit because there's a guy, Martin Emerson, who does the commentaries for Durham, for BBC Newcastle, and he posts a video every morning. And sometimes I look at them, sometimes I don't, because, well, I just do. And I looked at the one this morning, and he made a very good point as Drakes, the left-hander, just works off a thick outside edge the ball down towards third man, and perfectly safe. And he will pick up 2. He's off the mark straight away. 126 for 8. Every run valuable here for Yorkshire. The lead is now 144. And he does about a minute and a half previewing each day. And I actually watched it this morning. And he made a very good point right at the very end. He said, watched the Test match last night, you know, the highlights and that sort of thing. He said, with all the stick that county cricket has got, with the England performances over the last however long, he says, I just hope now that people then turn around and say, well, maybe that performance was because of county cricket yesterday. If you're going to knock it, then maybe it should take the plaudits as well. That's played out on the offside and there's no run. Don't you think about that?
I agree, definitely. I mean, there's been so much stick thrown at the county game, but I think these first few rounds absolutely have completely dismantled any of those claims whatsoever, and that the standard is high. You can't fixate on these small, I mean, people who promote perhaps the franchisement always find small clips of one particular bad ball or shot.
It's a length ball, and Drakes pushes that out into the vacant cover area. It goes out deep on the offside, 127 for 8.
And it'll be twisted to support their argument that this should be this, but it blatantly ignores the fantastic things happening as well. And think of the success story which has been Matty Potts for England. Fantastic leading wicket taker in Div 2, and then he goes out there and storms through the Test county champion, world champions of New Zealand. It's fantastic. Yep. And actually, if you were in a franchise system, who's to say that Matty Potts would have even been noticed?
Very true. 127 for 8 here, Yorkshire in their second innings, 145 in the lead. His right arm seam bowler Wheel bowls a length ball to Revis, who's in behind that, plays that out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Although Alex Hartley did tweet that maybe we have to thank the IPL for Bairstow's innings, because the mode he got into, I think he hadn't quite adjusted to being back in England yet. Maybe he got a flash of the crowds at Mumbai and suddenly thought he was transported from Nottingham over to India. So we have to be grateful for that.
Yeah, well, I suppose you can put any slant on it you want, really, can't you? It's because of the county championship that England are doing well. It's not because of the county championship, because it's white ball cricket that made him play the way he has, and he's on his skills there. I mean, you can put whatever you want on that. Outside of the off stump, and that's left alone. So Brad Wheel, successful in his first over this morning. He has the more than creditable figures of 8 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 8 to go with that 4 for 59 from the first innings when he cleaned up the last 4 wickets in that Yorkshire total of 428, and Yorkshire lead by 145, having led at the start of the morning by 119.
Now, we never answered Emily Windsor's question about what Hampshire would be looking to chase. I mean, at the moment, with just a lead of 145, I think they would be very happy with that. Oof. But, I mean...
What's your take?
I haven't seen the 3 previous days of this pitch, but you did say it's been nipping about a bit. There's maybe been some inconsistent bounce, and we know what this pitch can become sometimes. Sometimes it completely slows up and just becomes a bit easier to bat on, and other times it becomes a minefield. So it'll be interesting to see how Hampshire bat on it as Abbott continues around the wicket, and that's driven to Nick Gubbins there at extra cover. So, I mean, if I was them, I'd be looking to bowl Yorkshire out with a lead of less than 200.
Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, definitely. 200 for me, only because of the way Bess bowled in the first innings. I think, yes, the seamers, there's a bit there from time to time. It's not there all the time, but if you keep it there or thereabouts, a couple of overs, it's quiet, and then all of a sudden one will just bounce a bit more. But it's the way Bess bowled in the first innings that I think particularly impressed, in that with a bit of rough because of the left arm overs, he creates some few problems for the right-handers.
Abbott into the left-handed Drakes, who's defending this and not timing it, trickling onto the onside. I was going to ask about Dom Bess, because there's obviously this talk about the England spinner. They want to become this world-class team again, and they seem to have certain players, but there's a question mark around the openers and there's a question mark around the spinners. Dom Bess has played for England before, of course, and he offers a bit more with the bat compared to a Matt Parkinson or a Jack Leach, and he's played a good role for Yorkshire.
Yes.
You could say this year he's been a real anchor at one end as Abbott in. It's a short ball and ducking underneath it as Drake's through to the keeper. So do you reckon there's maybe a call up in the future for Dom Bess from what you've seen from these 3 days so far?
A couple of things. One is I saw the clip on the BBC website of the after-day comments from Vaughan and Tufnell talking about Leach, and they obviously feel there's some major remedial work that needs to be done to his action. Whether that can be done or not, I don't know.
Abbott, arms swinging, going to the crease, and this is prodded away by Drakes again into the onside.
But they definitely questioned his consistency, you know, ball after ball. I don't know if you saw that. That's on there right now.
Yeah, is it that difficult balance of, as a spinner, do you go for the attacking role, which is more of what Matt Parkinson does, or do you hold up an end, which is something Liam Dawson does fantastically for Hampshire? And unfortunately, Leach probably sitting in between those two kind of roles at the moment. I think he's trying to be the role who can hold up an end, but at the moment being too expensive, I think, in that match. Going for about 5 runs and over, although it was a good batting pitch, is Abbott in, and this is edged onto the ground. Drake's frantically running to the non-striker's end as he's called through by Revis. I think Revis desperate here to get on strike.
If you just go on this match, and I'm only going on this match, I'm not going over the season as a whole, but Bess has been the better spinner. But he bowled a little bit later in the game than Dawson, because Dawson obviously bowled when Yorkshire batted first. He was unable really to exert any control, even though he went for a few runs, and he was hit straight. So, you know, you as a spinner, if you're being hit straight, then there's not a lot you can do about it. You can reset the field, I guess. But 9 overs, none for 55. Didn't look particularly threatening.
Abbott into Revis, who's strongly defending off the front foot for no run. I mean, Matt Parkinson is the only slow bowler to have more than 15 wickets. That over finishes Yorkshire 128 for 8. So he's sat at the top, and only Parkinson and Leach has strike rates less than 80. Bess has the second most wickets for a spinner, but also has a strike rate of over 120. But then compare that to some of the others, he's bowled a lot more overs than them. So he's definitely he's performing a good holding role, which I think with that economy rate of less than 3, I think he will be on that England radar going forward. And he's still so young as well, and as we said, brings so much with the bat, which is something England potentially need with that particularly long tail in this last Test match.
Yeah, which is why I think Hampshire will be pleased that he's one of the 3 wickets that has fallen this morning. 51 not out in the first innings, 15 he made as Wheel switches to round the wicket to Drakes, who plays and misses outside the off stump. That's bounced a bit. Well taken by Ben Brown, but I know he's a small man, relatively, Ben Brown, but he took that about chest height. Yeah, I'm just looking, Dom Bess, 14 wickets so far in the championship season, but in the first innings, 34 overs, 2 for 120, and he had Ben Brown misstumped when he was on 11. He went on to get 83, so that was slightly costly. Not Bess's fault, of course, but and I just think generally, because he had a little bit more rough to bowl with outside the off stump with the left armers, Drake's, who we're seeing back now, and Barker. Drake's pushing forward, that's gone out into the covers. He bowled really well in that the right-handers, who are not used to having a little bit of rough outside the off stump, at times found him a little tricky, and they were uncertain in that when Bess bowled this neat little line a few inches outside the off stump, and every now and then one would turn on the corner of the rough, but it would be slow turning, it wouldn't be loads, but it was enough to show the batters. And then there would be a little bit of drift sometime, and they'd play and miss a couple outside the off stump. Here's Wheel, bowls, bit of extra bounce. Drakes plays that into the ground on the offside, quickly round from Slipper's Vince, but they come through for a single. 129 for 8, the lead is 147. And, you know, just generally over all those 34 overs, you know, whilst the batters were okay with it and there wasn't a lot of spin, there were times when they were just pushing forward and they weren't always certain. And I think for that reason, Bess, and he's got a nice loop as well, that at the moment he looks as though he's bowling particularly well. But I think also when we talk about the totals here, and he could probably hold up an end short, and Revis is ducking underneath that one, that I don't think Hampshire will find, if we get to 175, 180, maybe a bit beyond, I don't think Hampshire will find that particularly easy, because that will allow the seamers from the far end to rotate, and it will allow Bess to keep one end pretty much tied up.
We've seen that quite a few times at the Ageas Bowl as well, where the final innings, the final day of these games, you have fielders all around the bat trying to take those final few wickets, and usually it's been the outcome of some devastating spin bowling on the final day.
That's for sure. Wheel bowls, it's a length ball. Wheel forward, Revis pushes that up to mid-off, and there is no run. We're on 5 Sports Extra. We're also on the BBC Sport online pages and the BBC Sport app, as well as the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, and that's going back to the Yorkshire Cricket website. I'm Kevin James, next to me Melissa Story, and of course the other games going on right now around the country in Divisions 1 and Divisions 2 are also, our commentary teams are out commentating on those games up and down on a beautiful day. As Revis leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and there's no run. Quick update to the Surrey Somerset game. Somerset 349 for 8 now, lead by 147. Other games in Division 1, Gloucestershire 95 for 6 in their second innings against Kent. They still trail Gloucestershire. They trail Kent by 31 runs with 4 wickets remaining. And Lancashire 23 for 2 in their second innings. They need 306 runs to beat Warwickshire.
Did you see what Gloucestershire did with their night watches? I think Hampshire's actually been guilty of this season as well, but not as dramatically. But I believe from a very credible source, which is Twitter, they sent in 3 night watches.
Did they?
And they all failed. So eventually Miles Hammond had to come in anyway when the score was around 33 for 5. As Kyle Abbott continues, and this is a thick edge from Drake's running down to third for a single.
Hampshire did do that against Lancashire. I don't know if you were on.
Yes.
You might not have been on that day.
I think I was listening from afar and shuddering.
Another exam? No.
No, just
something else.
Running away from Lancashire, probably.
Yes, they had 2 night watchmen come in late on the second day, I think it was. They had Abbott and Abbas, who were both dismissed very quickly.
Abbott back over the wicket to Revis. And that's full and clipped off the legs, but straight to Ian Holland at mid-wicket for no run.
Tense stuff here, isn't it? 50 minutes of play, 130 for 8. Yorkshire in their second innings started the day 101 for 5. 148 lead. I think 150. See, 150 is a bit of a point, isn't it? It's a mark.
Yeah, and I mean, if Hampshire could get these remaining wickets potentially before the lunch break, coinciding with the lunch break, leaving them 2 sessions to chase this down, you feel as if this game would be nicely in the balance between these 2 sides sat at the top of the table. That's firmly driven by Revis, but straight to mid-off for no run.
So we answered Emily's question basically, didn't we?
Yeah.
That totals, yeah, we've done that, because a couple on the Twitter feed at Sonnet Sport have said the same. Anything above 200 looks like it might be tricky, says Mark Kerwant. I think yeah, we all concur with that. Darren Pilgrim, watching the live feed at home, I wouldn't think Hampshire would fancy chasing more than about 180. Don Best the key. We've just been talking about that as well.
Especially, you could say, with Hampshire's openers' woes at the moment. As Abbott into Revis again, driving. He finds the gap on the offside, but doesn't time it. And Nick Gubbins there scrambling around in the covers. Keeps it to just a single.
Yes. Both of them averaged 20.
Yeah,
in the 20s, Holland and Organ.
I mean, apart from that first game, of course, when you look at that 180-run partnership and every single Hampshire supporter was out celebrating, dancing around, going, we're going to win the cup. Since then, the next highest opening partnership has been 38. And Hampshire have been playing on a few good batting surfaces, as Abbott around the wicket and Drake's firmly defending on the front foot onto the offside.
Is that right? Only 38?
Yeah,
wow.
and I mean, Holland, if you ignore that second innings against Somerset, where Hampshire needed 1 to win, Hampshire has had, Holland, apologies, has had 6 single-figure scores in 10 innings. Yeah. And, I mean, Joe Weatherly, is he
I thought he was fit to play, because he's played the last couple of T20s, because he had a hand injury. He didn't play down at Somerset in the last championship game. Missed a T20 game because he was ill, but he was back in, so I thought he might have played this game.
Abbott to Revis, who's driving beautifully off the front foot, but finds the fielder at cover. He's disappointed in himself there. Yorkshire 131 for 8, that lead of 149.
I'm just wondering if they, obviously with Dominic Drake's and Barker, 2 left-arm seamers, which meant there would be more rough outside the right-handers off stump than normal. I'm just wondering why they went with Organ because of his off-spin. But of course, Hampshire are batting second here, so it's perhaps not going to be in play as much as, well, Don Bess, as one or two people alluded to, as we've alluded to, I think might be key.
I'm actually looking forward to seeing Drakes with the ball in hand, because I saw a bit of him in the T20 Blast on TV, and I saw that dramatic, not to remind the Yorkshire fans listening, of that Roses game where I was supporting Yorkshire, may I add, with my family connections.
Of course you were. His wheel from the pavilion end bowls, and it's a leg ball to Revis, who punches that up to mid-off, no run.
Just to make sure a few people don't turn off the radio immediately as I begin to speak, but when Drake's, of course, facing that last ball, sliced the ball away on the offside, and everyone in the crowd, we thought it'd gone for 6. Me and my mum were running around the sitting room screaming, and then that face of shock when suddenly a Lancashire fielder materialised from nowhere. I genuinely don't think he was there before. I think
he jumped out of the crowd.
Yeah, I reckon it was just a fan wearing a Lancashire top.
On 31 for 8 as Wheel comes in again. It's another length ball to Revis, who pushes it back to the bowler this time. 149 runs at the lead. Yes, it's only his second first-class game, Dominic Drakes. Just played a game for Barbados against Jamaica. This is his only other first-class game, and that was back in 2018.
He's got a really nice action, very smooth. Of course, it's always good to see left-arm seamers do their job. It just feels more satisfying.
Love a left-arm seamer, me. As Wheel bowls, he's right arm. Revis wants a single as it goes out into the covers, but decided against it, which was probably a good decision, even though it was to Nick Gubbins' left hand. So Yorkshire have added just 30 runs this morning in just over 55 minutes of play, and in doing that they've lost 3 of the 5 wickets that they need to hold on to for as long as possible.
And 2 big wickets of Bess and Thompson, and especially Thompson. I've seen a few of his innings this year. He's been really impressive and a good contributor down the order. He
strikes the ball nicely. There's a short delivery which Revis ducks underneath. Yeah, he times the ball nicely, doesn't he? I haven't seen a lot of him. You've probably seen more than I have, but just a couple of shots this morning.
Yeah, he's a name who I've seen thrown around quite a bit on Twitter. He seems to have quite a lot of support across the counties, really. Kind of see his value as what he brings to the Yorkshire team as such a strong all-rounder, not only in one format or the other, but across all the formats.
Yeah.
So a name to watch out for.
Wheel at the top of his mark, halfway through his 10th over here. Figures of 9 for 2 for 9 at the moment as Revis drives up towards mid-on. Not quite the pace on the drive to get past the diving Kyle Abbott. Always worried when he's on the floor. He's just looked at his wrist. I think he's all right. He hasn't got up yet, but he's all right.
Yeah, it's the classic fast bowler. Did you just see what I did for you there? I just completely did a flat-out dive off your bowling. Now you have to do that off mine. I think it just proves a point. The longer you stay on the ground, the more the message it sends. And actually Abbott, of course, the senior bowler compared to Brad Wheel.
He's already had a spell this morning. So that's a length ball which is worked to mid-wicket. He's picked up 2 of the 3 wickets this morning, Kyle Abbott. End of the over. And 131 for 8. I'm going to get Melissa to come in on my side, and we'll bring Jonathan Doidge back in alongside her. 131 for 8 then Yorkshire. Revis has 1, Drakes has 6, and the lead here at a very sunny Ageas Bowl for Yorkshire is at 149. I think the general consensus is that Yorkshire certainly needed to bat out the morning session in which to get to a point where a lead would put pressure on Hampshire as and when or if they are bowled out. So the next voice you'll hear will be Jonathan, and then Melissa Story back.
Thanks, Kev. A lot of work still to do for Yorkshire if they're going to give themselves a serious chance of flipping the pressure really and putting it back on Hampshire. It wouldn't be a done deal at this point, would it? 149 with the way things are going pitch-wise so far on this final day. They'd still feel that they had some sort of a chance anyway if they lost these next couple of wickets without adding a further run. But yeah, clearly they want what, another 25, 30, something like that, to feel a little more confidence in that, take a bit more time out of the game, give less time for Hampshire, and maybe feel like they've got the pressure of the clock as well as what Yorkshire's bowlers are producing. So there's a few things still into play here. And good to be back on air with you.
Yeah, it's lovely to see you again. And in exciting circumstances. No idea where this result's going to go. All 3 results available.
And so, just getting the field sorted out here. We have a change of bowling.
Liam Dawson.
Yeah, at the hotel end, left arm over the wicket. And Drake's pushing through the offside, gets a thick inside edge past short leg without scoring a run. So the setup, short leg, slip, man backward of square leg, not quite 45 degrees, probably 30 yards off the bat. A sweeper, he's about 10 in from the boundary in front of square leg, come mid wicket. And a man catching as well at a short straight mid wicket, as Dawson's next delivery also has the measure of Drake's. There's Felix Organ is out at mid-off, a sweeper on the cover boundary, and Keith Barker, arms folded, is about 10 yards backward of point on the 1. So 2 dots, Dawson again, wide of off stump, into that rough created by the right arm bowlers. There is evidence of a little bit of turn. Ben Brown gets a 6.5 for his take and dive.
Yeah, it's not too often you see as much rough on both sides of the wicket, but there really is a lot for the spin bowlers to aim at here.
And particularly on this side for the left-hander like Drake's is. And he's just not sure, is he? That's another ball that's gone by. He's not sure whether he wants to play or not, or how he wants to play when he's playing it. So Hampshire will see this. The bowler will be sniffing an opportunity of another wicket here. Drake's not looking confident. 4 successive dots, none of which have been particularly comfortably negotiated. Dawson just getting a grip of the cherry again, and that's again round about off stump, and he's pushing forward at this. Everybody's up, they're running all around the pitch. Ben Brown right across the face of the batsman. Not entirely sure the officials will be overly happy with that, and they weren't happy enough, or rather Richard Kettlebury wasn't, no, in fact Mike Burns I should say at this end, to give it out.
Looking at that replay, it may have been the ball hit into the ground.
Final ball of the over. Drakes will be happy to have negotiated if he can, and he does finally get the middle of the bat on the ball and push it back to the bowler. So good over by Dawson. It's something they'll want to be trying again if they can keep Drakes on strike at that end. 1 over, 1 maiden in this second innings, and don't forget he had a rough time of things in the first innings because he was taken on by a couple of batsmen, George Hill and Harry Brook, who are been and gone second time around. So if you like, safer to bring him on in that respect at this stage. And why wouldn't you anyway? Your spinner on the 4th day. 131 for 8, lead of 149. We've just passed the first hour of play in this final morning.
Yeah, that seemed like it was a fantastic decision to bring in Dawson at that stage. The Seamers have done a big graft in this morning's session, with Brad Wheel continuing from the pavilion end. It's full and driven to Keith Barker at mid-off for no run, but that looked like a really difficult over there for Drakes to navigate. It was like been almost batting on a Indian spinning wicket. You'd expect to see there was a bit of bounce, a bit of turn, and for a batter lower down the order, it's not something you want to be facing.
No, uncomfortable.
Brad Wheel continuing, 2 slips in place to Revis, who's confidently defending back to the bowler for no run. He's looking good here, Revis. It's a shame almost that he doesn't have someone like a Bess or a Thompson at the other end. Maybe give him a bit more freedom to play a few shots, but it feels as if this partnership between Revis and Drakes is majority a very defensive one. As you say, they want to just take up a lot of time, make the Hampshire bowlers wait. They don't want to give their wickets away. And Wheel past the stumps. That's a shorter ball, but misdirected, and Revis can easily sway away from that delivery.
Yeah, he's a good player. He was given an opportunity when he was very young and couldn't at the time take it, and he was top of the order facing the new ball. He's looked much more comfortable. He looks the part for me when he's been coming in, and I think in time he'll definitely be going back up the order. I think you'll see plenty of him in the future.
Especially if there's a big Harry Brooks shaped side in the middle order of Yorkshire. As Wheel in again, that's a leg stump line tucked away to Nyron Donald, I think, there at mid-wicket.
He's just pretty calm when he's out there. Yeah, okay, like any batsman, he's not scoring runs every time he's into the crease. This match been a case in point, but from what you've seen of his game, I think he'll definitely score runs in county cricket.
I mean, you can get away with a few innings without scoring runs nowadays. Zach Crawley's a great example. Brad Wheel, ball in hand to the right-handed Revis, who's flicking this away wristily, but finds the fielder mid-on. No run. 5 balls gone in this over.
Is there a bit of southern edge about that? You know, he's Kent and we're Hampshire. Zach Crawley.
I'm not sure whether there's a Hampshire-Kent rivalry, although I could be wrong. I'm not local to this area. I think it's more a consensus of most English fans now.
Yeah.
But when there's so many talented openers around the country, these questions do get asked. How many more chances does a batter get? Final ball of the over, and Revis has a slash at that one. There's an appeal from 2 fielders. James Vince at second slip, and Nick Gubbins there rushing in towards Revis, hands raised. But nothing from the rest of the field, or more importantly, the umpire. That's a maiden over from Brad Wheel.
Yeah, slight danger territory for Matthew Revis, because the ball started wider and he went to play it on its original line, then it shaped in towards him a little bit, and that just tightened him up for room. And that's when you can, you know, quite often see those dismissals off the angled bat, but got away with it this time. So if not Zach Crawley, you see everybody, people clamour
really,
for the
I really like
for the change, and then they're not confident about who they want to go in there instead.
Confident in Ben Compton.
Okay.
I think I can justify it.
So here's Dawson. Meanwhile, bowling at Drake's caused him some trouble in the previous over from this end, and that was a not dissimilar start to proceedings in this over, because again, not played with confidence. Same field as he had last time around, Dawson. Shades on. Stands, he's got about a 5-yard run up, or walk up as it is. A couple of little trots and he's bound, and in he comes and bowls, and dropped into the leg side this time by Dominic Drakes. And for those listening who wasn't aware he was playing for Yorkshire, just signed for the last 4 matches, played for the Gujarat, or rather was in the squad of the Gujarat Titans in the IPL, team that won it this year but didn't actually make it onto the park in any of the matches for them. And he's got a good stride in there and pushed it into the leg side a little more confidently.
That happened to Benny Howe at Gloucestershire as well. He was with the Punjab Kings, I think. Didn't play a single game in the competition, which is quite an incredible feat really for a 6-week plus competition. Nice
work if you can get it, I reckon. There he is, he's got a slightly crouched stance. He's a tall figure, Dominic Drakes, and he's just, you wouldn't say he drove it that hard, but at the same time it wasn't soft hands either. Playing a miss, looking decidedly uncomfortable against the left arm spinner here. He bowled with pace, left arm fast medium bowler. Banged a few in short as well during the Hampshire first innings. We might see a bit more of that a little bit later on today, and he's getting right across and covering this latest delivery, pushed out into the offside, no run. It's his only game in Championship cricket for Yorkshire. Played 4 in the T20s. He's playing this one, and that's the last the county will see of him in this spell. Whether or not anything comes up in the future, we shall see.
Is there another player lined up ready to take that kind of place, or?
Probably, but you're testing my short-term memory now. Here's Dawson, and that's dropped out to the gully region where slip comes round to field. End of the over. It was a maiden, and well, somehow by hook or by crook, Dominic Drakes has survived a couple of overs. He was a few percent more comfortable second time around than he had been first against Dawson, but he's not scored a run off him yet. Yorkshire, though, will be grateful that their 9th wicket partnership is still intact. 131 for 8. They've added just 7 runs since 11:37, which was when I made the most recent wicket to have fallen. So 33 minutes they've been together for those 7.
Wheel to Revis and pushing off the front foot down to Keith Barker for no run. I can't believe this. The great Yorkshire Doiji has no idea. That's your new nickname, as well, I've decided now, the Yorkshire Doiji. But you don't have a clue, or you can't remember who's going to be the next overseas.
Because
it just gets, Yorkshire listeners?
It just gets so bitty, doesn't it? The players come for T20s, but they're not for red ball, and then some do a bit of both. And
I'll have a little look online as Wheel in again. That's short and outside the off stump, hit straight to James Fuller at backward point.
There's a gap, of course, before the next raft of Champo games next month, which we'll see. It could be, and obviously we'll see today what eventuates here, but there's going to be some serious moves towards titles in the next month, isn't it, with Yorkshire hosting at Scarborough, both Hampshire and Surrey, the 2 teams above them at the moment.
It's going to be a fantastic game up there at Scarborough, as that's short again from Wheel outside the off stump, and Revis guides this to the boundary with ease. That was a bit of a give-me ball. Revis is happy to slash that away for 4.
He'd be very happy because, to be fair to Hampshire, in 1 hour and 11 minutes there have been very few freebies, and that was one, and Revis is too good a player to miss out on that.
If anyone listening is aware of who the next kind of overseas player will be, then do feel free to tweet in at Solent Sport. Brad Wheel in again, and that's edged past second slip down to the 3rd boundary, and 4 runs. A good over. We're speaking of only 7 runs scored since 11:39 exactly, and suddenly 8 runs in 2 balls.
Yep, the lead just pushing up now, 157, and that was a bit more streaky, wasn't it? There was definitely an edge about that, thick edge. And so there was applause from James Vince in particular for the bowler. Shadab Khan returning for T20 cricket, I can tell you that much, but as far as red ball is concerned, no, I don't think so.
Yorkshire backing their home players. No need for an overseas when their line-up. As Wheel in again, and that's left outside the off stump by Revis.
Oh, nothing announced, but there may be something in the offing, who knows, for a short spell, because, just to say again, you know, Yorkshire's 2 recognised opening bowlers, Matthew Fisher and Ben Code, not on the park at the moment.
Yeah, it's a shame with the injury to, I mean, all fast bowlers at the moment. The curse of the fast bowlers has descended on us in the year of 2022, but Matt Fisher especially, it was really, really enjoyable to see him play for England out in the West Indies. Really took his opportunity there on some tough pitches as Wheel in, and another slash at this is Revis through to Ben Brown behind the stumps, and Brad Wheel there just pauses in the middle of the wicket, hand on his hips, perhaps just looking at how low that one bounced. It was probably a bit too full to be cut by Revis, but actually the ball skidded through a lot lower than was expected. Maybe hit a bit of rough in the pitch, maybe a bit of a soft spot, but that completes the over. Yorkshire 139 for 8, leading by 157.
Yeah, it's one of his strengths, Matthew Revis, as we saw with the 4 he hit earlier in the over. But Wheel continuing to bowl it outside off stump. It did feel like it just shot through a little bit on him, died a bit, and the way he sort of played it as well suggested that. Meanwhile, Dawson back in to Drakes, who turns it into the onside, and there's no run. I think if they could get him back, from what they saw of him earlier this season, somebody like Harris Ralph would be a hit in the short term. I don't think, from what I can gauge, that will be happening. Dawson's in again, and this one balloons up off the pad of Drakes into the offside, and there is no run.
They're having quite a tough time, these two, navigating their ends, and he feels just all they need to do is take a single, swap, and then suddenly you'll have Revis facing Dawson and Drake's facing Brad Wheel, and it would really save Drake's from this tricky period of bowling from Dawson.
Yeah, I've not seen enough of Dominic Drake's yet, as you might imagine, in just a few games with the bat to tell you particularly what he's comfortable against, whether he wants pace on the ball or not. He's just pushed a single out into the covers, so you've got your wish. They've switched ends. I would think that having seen what Matthew Revis has got to offer with the bat, that Yorkshire supporters might be a little bit more keen if he manipulated the strike here and just tried to keep as much of it as he could.
Especially as he's got that experience as an opener. This is the kind of situation where, as you say, he's got to find these gaps in the field, face 5 balls or 4 balls at the over, then take that single at the end and really be the dominant batter in this partnership. Interesting to see if he changes in the field, of course. Is this the first time which Revis would have faced Dawson in this innings?
Yes, it is, isn't it? Everything else has been Drake's. The first 2.5 overs of Dawson. So the field change with still short leg slip point. Now then, Nick Gubbins is coming in from short extra cover. Are they going to leave a yawning gap through the covers for Matthew Revis to try and exploit? The pregnant pauses, they're just having a chat about what to do with the field, and in fact it looks as though we're getting a helmet brought out from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion opposite us. He has got Keith Barker set back at long leg. He'd be, at a guess, around about 10 metres in from the boundary down there at the Shane Warne stand corner of the ground. And then away to our right, the west side of the ground, man back on the mid-wicket boundary. Felix Organ is at mid-on. He'd be about 5 yards deeper than Fuller at mid-off. Dawson's just moved him a few yards to his right as well, Organ. So it was the leg slip that they were waiting for the helmet for. 2 slips in place, a leg slip, a short leg, a point. Big gap through the covers here. And Liam Dawson bowling at the right-handed Matthew Revis. And drops that into the rough outside Revis's leg stump, and he's padding off to short leg.
It's one of my favourite things about the longer format, getting a good pad in the way, just kicking it away. It's fantastic.
Well, just a little field setup like this, another intriguing little battle. Dawson just straightens that delivery up a little more, and Revis pushing forward with a slightly open face, ran it out to point.
There's been a good period of play for Yorkshire. Yes, there hasn't been too many runs, but this lack of wicket in such a long time is probably frustrating Hampshire just a bit.
Dawson again, and that's looped up off some part of Revis's equipment. He didn't look particularly ruffled by it. There was a couple of yelps, and had short leg taken the catch, then you would have thought would have appealed, but it didn't matter. So end of the over. Dawson now 3 overs, 2 maidens, none for 1. Different feel to his bowling here than there was in that first innings when Yorkshire got after him. They're 140 for 8, having resumed this morning on 101 for 5. The wickets have fallen. Harry Duke bowled by Kyle Abbott. Second ball he faced in the day, just the 8th ball of the morning. He went for 17 off 50. They'd made it to 124 before Dom Bess was LBW to Kyle Abbott for 15 off 46. And then Jordan Thompson just 4 minutes later, and with no further runs added, he was caught by Vince at slip off the bowling of Wheel. First ball of Brad Wheel's spell for 10. So they've added further 16 runs for the 9th wicket, and the lead 158.
And lots of people chipping in on this discourse on Twitter now, saying what target would Hampshire want to chase, and most people agreeing they want to keep it under 200 as Wheel's in. This is a short ball and it's hooked away for 6 runs. The umpire raises his hands. That was a fantastic shot by Drakes, and a bit more of a sign what his batting could be like for Yorkshire there.
Well, immediately looking more comfortable against pace on the ball than he was against pace off the ball, against the spin of Liam Dawson. And in matches like this where margins are pretty tight, okay, it might be worth a try, but if you were the Hampshire skip at this point, you're probably now saying maybe one of those is enough. Not sure. Or are you confident enough that he's going to get one wrong and pull it down the throat of one of the fielders?
It's difficult. I mean, he's hit that ball towards the short boundary, and actually the ball has disappeared somewhere towards the fish and chip bus, which once the ball disappears in there, it's probably already got a batter on it, covered in grease. It'll be looking right tasty.
Right tasty, hey, I like that. Now, does that mean vinegar first or salt? No, let's not go back there.
We can't.
That's where it all began last year, isn't it?
We can't descend into the chaos. We've still got an exciting game on our hands. Maybe if these two continue to bat for the rest of the day, we'll have to head back to our condiments discourse from last year. But it seems that the ball has been retrieved. It's back on the pitch, and the umpires here just checking the fish and chip bus hasn't done too much damage to the ball. I agree with what you were saying, though. I think from that shot there shows a willingness from Drake's, maybe that he will take on the short ball, and as you say, looks more comfortable against the seam, so maybe it's time for Brad Wheel just to push it up there. He's in, and that's a back of the length ball worked by Drake's to mid-wicket for no run. There's two slips in place still. We haven't seen too much swing out there, but he is still a lower order batter, and you do feel as if Brad Wheel just gets that ball on the spot, and they could be in the game. The Hampshire fielders just rallying behind Brad Wheel here. They know that suddenly two magical balls, and Hampshire's only got a run chase of around the 160 mark, as a thick edge from Drake's bat running down to third man for a single. Yorkshire 147 for 8 with a lead of 165.
Yeah, the White Rose followers be hoping that Stephen Patterson, who's last man in, has one of his going days and can whip up a 20 or so, something like that. Obviously want more from these two first.
The right-handed Revis on strike, Wheel in, and he's on the back foot, pushing back to the bowler for no run. And besides that 6 off the first ball, he's pulled it back here, Brad Wheel. Of course, we mentioned those 4 wickets in the first innings and 2 wickets today. It'll be giving him a bit of boost of confidence. He's not always a regular kind of player in this Hampshire setup in the T20 and in the County Championship, but he'll be looking just to cement himself further into this team. Wheel in, and this is driven by Revis to Keith Barker at mid-off. No run taken.
They've both been out there a little while now. 32 balls each the two batters have faced. So should have a feel for the pace of it out there. I'm not sure about having a feel for the bounce of it though. There's been it's not hugely regular, but just now and again.
Wheel comes to the crease, and again solid in defence as Revis into the offside for no run. And that completes the over. The scoreboard was a bit behind me there.
You can tell that Brad Wheel, who had a glare at Matthew Revis in the previous over, he's just trying to get under his skin a bit. Not sure if he's just having a little chunter at him. He's fixed his gaze on him then and walked away, and then turned and may have said a little bit more just to try and rattle him.
Is Revis kind of the character who would get shaken up by that, or is he very chilled at the crease?
So far as a batter, I would say no. He's been ruffled in the field an odd time, mainly frustration with his own bowling as much as anything. Dawson in, and Drake's pushes into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, so there was an incident when he got penalised 5 runs at Headingley for throwing the ball in to the wicket-keeper's end with the batsman in the way, and it hit whichever batter, and he got penalised for that. And he'll kick the ground now and again when bowling, as Drake's tries to drive this to the offside. He gets an inside contact on it, and it diverts it straight back up the pitch to the bowler.
He sounds a fiery character then, which is good at times.
No, I wouldn't
fiery
overdo
or
it, but I mean,
passionate.
just maybe just. You know, some people just get self-frustrated, don't they, rather than with other things that are going on. As Dawson's in, and Drake's again. Ball pitching somewhere around about the rough. He's trying to push that through the offside and misses. Ben Brown. Who'd want to be a keeper on a day like this with the ball jagging around out of the rough?
Who'd want to be a keeper any day? Did
Well,
you see the ball wiggling about at Trent Bridge? Nightmare.
Never a dull moment. Dawson in again, and Drake's able to deal with this more comfortably. But he can't get off strike against Dawson. He managed it once so far with a single in his previous over.
Yeah, I kind of want to see Hampshire with a close catcher on the offside. Drake's has been quite proddy at the ball outside the off stump, so it could be an option for them.
Here's Dawson again, and Drake's more comfortably this time. It's a fuller length delivery, drives into the offside. Morning to John, or afternoon now to John Butterfield, who's listening in. Lots to do for Yorkshire, as a win would be ideal, he says. 147 for 8. Drake's gets a straighter delivery and is right over the top of it. Well, he's having a bit of a net, isn't he, out there against Liam Dawson, trying to cope with left arm spin, and he's getting there. Having seen that first over when he looked decidedly in discomfort, he's getting there, but they've only managed to get that one run that Drake's himself got off Liam Dawson in 4 overs that he's bowled so far. 4 overs, 3 maidens, none for 1, 147 for 8, and the lead now 165.
Yeah, with both batters not looking as comfortable against spin, you ponder whether Hampshire may even consider introducing spin at both ends with Liam Dawson, Felix Organ at the other end, but it is Brad Wheel to continue to Revis. That's full clipped off the legs, but straight to fielder there at short mid wicket. But then there's the counter argument to say that actually Hampshire's seamers and the special name which is always dropped in with Keith Barker, the leading wicket taker so far, I believe in County Championship Div 1. Mohammed Abbas actually sits at number 2, of course not playing this game. And Kyle Abbott, after his 2 wickets this morning, I think has moved up to a joint spot with Jordan Thompson, as that's a short ball, and Revis looked to play it almost over the slip cordon and decided not to. I think maybe not dropping his hands on the ball, so he swayed backwards but left his hands quite high, which is always a danger, that the ball will just tickle the glove through to the keeper, and a few oohs and ahs from the Hampshire fielders.
Yeah, if it actually had gone through with the shot, it was probably a relatively risk-free shot and may well have gone for 4, but yeah, like you say, he was a little bit of two minds about it and pulled out of it, but still left the bat a little bit too close for comfort. He's now called for another blade, and so there's going to be a slight delay as some drinks have run out onto the field, and a couple of bats for Matthew Revis to take his pick from.
It's an interesting one to go for, because assuming there was no contact with the bat, otherwise he would have been given out. After that one delivery there, he's decided to change his bat. Maybe it wasn't feeling quite right for the pitch. You know what the modern players have, a bat for every occasion, every day of the week, every single mood they're feeling. Just all lined up, ready to be selected.
Every single mood.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Like the when you were a kid and you had these mood rings, which you could always seem to buy at museum gift shops and other kind of places where there's lots of two. You always get a mood ring which changes colour to reflect how you felt as a mood, as that's outside the off stump, and a thick edge down to third man from Revis. Brings up a boundary, Yorkshire 151 for 8 now, bringing up that 150 and now leading by 169.
Slightly curious tactics from Wheel, because he knows Revis can cut. He's already smashed him for a lovely cut square, and although he's come close a couple of times to getting it wrong, which is obviously what Wheel's hoping for, it's costing a few runs now.
Wheel In again to Revis bowls, and that's a bit straighter, tucked off the hip by Revis, but in front of square for no run.
So you mean there's a bat for bright and breezy? You know, when you've woken up with the lark, there's a bat for. Had a few beers last night. There's a bat for timing it superbly.
Yeah, there's a one for, I've had a tough week at work and this is the last thing I need right now.
And there's maybe one for spinners bowling into the rough. It's a bit unfair.
Yeah, I think so. We've got a good theory here as wheel in again, and strong in defence is Revis, back to the fielder at mid-on for no run. And maybe, as I said, they should change colour like the ring. Was there ever a time when coloured bats, I seem to remember, but I probably would have been quite young, when they tried to introduce these kind of like black and blue wood bats into the shorter formats of the game, but correct me if wrong, it didn't really catch on.
Looking at what's been out there this season, I'm sure it didn't catch on, yeah.
Wheel in again, that's full and driven firmly by Revis, but straight to the fielder at cover. And again, no run taken. Yorkshire 151 for 8. I'll go do some research on whether coloured bats were a thing or just a part of my imagination, and after that will be Kevin James.
I'm sure we could bring in Dave Allen on this one. He'll have a list of the coloured bat users in the history of Hampshire cricket, won't you, Dave? Doubtless watching or listening in. Was with us as part of the team yesterday. So we're going to see more of Liam Dawson, why wouldn't we, from the hotel end, because Dominic Drakes is on strike, and as mentioned at the end of his previous over, just the one run scored by the left-hander off the left armour in 4 overs so far, most of which he's faced, and he's facing this one and dropping it out into the offside. He's beginning to look a little bit more like he knows what's going on out there than he did in the first over, but you wouldn't say he's comfortable. Dawson in and outside off stump into the rough again. Short leg is positioned, he pushed forward off the pad there, and there was no run. Still a man backward of square leg to the left-hander, a sweeper out towards mid-wicket. A catcher, Nick Gubbins, is a short straight mid-wicket, well inside the wicket ends. Dawson's in again, tosses this one up outside off stump. Drakes strikes it quite firmly and then looks like he's setting off for a run that Revis didn't fancy. It was to mid-off. It was a little bit deeper than the norm, and looks like Wheel is being sent out as well from mid-wicket a little bit deeper. Sorry, from extra cover a little bit deeper into the covers. That's dropped into the offside by Drakes. No run. Barker is at backward point. That's the setup. 2 left in the over. Update for Kev in a moment by the sound of things. As Dawson turns, comes in.
Quick 30-second updates coming up. Yorkshire in their second innings, 151 for 8. Hampshire started the day needing to claim 5 Yorkshire wickets and then get into bat themselves. They'll be starting to look at the board a little anxiously now because the Yorkshire lead has been extended to 169. They have taken 3 of the 5, but they all came within the first 40 minutes. Harry Duke went for 17, Don Best for 15, and Jordan Thompson for 10. 2 for Kyle Abbott and 1 for Brad Wheel. But they still need 2 more. They've been held up for about the last 50 minutes, and Yorkshire here have that lead. But as I say, Hampshire will be looking a little anxiously with the away side leading currently by 169.
Dawson finishes with another maiden, 5 overs, 4 maidens, none for 151 for 8. As Kev said, 169 in front. He's still very, very nicely poised, this one.
Yep.
Is there enough time for either side to win it? Well, we've still got 27 minutes before the lunch break, which will of course be taken at 1 o'clock today. 3:40 for tea as usual.
Barker's back into the attack with his second spell this morning, round the wicket. Bowls to Revis. Revis pushes forward, and that's gone out into the covers. And there is no run. Yeah, a little anxious now. I think we're starting to get into the territory where once you get around 170, which we're 1 away from, then I think this game could go either way if there's enough time left, where Yorkshire would have a chance of bowling Hampshire out or Hampshire scoring the runs. But maybe time might be taken away if Yorkshire keep batting a bit like this for a lot longer. This has been a good partnership as Barker comes in, and that's turned away by Revis for a single out towards deep square leg. He moves on to 14, 152 for 8, and there's the 170 run lead.
Bill Kelso has emailed in. You can do the same on BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says, with regard to the Test match, one, I'm still baffled by New Zealand's tactics when bowling to Bairstow yesterday. Why bowl short at the end with the short boundary to a player who whacks short bowling for fun? They compounded this by persisting when it obviously wasn't working. And then two, and then they put the spinner on at the same end. No wonder it was a run fest. Slightly bizarre, says Bill.
Barker bowls, and he's pushing at that one, Drake's. It's off the top of the bat as he goes out into the covers.
James D. Parker in Madrid says, hi Jonathan, Kevin, company. Particularly enjoy the Hampshire historian. Sorry, I can't remember his name. Dave Allen. Have family in Southsea, although I live in Madrid, where it's jolly hot today. I would prefer an attacking spinner always, although these days they have to be able to fulfill various roles depending on the situation of the match. Sometimes control is more important. More to come.
Barker again to the left-hander Drakes. Just comes back and wraps him on the pad. Doesn't look out from here. Not out, says the umpire.
Goes on. That's why, in my opinion, the role of spinner is extremely difficult in England, as spinners have to be jacks of all trades. Thanks for your company. Thanks for your email, James. And Chris Addy says, really enjoying the comms and this absorbing battle, JD. Revis and Drakes are showing real resolve. Even if they're just absorbing time, it's surely helpful to put pressure on the ensuing run chase. Yeah, I was mentioning that side of things as well a little bit earlier on. More in a moment because Barker's about to bowl.
Comes in again. And Drakes is forward. That's again gone up to the covers.
He goes on, interesting that Drakes seems to have been more comfortable after taking off his thigh guard. From what I can remember from the days when thigh pads were not necessarily de rigueur, the penalty from missing the ball might be very painful. Yeah, I remember back even in junior cricket days before thigh pads were strapped on when you're really quite young and you end up with the yellow bruises on the thigh.
So hope he doesn't get hit there then. As Barker bowls. He's punching that one up off the front foot to mid-on. End of the over, 152 for 8. We have about 20 minutes to go until lunch. 170 the lead.
You can also get in touch on @Solent Sport and @Jonathan Doidge on Twitter. And we're up to date with all of that. Glorious day, and it's been superb weather throughout, hasn't it really? The pitch has played well. Maybe if we get to the end of this with a draw, maybe just slightly too well, but I think, as I said earlier, it's been a good cricket wicket. There's definitely something there for to interest the bowlers, and there has been throughout without being too much.
Yeah, and it never gets worse, as we're finding out.
170, as Kev says, now the lead, and we were saying this morning, if they get to that sort of lead, 170 to 180, they'd be A, feeling more comfortable, and B, just got a little bit of something to go out and attack the Hampshire batters with. Still got 2 full sessions plus 22 minutes of play remaining. Minimum of 73 overs remaining in the match. Dawson in, bowling round the wicket with his left arm spin, and picked off for a single backward of square this time by the right-handed Revis. So he's still not faced him on many occasions, and whereas Drakes has found it a struggle to get him away for a 1, Revis is straight away able to do so.
It's just not enough happening at the rough, is there really?
Now Dawson again, Drakes right forward and over the top of this one.
Tell you what Drakes does really well, he does get well forward. He smothers it as much as he can. That's a lot in his favour.
Dawson has switched back to over the wicket to bowl to the left-hander, and throws his next one up wide of off stump, and it pitches again round about one of those right armers, in particular footmarks, although I say that, but of course Keith Barker has come down that side of the pitch as well. It was another dot ball. So 1 dot in the over, and this time a bit edgy from Drakes to a wide delivery, which he runs along the deck to slip.
Does get a big stride in, to his credit.
It doesn't give the impression he's going to be leaving his crease behind to try and hit over the top, though, does he? He's playing everything from the crease. They're just going to ease a couple of fielders out. Barker is just switching from cover on the 1 to backward of point, and a sweeper now sent out onto the cover boundary. Dawson's in again, and yeah, with something like the width you might imagine, having dispatched the cover fielder, he throws one up wide of off stump, but Drakes again. I think did he clip it onto his pad and it ballooned
well,
up?
he's pushing at it because there's the gap there now. That's exactly what Hampshire want him to do. Rather than just play defensively in there, they want him to push it into the gap, and that's what he did there.
Dawson again, a little bit flatter this time, and that's dropped into the offside once more by Drake. So just that one from Revis off the first ball of the over. They're creeping further away from Hampshire on the board. 153 for 8 now, Yorkshire. Revis 15, Drake's 14, and the lead 171.
Yeah, rather than him just sort of getting a long way forward and playing with a dead bat, they want him now to see that gap and actually push at it a little bit, which he actually did there, penultimate ball. And of course, if something then does happen out of the rough, then as he's pushing at it, if it does balloon up in the air or it does do something, it'll just go that little bit quicker, which means it'll travel a little bit further. So that was the thinking behind that. Here's Barker round the wicket, bowls to Revis. Revis drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off, and there is no run.
Mighty Mariner says, why do seagulls fly over the sea?
There's a joke in there, is there?
Because if they flew over the bay, they'd be bagels.
Whoa. Barker into his 21st over here. 3 for 40, hasn't added to his 3 wickets overnight. He had 3 for 22 or 15 coming into day 4. That's close to off stump, but it's a good leave.
I think that attempt at humour should have been greeted with a wah, wah, wah. Dr. Chris Whitaker, good morning to you, or good afternoon as it is now. He says, morning JD, apologies for absence. Yeah, noted. Looks glorious in Hampshire. Yorkshire giving themselves a sniff of a fighting chance, perhaps with a 150-run lead. Well, that was half an hour ago, and it's up to 171 now, so you'll be feeling a little happier, Chris.
Yes, Barker again round the wicket. Revis pushes forward. Again, that's gone up to mid-off. There does come a point where I think, for the sake of a possibly entertaining game, which could go either way, that you'd want, if you're of that persuasion, you'd want Yorkshire to be bowled out. Now, maybe just the other side of lunch with a 190 lead. I think that would be interesting.
Yeah.
I think once you get to 200, it might just be a little too far. Here's Barker. And Revis pulls that away. Short deliveries in front of square through mid-wicket. After that is Ian Holland from deep square leg. Picks it up one-handed. And Revis will pick up 2, moves on to 17, and the lead now is 173. And these two have been batting over an hour. And a fantastic effort with Yorkshire losing 2 wickets with a score on 124. They looked a little bit in dicey territory at that stage, but this partnership has given Yorkshire still a chance of a win here. As Barker bowls, taking it away from Hampshire somewhat, slowly but surely, as that's pushed up to mid-on.
What's the chances of Stephen Patterson of Pato, he of the Conservative declaration here last year and at Northampton earlier this season, when the 9th wicket goes down, saying, no, come on, no chance.
As I say, nobody wants to lose this. Nobody wants to lose ground on Surrey. Somerset are all out in that game against Surrey, 394. They have a lead of 192, as that's outside the off stump, and that's left alone. So Surrey will need 193 to win that game. You'd say there's time there, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's
definitely down at Taunton.
Cracking game of county championship cricket.
Surrey look like they might win that one then.
Lancs maybe not at Edgbaston. They need 270 to win from this point with 7 wickets remaining. You would think they'll be playing for time. 2 sessions. Canterbury, Gloucestershire are 1 run behind Kent's first innings total of 564, and they're 7 down in their second innings, so it's looking like the home side's game, that. And we had that pegged, didn't we, probably early yesterday, as that had draw written all over it. So disappointing performance with the bat by Gloucestershire, or a very good one with the ball by Kent second time around. Here's Liam Dawson continuing at the hotel end to the left-handed Drakes, who nearly gets one that goes underground. He had to chop down on that, pushing into the offside. But it was one he survived. He's on 14 from 54 deliveries now as Dawson comes in again, and this time, the first time he's really had a flash at anything, it's wide of off stump and he's missed. Brown, good take with all that going on.
I think he's shown remarkable restraint, Dominic Graves, up until that point. Dominic Graves.
You're getting your Ruperts and your Dominics mixed up. Here then is Dawson again. That's turned in front. Well, it looked like it was in front of square because short leg made a movement for it, but actually it went just behind to the fielder who's posted there on the 1. Dawson to Drakes again. Pushed firmly into the offside, no run. And I suppose this actual little matchup is taking a fair bit of time out of the game, isn't it? It's soaking up deliveries now because there's barely been a run scored by Drakes off Dawson. It's almost like it's a one-end match at the moment. Here he comes again, and Drakes once more smothers that, gets an inside edge on it towards straight mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think he's played Dawson pretty well, to be fair to him. As I say, you know, even with rough here, it's never spitting at you, but he's still playing it well.
Last ball of the over, could it be another Dawson maiden? Well, inevitably the answer to that is yes, and so he's now bowled 7 overs, 5 maidens, none for 2. What a contrast to the treatment he received by the Yorkshire batters in the first innings.
So good from Yorkshire. Frustration for Hampshire here as we get towards the lunch. We have talked at length about, to give Hampshire a real fighting chance of winning this game, they would probably have to take all 5 wickets from this morning before lunch. They've taken 3, but this last hour and a bit is proving frustrating for them. It's outside the off stump, and Revis leaves it on alone. 17 off 49 deliveries, make that 50 deliveries now, and 14 off 15 deliveries for 59 deliveries for Drakes, and they've done a really good job. It doesn't matter about runs here at the moment. They're into an area now where you can't really call it. 173 they lead, and Hampshire know that. Even if they get a chance, and a reasonable chance at chasing that down, that won't be easy. As Revis pushes forward, not out the middle of the bat, goes out square on the offside. Vince runs round from slip. It's another single, 156 for 8. The lead is 174. And we are 13 minutes away from the luncheon break.
And will Hampshire feel more comfortable if it's a target that they're out there to try and chase and win, or more comfortable if they're just playing out a bit of time on day 4? Because in a couple of times I've been down here and done matches with you,
Barker bowls way outside the off stump, Drake leaves.
Although they did survive last year by the skin of the teeth with that 1 wicket, they haven't done survival that well, and not yet seen them with an opportunity to try and win a game. Would they be more comfortable, naturally, the players going for it?
Well, there comes a point, isn't there, where at whatever point that is this afternoon, because it looks like we're going past lunch here now, and this is a couple of quick wickets. There comes a point this afternoon where Hampshire won't risk it, that's for sure. Here's Barker, and then of course that alters the way you bat as Drakes pushes forward. Thick outside edge, past backward of point for a single. 157 for 8. I'm sure the crowd's getting a little frustrated now as Hampshire can't pick up these last 2 wickets. There'll come a point where they certainly won't try and knock off the run. And of course you're batting differently, which again puts you under a different kind of pressure.
And also the bowling side on that count as well, if they know the opposition are not going for them, you know, there's not that threat that they need to be defending as much, then they might be able to attack a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be loads lead, is it? I mean, you know, it's, I think they still have to be a bit careful. It's a length ball to Revis. You know, I mean, if these two bat to tee, then it takes everything out of the game, doesn't it, really? I mean, I don't see Yorkshire declaring any time. Well, I mean, are they going to be in a position to declare? I can't, because the second new ball is due in 10 overs anyway. You know, you would think by then the innings will come to a close. Soon after that, we'll have to wait and see, of course. But you know, that's still 10 overs eating into the afternoon session. In fact, it'll be about 8 overs, won't it? Maybe 7 overs eating into the afternoon session. Hampshire, even if it gets to that point, would have to take wickets pretty quickly with that second new ball. Revis gets one that keeps a little low, stabs down on that, it goes out to mid-wicket. But as I say, there will come a point where even thinking about going for it would be silly, because, as I say, I just don't think either of these sides wants to lose, and that will be their primary concern. That as long as they pick up points for the draw here, they'll feel, even if Surrey win against Somerset, and it looks as though they will, you can't do anything about what Surrey do. All you can do is give yourself the best chance of keeping as close to them as possible as the second half of the season moves through. Do you agree?
Yeah, Surrey 111 points, Hampshire 108, Yorkshire 96, Lancashire 92. The top four who'd think they've got a chance. I'm sure Warwickshire will say they haven't given it up on 78 as Dawson's in and bowling to Drakes, who pushes into the offside no run. The champions won't want to admit halfway through the season that they're cooked, but they've got one heck of a job from that position, even though there are still quite a few games left. They have to have a really good run. Dawson in, and Drakes, well, goodness gracious me, he's lofted one over cover and picked up 4 runs. He's had enough of this, prodding forward against Liam Dawson. Time to open the shoulders.
Well, there's a bit of width there from Liam Dawson, but that is still a hell of a shot.
Well, considering all that's gone before, it's out of left field, isn't it, really?
179 the lead. I'm sure we'll be getting very anxious now.
Immediately, the cover has been dispatched to the boundary.
I think he'll stay there now.
So 19 now to Drakes, Dawson into him, and having got the boundary, he just drops this next delivery into the offside. Well, Dawson might be taking his sweater after this. He'd gone for, what, 2 before the over started. He's conceded a 4 in 1 stroke. Here he comes again, wide of off stump, driven, and there's a fairly big gap out there now in which Drakes can take the single.
I think the other frustration for Hampshire is how well these two have batted, because they actually haven't looked like given a chance. They've actually just played exactly the right way, in exactly the right way you'd hope that they would play from a Yorkshire point of view, and they haven't really given Hampshire much of a sniff at all.
And there was just a one little waft by Revis off wheel, where the bowler was having a bit of a snarl.
That's in an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah. And it's a 9th wicket partnership. 180 now the lead. 2 slips brought in, leg slip, short leg, plus a sweeper out on the mid-wicket boundary, as well as Keith Barker on the long leg, or near the long leg boundary. Revis pads off to this latest Dawson delivery. Left a big gap through the covers. Dawson in again, floats it up, it's turned beyond the grasp of short leg to the incoming mid-wicket sweeper, and they've picked up another run. So expensive over by his standards, Liam Dawson in this innings, because he's gone for 6, and Yorkshire 163 for 8, lead by 181.
Listen, James Vince knows what he's doing out there, but for me, I would try and sneak in 3 overs here as quickly as possible to move the number of overs bowled onto 75, and then you've only got 5 overs after lunch to bowl before the second new ball is due. I just think this will use up a little bit too much time with Barker. Listen, as well as he's bowled, is he really likely to be taking a wicket right now? Maybe no more so than Felix Organ, but right now I would want to, you know, Organ might find something outside the off stump to Revis. Although, of course, the left-armers haven't bowled much at this end. I think Dominic Drake's bowled a few overs in Hampshire's first innings from this end, but Barker, to my mind, has bowled all his overs up at the far end. But it might be just worth sneaking through 3 overs quickly now. At the moment, they've got 8 to do until the second new ball, but it'll be too late by then. Maybe. Here's Barker round the wicket to Revis. He's going to get a wicket now, which is completely thrown what I've just said, but even so. But I just think these two have played so well. I really do. I mean, we know Revis isn't a number 9. We've spoken about that in the first innings. And he's played, you know, more like a number 7 at the very least. And I think Yorkshire have talked about that, haven't they? And Drake's, to me, has played it perfectly again. You always hope, don't you, as a fielding side, that somewhere along the line somebody just loses their head for a couple of overs, but these two haven't. Here's Barker bowls. Legs ball, Revis comfortably pushes that up towards mid-off. You know, Barker's not getting anything out of the wicket really at all. When he's at his best, around the wicket, it sort of comes in at an angle. Sometimes it swings as well, but generally it comes at an angle and then it bounces and it seams and it either straightens or actually does nip away. There's not a lot there for him at the moment, so I don't know. It's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, ifs and ands and pots and pans and all that, but I might just have had a Wogan just for maybe an over and even sneaked in 2 overs maybe. Barker bowls, Revis pushes forward, it goes to short mid-on where Vince is the fielder. But there's not a lot out there for the spinners, really, as we've seen with Dawson. He's continually bowling into that rough outside Drake's is off stump, and Drake's has dealt with it pretty well. Hasn't looked in too much trouble. There's never really any bounce here for the spinners, which doesn't help. It happens time and time again. You just hope that one does spit out the rough every now and then, but it hasn't really. And Drake's has got a really good big stride in, which again hasn't helped the bowler. Revis drives and it goes out towards cover and there's no run.
So right this very moment in time, if you've got a sort of pie chart of where this match might go out of 100, are we going something like 40 the draw, 30 each side right at this very moment in time?
Anything's possible, isn't it, at the moment still, don't you think?
Yeah, I think probably the draw's looking a little bit more likely than the other two.
It's looking better for Yorkshire, but of course, you know, they are bowling in the 4 things. It's down the leg side. There's 2 bounces through to Ben Brown. See, there's just nothing happening in this over, and I'm not taking anything away from Barker. He's bowled brilliantly last night to pick up those 3 wickets, and it gave Hampshire a real fillip and a real boost into thinking coming into day 4 that they had a real chance. They've still got a real chance, but for me, these few minutes are just drifting. And I think Hampshire are getting into territory now where they can't afford things to drift. Here's Barker round the wicket, and Revis drives into the gap at extra cover, and that's 4. Lovely shot. He moves on to 23, 167 for 8. The lead now is 185.
Yeah, good stroke. He's waited a while to get an opportunity to play another one like that. Got what it deserved, didn't it? Just a little bit of room afforded by Barker, who, as Kev says, that spell yesterday when both he and Kyle Abbott from this hotel end were kept on for significantly longer than you normally see was one of the moments in the game, wasn't it, where you thought this could be turning the way of the home side. It may still do that, but those 4 give Yorkshire a score of 167 for 8, a lead of 185. And there is going to be an over from Felix Organ, but it looks like now being the last one of the morning session and squeezing 3 in has gone really. That took the best part of 4 minutes to get through that Barker over. So Organ from the hotel end. Drake's on strike. Slip and short leg still around the bat. Organ bowling right arm around the wicket. And Drake's pushes back to him.
Yeah, needs to be bowling to the right-hander here. He's having to bowl too straight to the left-hander. There's no rough for him there.
Here he comes again. Pitches that one round about off stump, and it's worked up to mid-on. They take on Fuller for the single and get through very comfortably. So he's got the right-hander on strike. There are 4 balls to go in the over. Clock has just ticked on to 12:59 away to our right on one of the scoreboards. Both batters have 23, and it's the right-hander of the pair, Revis, who is on strike. Organ comes over the wicket to him. Revis just backing across, and the ball didn't appear to bounce that much on him. No. Tom Bess is going to be an interested onlooker in the pavilion opposite us. Well, significantly better, I thought, than his figures on paper suggested in that Hampshire first innings. Organ in to Revis, who smothers any potential for spin on this delivery and pushes back to Organ. 2 to come. Might be a bit of gardening after this delivery. Organ then comes in again, bowling relatively wide on the crease, and that one's wide of off stump. Revis leaves well alone. We have 1 o'clock showing on the board, so this will be the final delivery.
Well, that pitched in the rough and it bounced, but it's too wide.
Is there one final moment in the morning session for Hampshire? Will they claim a bit more time here? You can't, can they actually? Can they on the final day? 1 o'clock lunch? Either way, it doesn't matter because it's wide of off stump, and Revis leaves that alone, and so Yorkshire have survived the morning session. It didn't look like they may do so at one stage at 124 for 8, 37 minutes into the morning, but then an hour and 23 between Revis and Drakes together. Revis with 23, Drakes with 21 means Yorkshire 168 for 8 after 74 overs of their second innings. A minimum of 66 overs remain in the match. The Yorkshire lead 186. Still all 3 results possible, and you won't want to miss a ball in the afternoon session.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thank you to Melissa as well, and they'll be back this afternoon along with myself, Kevin James. 2 wickets for Carl Abbott this morning, 1 for Brad Wheel. All 3 wickets taken in the first 35 minutes of play gave Hampshire hope of picking off this Yorkshire innings, second innings, quite quickly, but it hasn't quite to be with Revis and Drake's playing particularly nicely. I've just seen something on the Yorkshire Cricket Club Twitter feed where they've just said that they're confirming that David Willey will leave Headingley at the end of the season to rejoin former club Northamptonshire. That news has just come out. Right, we'll be back in just under 40 minutes. If you're listening on 5 Sports Extra, we're going to hand you back to Kevin Howells, and on the BBC online website, and also on the live picture feed. Of course, our voices will go silent while we tuck into some lunch, and we'll be back with you at the end of the interval. Ageas Bowl, where we are still playing, and still all three results are possible between Hampshire and Yorkshire in this Division 1 County Championship match. So the state of play as we are about to get underway is that Yorkshire in their second innings are 168 for 8. They have a lead of 186. There are 2 full sessions left in this game. For either side to force a result, or of course it could end up in a draw. 74 overs minimum left, sorry, 66 overs minimum left in the day. And Hampshire started the day needing 5 wickets. Yorkshire looking to extend their lead of 119. Well, they've done that, but they have lost 3, and Hampshire were buoyed by those 3 quick wickets in the first 40 minutes. Harry Duke, Don Bess and Jordan Thompson. There were 128 for 4 at one stage, Yorkshire, but Matthew Revis and Dominic Drakes have put on 44 unbroken for the 9th wicket, and they are pushing Yorkshire into a territory where even if they were bowled out now, that 187, the Hampshire would need would be a very tricky situation. 6 overs till the second new ball, so still all to play for. Your commentary team this afternoon. A little later, you'll hear from Southern Vipers former Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator Melissa Story. But to take you through this next period of play, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Radio Leeds and all the Yorkshire stations, it's Jonathan Doidge. Exciting.
It certainly is. It certainly is.
Ian Holland, for the first time today, with his right-arm medium paces, comes round the wicket and bowls the left-hander. Drakes, who edges straight to Vince first up. And Holland's done it. And Drakes, who batted stoically along with Revis for much of the morning session after Yorkshire lost those 3 quick wickets, he's gone. Edge to Vince. And it's 9 down now, Yorkshire. That lead is still 186.
Yeah, didn't particularly do much of anything, did he? It was just, you know, there or thereabouts, tempting him to have a little push at it, and job has been done. So after all that effort, hour and 23 minutes the pair were together, unbroken before lunch. It's taken 1 delivery after lunch, and emerging from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion Yorkshire changing room, making his way down the stairs, it's a case of send for our Stanley. Stephen Patterson, the Yorkshire captain, making his way out, helmet in hand. Matthew Revis at the non-striking end, perhaps vitally, as this match, who knows, may still work out, because Patterson's going to be on strike here. Not that he can't bat, because he's got a couple of thousand first-class runs to his name and a high score of 63, I believe. It's not been his best year with the bat so far. Will today be a going day? Will he just be able to let Matthew Revis manipulate strike? Of course, there was some talk in the first innings, Kev. I think he took a single, didn't he, Stephen Patterson, just before the last wicket fell? Mm-hmm. And there were a few shoulder shrugs.
He's bowled by Brad Wheel for 1, wasn't he?
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's maybe not dwell on that, because I can't remember the full course of events, but there was a bit of a why did he take that single there?
Yeah, well, Brad Wheel being a little bit quicker, I think, yeah, maybe the feeling was that Patterson would have a little bit more of a problem against him than I forget who was operating at the same time. But yeah.
I think he took a single in the over before. He was bowled first ball of Brad Wheel's over, so maybe that's what I'm thinking. And okay. Why did he want to take strike? But anyway, he's got to do here, and I'm sure Yorkshire will feel a bit more relieved if he can get off strike and leave it to the batter.
Yeah, Revis has looked very solid out there. So another boost there for Hampshire. An hour and 20 minutes that Drakes-Revis partnership was, and it was sucking the life out of Hampshire a little bit, but that will suddenly have the energy returned. 168 for 9 then. It's Patterson to face Ian Holland. The lead is 186. Holland bowls, and Patterson just pushes that ball into the covers, and there's no run. I'm just wondering if they may bring back Brad Wheel, but then again, if Holland's just got a wicket with his first ball, that might not happen anytime soon. And don't forget that second new ball is under 6 overs away, so even if these two do bat well, and there's no suggestion that they might not, they of course then have got the second new ball to deal with. So again, every time there's a wicket, or even if there's a 4 runs at this stage, it just you feel it swings the game in somebody's favour as that's pushed out square on the offside, because that lead of a 186 is handy. There is no doubt about that.
I just think it's a great game of cricket.
Yeah, it is, yeah. Yes. And some, I'm sure, on the ground would say that another wicket now might not be harmful to a really good game of cricket. Others would say, well, you know, it doesn't matter even if it doesn't fall yet. Here's Holland bowls from that pavilion end. Patterson leaves alone outside the off stump. So Holland 1 for 9 in his third over. Somebody on the tweets actually just before lunch, Rich Lloyd, says, have I missed something with regards to James Fuller? He's only bowled 3 overs in the innings. You're right, but I think because everything is so tight, sometimes James Fuller's handy to have to try and break up partnerships when, you know, things aren't going Hampshire's way. But when things are tight, it's not always a good idea to bowl him, even though he's bowled well this year. There's Holland and bowls. Patterson gets a straight one, which he plays back to the bowler. Sunshine is still out. It's warm today, and I have to say, when I was walking around to the far end of the ground at lunchtime, it was very warm away to our left on the Bowen there. Friday is the day that is set to be an absolute scorcher. There is a T20 game here in the evening. That's going to be an interesting one. Probably just as well it's in the evening and not the afternoon. Here's Holland bowls, length ball. Patterson plays that out quietly into the covers. End of the over then. There are a minimum of 65 overs left in the day. Wicket maiden for Ian Holland. He has 1 for 9, and the Yorkshire total currently is 168 for 9. They lead by 186.
Yeah, bowled well, hasn't he, in the match? Ian Holland got it wobbling about in the first innings. You'll hear the crinkling of paper. I'm just looking back through the notes. 23 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 59 first time around, and bowled at least as well as those figures suggested, I thought, if not better. Felix Organ, who came on at the hotel end just before the lunch break, he's going to continue here. Patterson, having survived those 5, can, for the moment at least, stand at the comfort of the non-striker's end. Minimum of 65 overs remaining in the day. 186 lead, and Revis number 9, but as we've been saying, better player than that on strike. 23 of 65 so far from him. Short leg and slip in place, as well as a catcher at short straight mid wicket, and he's going to push a 1 first up there out into the covers. So they've got Patterson back on strike. They'll fancy the chances here, the home side. The lead up to 187. Fancy the chances in terms of getting the Yorkshire number 11's wicket. In the short term, they might fancy the chances of the win if they do get it quickly. Just a little bit of fiddling with the field as Holland was moved out and then back in. So he's now been brought up into the ring on the 1 at cover, and Barker, who was down on the boundary edge at deep backward square come long leg, he's also been brought up on the same angle on a 1. So the only sweeper is out at mid wicket as Patterson props forward to this first delivery he's facing from Organ. Pushed out to Holland, and there's no run. Mid on has become deeper mid on. That's Fuller. Mid off is at an orthodox sort of position as Patterson punches this into the leg side, and a sliding stop by Gubbins to pick up and hand it back to the bowler. So 1 dot dot in the second over of the second session on the final day. Organ in, that's going past the outside edge. It went straight on. Patterson pushing forward at it. There was an optimistic appeal. Didn't feel like there was any edge, didn't hear anything, didn't see any deviation. But it's going to happen, isn't it, at this stage of the game? Hampshire want it done. Here comes Organ, he clasps the ball in front of his face and then goes into a position to bowl, and he's flung that one wide of off stump. Patterson down on one knee to try and square drive it, but doesn't get anything on it. That would be one of his stronger scoring areas, bit of room outside off stump. Holland's now been moved back out to a sweeping position about 10 in from the cover boundary. Last ball of the over, and they're going to get, no, they're not going to get one. It looked like they may do, because it's off the inside edge of Patterson's bat to backward square, where it was fielded by Barker, but dot ball, so 1 off the over. 24 to Revis, 169 for 9. Patterson yet to get off the mark from 10 deliveries, and the lead 187.
Alan Mills, the Hampshire scorer, has emailed me. I'm sure he did this to me early on in the season when I say all 3 results are possible. He's just reminded me that all 4 results are possible, of course, if you include the tie. Thank you, Alan. I'm sure that was the same email he sent me early on the season, and he's just copied and pasted it and sent it again. 169 for 9, as Jonathan says. Already, even if Yorkshire are bowled out in this over, it's 3 and over from here on in for Hampshire. Which, now I'm not surprised Brad Wheel is coming back into the attack. Add a bit of pace for when Patterson is facing. But it's Revis facing currently. As Wheel from that pavilion end comes in and bowls. Revis works that down to fine leg. Now he runs the first one quickly. He'll be hoping that there's a misfield for Morgan. There isn't. So it brings Patterson back on strike. And Patterson was bowled in the first innings, giving himself a little bit of room to Brad Wheel. What is he going to do here? Because this is a little bit more of a delicate situation than it was in the first innings.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bit more leg side of the ball, I think, this season than I've seen him previously, Stephen Patterson. Yeah, he's been peppered by the short stuff a few times before and stood there and taken it. But yeah, he's been a little bit more leg side of it, and he has lost his wicket a few times that way, I think.
Here we go then. Here's Wheel. Patterson, it's a good Yorker. Patterson does well there, steers that up to mid-off.
Well, he'll be fine with that. Certainly if he gets a bit of width and it's somewhere up there, he'll have a go at it. And he does score quite a lot of runs, quite a lot of his runs square on the offside, that sort of area.
Short leg going in.
Yeah, and this will be the test for him. This is when there is some discomfort, because it's aimed at that rib cage area.
Comes Wheel again then, 170 for 9. In comes Wheel and bowls to Patterson, and he plays that all right. It was shortish, but he got on top of it, played it out square on the offside.
Yeah, got on the leg side of it again. Nobody on the offside to take a catch. Close in.
3 balls gone of this over. The lead is 188. Every run vital here for both sides.
And the man's been moved across into that position where he dropped it, silly mid off now, no short leg.
Wheel again to Patterson. Patterson on the back foot, and works that down towards third man, and that'll be a single. 171 for 9. Patterson off the mark. 189 is now the lead. That new ball will be 3 overs away at the end of this over.
I'm sure Pat will be delighted at the prospect of having to be out, or trying to be out there for that.
I think he'll be pleased actually, because that's another 3 overs used up and some precious runs, but you're right. There's Wheel again, bowls to Revis. Revis drives, he's going to take a quick single up there to Barker. Nice drive on the up there from Revis, who moves on to 26, doing a good job for his side here. 172 for 9. The lead now is 190. It's tense. There's not a big crowd, of course. You wouldn't expect a big crowd, but there is a few below us who you may, if you've been listening and watching over the few days, and indeed if you watch and listen regularly to games here at the Ageas Bowl, will know that they get quite noisy at times. They're quite quiet at the moment. I'll tell you how tense this situation is. As Wheel comes in to Patterson, it's a length ball. Patterson plays that comfortably back to Wheel, end of the over, and there are 63 overs minimum left in the day.
Yeah, so since Matthew Revis walked out there at 124 for 7, he immediately lost Jordan Thompson as a partner. He was out at 124 for 8, but 48 runs added. Invaluable as far as Yorkshire are concerned in terms of the outcome of this match: draw, win, or possibly still lose. Revis has got 26 of those 48, and he's chewed up 68 deliveries. So going to be Felix Organ continuing from the hotel end. Unbroken sunshine today, just a few offerings of cloud dotted around overhead. As Organ's in, and that's pushed by Revis into the onside. There's no run. Gubbins doing the fielding. Vapor trail up skyward in the distance, somebody heading south. I was going to say to sunnier climes, but he can't get better than this. As Organ's in, that's flat batted out into the covers by Revis. Second ball of the over. Holland sweeping does the fielding, and they're comfortably through for 1. So just ticking them off in that upward direction. Yorkshire 191 now in front. Organ again over the wicket to Patterson, who's pushing forward with a straight enough blade. He took the outside edge and squirted out to the man backward of point, but no run. It's quite nice and cool up here still. It's the warmest of the 4 days on the gantry. Some of the speckies have been saying it's very warm out there, exposed to it all day long, as Organ's latest delivery sees Patterson not play it particularly comfortably. It drops out in the general direction of slip, but bounces well short of him. Two to come. Organ in past Mike Burns, and Patterson out on the face. And a poor piece of fielding this time, and that could be and is going to be 4 runs. Who's the culprit at backward point?
Might be Abbott, I think.
Yeah, Kyle Abbott. So, an unexpected 4, an unnecessary 4 as far as Hampshire will be feeling. Patterson moves on to 5. Just looked like a routine pick-up and should have been a dot ball.
So he just got to his feet. He knows he made a huge mistake there.
Maybe, just the way he hit it, might have been one of those that had a little bit of spin about it as it bounced short of him. But still, you would have expected him to have covered that somehow and at least got something on it, even if they got a single. So 195 now the lead, and Patterson dropping this final delivery of the over backward of square leg. So 5 off the over. Organ gone for 12 off 6. 177 for 9 with Revis on 27, Patterson on 5, and just a reminder that lead 195 now.
Yes, and getting into the territory now where I think Yorkshire will feel ever more confident of certainly not losing the game. But Hampshire will still believe that that is doable. It will require a lot of work and probably in some cases a little bit of luck at times, but it is doable. But time is beginning to run out here, and Hampshire really do need to pick up this last wicket as quickly as possible. 2 overs until the second new ball. So this is over number 79, being bowled by Brad Wheel, and he's bowling to Matthew Revis, the right-hander, who's pushing up towards extra cover, and there is no run. 20-year-old doing a good job here for his side. 27 off 71 deliveries. That's a lot of deliveries to face in a tight situation in which he came in from this morning, with Yorkshire losing those 3 wickets inside the first 40 minutes. They were in dire straits then. 124 for 8. Looking a lot healthier now, although they're not out of the woods, of course. Gone for the Yorker there, dug out by Revis as that goes up to mid-on. And there is no run. Patterson has used up 18 balls already for his 5. That 1 wicket has fallen since lunch. Dominic Drake's the first ball after lunch. Ian Holland with his first delivery. Ball that was just a length ball. Drake's pushing at it, edging through to Vince. Went for 21. Here's Wheel again, and Revis goes up to mid-wicket, and he's got a good single there because that was to Dawson's left hand. Good awareness there from Revis. Every run vital here. 196 runs now is the lead for Yorkshire. We're also keeping an eye, of course, on what's happening at, or in the Somerset Surrey game, because leader Surrey on course to win that. They are 40 without loss in their second innings. They need 153 to win that one now. There's Brad Wheel, and just bounces a bit on Patterson, takes the bottom hand off the bat. I think that's hit him maybe on the glove. As the ball goes out into the covers. Gloucestershire are batting a little bit better down the order now. 161 for 7 against Kent. Gloucestershire only lead there by 35 with 3 wickets remaining. The other Division 1 game, Lancashire 91 for 3, need another 238 to beat Warwickshire. That's a lot at this stage. She bowled! That is it. That's the end of the innings. Patterson goes off stump, out of the ground, and Will picks up Patterson for the second time, and it's 178 all out. Patterson goes for 5, and that lead is 196 for Yorkshire. So in 10 minutes' time, Hampshire will begin their reply, needing 197 for victory.
Game on.
Game on.
What a cracking finish we could be about to witness. Yeah, Steve Patterson bowled by Brad Wheel for 5 Brad Wheel cartwheels. Patterson's off stump, 20 deliveries he faced, and so Matthew Revis will finish undefeated on 28. Played very well, and who knows in the final analysis how important those 28 runs and that stay at the crease could be. Just shy of 2 o'clock. 197 runs to win for Hampshire, 10 wickets to take for Yorkshire, or the draw.
So Yorkshire adding 77 for those 5 wickets from this morning. We'll take a quick break, and we'll get ourselves pumped up and ready to take you through the afternoon and evening sessions, where a serious game of cricket could be unfolding over the next few hours. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, just outside of Southampton, where we are between innings here, and a cracking game is set, we hope, to unfold between now and the close of play here on day 4 in this County Championship Division 1 game between Hampshire and Yorkshire. Yorkshire have just been bowled out for 178 in their second innings. It means Hampshire need 197 to win, and there are a minimum of 59 overs left in the day. Matthew Revis was left with 28 not out. The number 9 played really well. Stephen Patterson, the last to go, bowled by Brad Wheel for 5. Brad Wheel finishing with figures of 3 for 32, giving him figures of 7 for 91 in the match. But the partnership between Dominic Drakes and also Matthew Revis just held Hampshire up a little bit either side of lunch. In fact, I say either side. In fact, Drakes was out first ball after lunch, but they put on 44 and batted for an hour and 20 minutes after Hampshire had taken 3 wickets in the first 40 minutes. So that's the situation we're at. The ECB have just released a statement while we've been away. I'll read that out to you in a moment. But Melissa Story is alongside me. Are you looking forward to this?
Yes, I am. I was actually sat out in the crowd and speaking to a Hampshire member, and we were going how, it's been so frustrating that we can't get these final 2 wickets, and we actually rather stupidly had our backs turned to the game, and we heard the clatter of stumps, and suddenly I was rushing my way up to the commentary box going, oh my goodness. But it was a strong way to finish after that lunch break, and Hampshire should take that confidence on how they finally took those final 2 wickets and just really channel that momentum into this batting innings. They could do this 100%. They have the batting power to do it.
They have, but it won't be easy. Here's Jordan Thompson to get things underway, and that's cut away by Felix Organ. That's 4 of them ticked off. A little bit of a loosen there from Jordan Thompson.
We'll take 50 more of those, and then job done. That was some poor maths from me, actually. I'm not sure I want to actually work that out.
54s, what's that? That's 200. So that's 2. Oh, no, that's about right. That's about right. 197 to win, that'll do. 4 to win the game. There you go.
I'm quite proud.
Did you say that without even thinking?
No, I really just... I'm not very good at maths, so that was a pure spur of the moment kind of thing.
Chris Gardner, I'm not sure what he's suggesting. That's Solent Sport on the tweet says unlikely to do in England. Well, never know right at the end, but anyway. Here's Thompson, and he's cutting it away. That's a thick outside edge over the top of gully, and that's 4 more.
I think reading out that tweet has come at the bad time, because Felix Organ has come out here looking like the spirit of Johnny Bairstow has come into his body and just told him that play in white ball mode, which is actually incredible, because I saw yesterday that England actually chased down their total within 50 overs. They really did play it like it was a one-day international, and it's kind of the mindset Hampshire need here. I don't think they should be reckless. There's still plenty of overs remaining, 58 overs remaining, but if there's a bad ball, don't hesitate to put it away.
Well, they have been 2 looseners, haven't they? Here's Thompson. I'm sure he'll tighten up on this one. It's wide, and that's cut, but it's not timed. In fact, he got on that early and it went out towards extra cover, and there's no run. So Christopher Gardner says unlikely to do in England. Determination, graft and skill may do it for us, but a big ask in the heat. Well, there'll be a lot of skill. There's a lot of skill yesterday, wasn't there, really? You don't just hit those. You don't hit the ball into the crowd as often as Johnny Bairstow does without some sort of skill. It might look as though he's just thrashing away at it, but there is method in that. Yeah, good start from Hampshire. 189 needed. Here's Thompson bowls. Organ leaves that one alone. That's a better delivery, much tighter to the off stump. So while you've been away, and the ECB have issued a statement, I will read it out. It concerns Yorkshire for the benefit of those that haven't seen it already. So it's under the heading of an update on Yorkshire County Cricket Club investigation. I'll try and read it during this over. As Thompson comes in with a 5th delivery, it's outside off stump and Morgan leaves that one alone. Yorkshire County Cricket Club and a number of individuals have today been charged following an ECB investigation into racism and other allegations at the club and its handling of those allegations. The charges arise from alleged breaches of ECB Directive 3.3 in brackets conduct which is improper or which may be prejudicial to the interests of cricket or which may bring the ECB, the game of cricket and any cricketer into disrepute, close brackets. That's straight. Morgan on the back foot steers that up to mid-off, no run. Good opening over there from Hampshire, 8 without loss. And the ECB Anti-Discrimination Code. An independent panel of the Cricket Discipline Commission will hear the cases in due course. The ECB's investigation has been thorough and complex, with the allegations covering a significant period of time and a number of witnesses and other individuals coming forward to share their own experiences and allegations. The ECB is grateful to all those who have taken the time to speak with the investigating team. In matters of this nature, our normal practice is not to identify individuals charged at this stage. This decision is taken on a case-by-case basis. There's a little bit more, not much. I'll do quick, very quick. It is, however, standard practice for the CDC disciplinary panel to publish its decisions and written reasons in full following the hearing. There will be no further comment until the hearing has taken place and the decisions published. We currently expect the hearing to take place in September or October of this year.
The left-handed Drakes to Holland, then that's down the leg side and a great dive behind the stumps to keep that down to a dot ball.
So that is the statement from the ECB. Not mentioning any individuals. I believe that 1 or 2 publications have, so I think if you look hard enough you will find those named, but the BBC and the ECB not naming anyone.
So you got the combination of right hand and left hand opening the bowling for Yorkshire, and Drakes with that long run up, quite a slim stature, into Holland, who's catching the top of his bat. That ball got completely worked up, looking to play it onto the leg side, but actually the ball ended up trickling back to point.
Bit of bounce.
Well, Drakes isn't the tallest figure, but he has a really smooth action when he's going to the crease, and just you feel as if he could have that ability, especially with his pace, to cause some to skid through, some to bounce a bit more off the surface, and that combined with the threat of spin is probably what Hampshire are most wary of.
Yeah.
Ian Holland, of course, needing some runs. Drakes bowls, and that strikes Holland on the pads. A big appeal from Yorkshire, but it looked as if it was pitching outside the leg stump.
That would have to come back a long way, wouldn't it? I'm not sure he's getting that sort of swing.
No, this match hasn't seen that much swing, and it's quite common here. We've seen quite a few games, I think, when the only dismissals have been kind of bowled in LBW, and it goes to show the kind of graft you have to put in on this surface just to get something back out of it,
yeah,
and why.
It's not a big swinging ground. You do see the ball swing, but not some grounds, more regularly than this.
Treadbridge.
Yes.
As Drake's in again, that's full and edge down to third. The ball was racing away with 2 slip fielders in pursuit, and there's no chance of them pulling that in. And the ball just teased them all the way down to the boundary. And all of a sudden, Hampshire 12 for none. 2 streakier shots of 3 boundaries, but it is going to show that runs are runs, and they'll just be happy to just keep chipping away at this deficit of 185 to win now.
Yeah, I think the fact that it's been 2 streaky boundaries out of the 3 probably gives the game away a little bit, but it's not that bad out there. It's the new ball, so it's going to be particularly difficult at the moment, but it's manageable.
Drake storming into the crease. High arm bowls and full Holland on the front foot, prodding it back to the bowler for no run.
There's another happy tweet here. Dan Ellipsis at Sonnet Sports says, I've seen this before. An opener taking 8 off the first 2 balls, chasing a target on the last day, hoping it continues like yesterday.
Maybe it's Groundhog Day.
Maybe.
We've just got a repeat of yesterday. And every day until then, we're going to be stuck until we become better people. As per cue, the plot of the film. Drake's to Holland. Bowls, and that's a leg stump line, worked away to kind of a square in front of the umpire, and that completes the over. Hampshire 12 for none off the first 2 overs.
Joe Hughes Stanton has also emailed, got in touch with us. solentcricket@gmail.com is the way you get the emails as well, don't you, Melissa? It says, with Surrey's impressive form this season, and given that they're likely to beat Somerset today, Hampshire must absolutely go for the win. You don't win championships if you don't take the risks, says Joe in Petersfield.
I mean, it would be interesting to contrast Hampshire if they do go for this win and, you know, go out fighting, compared with the approach of Yorkshire with their 5 previous draws. And you've got one side who's happy to be quite defensive, and maybe Hampshire's take a leaf out of England's book.
There's Thompson. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. That's bounced and left organ. Just having the bat hanging out there a little bit.
I just said leaf out of England's book.
Yes.
Not too sure what that means.
Well, if you're talking about a leaf out of England's book as regards yesterday, or are you talking about a leaf out of England's book over the last 12 months? Just the actual expression in general. Why would there be a leaf in a book? Leaf? Isn't it, oh, somebody that knows more about these things than me, but you do refer to things, leaf and books is used in the same sentence, outside the off stump and that's left alone. I think it's the heat coming into the commentary box. Jonathan might be able to help me out. When you talk about a leaf of a book, it's a page, is it? The cover, where it folds in with the kind of blurb and... Or just a page? Yeah, I think it is, yeah. Yeah, Jonathan's nodded, thank you, because I wasn't sure there for a minute. Yeah, a leaf. Yeah? I'm having a Google now. I've completely doubted myself. Here's Thompson again, right arm over, bowling to Organ, and Organ leaves that alone outside of off stump. I think it's leaf, I like L-E-A-F, not obviously... Yeah, you just have leaves in the middle, and you've got a fly leaf at the start. Oh, I didn't know that. Yeah. There you go. Learning some literacy today. So you've never heard that before? No, see, I have. And then I said the expression, and suddenly, as I said, I doubted myself, and I was like, I associated it with the leaf from the tree, and was like, why would you have a leaf in a book? Is it a bookmark? It's Thompson again. That's straighter, and Organ has to play at that. Goes out square on the offside. These two were parted pretty quick in their first innings. On day 2, Holland went for no score, bowled by the man bowling now. So it's caught behind by the man bowling now for North, and Organ LBW to Thompson for 11. They were 12 for 2. And Thompson, the leading wicket taker for Yorkshire in this competition. Good bowler, this guy. Just gets a nice shape on the ball. Bowl's just outside middle off stump, and it sort of shapes away. It's good. That's straight, and Organ pushing forward. That's gone out square. You definitely back him just to put the ball on the same spot again and again, and he really is a similar bowler to Barker in a sense that he, not in terms of action or style, but in the way that they just grind away at an area and eventually the batters yield. Good shape on the ball, don't they? They both do, which is always important. Yes, Thompson got the first 2 and the last 2 in the Hampshire innings. A couple of you on the tweets and the emails, which will come to as Thompson bowls, and Organ edges, caught third slip. Well, there were 12 for 2 in the first innings. They're now 12 for 1 in the second innings, and that is a very, very sharp chance taken. And Organ goes for 8. Harry Brook has taken that one. That went quite sharply, but he got both hands round it. And Brook it is, just confirmed on the screen. 12 for 1, Hampshire. Not the start Hampshire would be looking for, but as we mentioned, Thompson there just pushing away at that line and length, and it was inevitable that he'd find the edge at some point. Hampshire had got some streaky boundaries, but eventually the wicket falls, and it's a unfortunate recurring event of quite poor form for Organ. He started with 107 against Gloucestershire, but since then has got 0-20. 1 not out, which of course was in that 1 run chase against Somerset. But it wasn't a great shot. You know, it was a little chip over mid-off. I mean, that got them the run. It was a horrible shot. There's quite a lot of pressure to get the 1 run. The field's in really tight. How else are you meant to? Reverse ramp for 6, like Joe Root? Dink Ganatra has emailed solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, hi team. He says, the last time I emailed, I was watching cricket covering, or watching cricket coverage in Malta on a cruise ship. Lucky you. Today I'm watching the coverage in Lisbon in my cabin. Come on, Hampshire should do this without breaking sweat. I think it was just before that wicket. Only need just over 3 and over. That's not going to be easy, believe me. Great coverage and commentary, and keep up the great work, says Dink.
That sounds lovely. It's suggested then, so he's on another cruise.
Sounds like it, doesn't it? Unless he works on the boats.
Oh, that would be cool.
But it would suggest that he's just somebody that loves cruising. Yeah, lovely. Nick Gubbins, who got a half century in the first innings, makes his way to the crease. He's been in decent form this year, Melissa, hasn't he?
He has, and also scoring those runs in that invitational 11 against the New Zealand side before the Test series underwent. Got a 50 in that. And he just pulls out here. Or Holland, that is. Drakes was running into bowl, and I think Holland wasn't quite ready. He's now remarking his middle stump, and big puffs of dust flying away from the wicket.
Past 500 runs in his innings in the first innings here. 501, averaging 55. Gubbins.
Drake's past the umpire to Holland, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Holland. He looked as if he was going to have a little play at that one, but he's got to be disciplined here. He knows he's in need of runs. Hampshire's opening pair, it's interesting, especially with the discourse around England and who should open for that. Lots of partnerships in the county game get thrown around, but Hampshire's openers don't really get their names put forward, and I think that is definitely a sign that there's still a bit of a question mark at the top of Hampshire's top order.
Well, you gave some stats earlier, didn't you, about that?
I did. I'll find them again. As Drake's in, and that's back of a length, dropped into the offside by Holland. I'll have to have a...
I've put you on the spot there.
A little look. Here we go.
Yeah.
So, well, in the opening game against Somerset, the openers, which was Weatherly and Holland at the time, racked up an 180-run partnership. But since then, the next highest opening partnership has been 38. Which, if you consider some of the wickets Hampshire's been playing on, fair enough, there's been some difficult ones, but also there's been some really nice batting pitches. The weather's been glorious. There's hard surfaces and there's runs to be had. As Drake's to Holland, who's prodding this onto the offside again.
Yes, Holland overall this season averages just under 20. His career average is 26, so he's down on that.
I was going to pose a question to any listeners, especially Hampshire fans, about a proposal maybe to send Ben Brown up the order to open. Now, it's an interesting one. He opened for Sussex in the 50-over competition last year, so he has experience opening the batting. I understand it's slightly a different ball game between the red ball and the white ball stuff, as Drake's bowls and left alone by Holland through to the keeper. But Ben Brown this season, he's got 100, he's got 2 50s, I think more than 2 50s, plenty of 50s, and two, I did get 2 right, and he's looked comfortable at the crease. As I said, he's an experienced batter. He's 34? 33. I was going to say 32 or 34,
well,
so we'll hit in the middle.
Close enough.
So he's got that experience, he's done this before, and I don't know whether it's something Hampshire would consider.
Interesting one, keeping and batting 4-day games. Not easy. I know 1 or 2 do it.
As Drake's past the stumps, that's down the leg side. An appeal from the fielder at cover for a caught behind there. Not always the best angle, but it's worth the appeal.
Who was that? That would have been Revis with that appeal. So you're saying, do you think, or do people think that Brown should be opening the batting?
I think it would be an interesting experiment. I don't think Hampshire have solidified their opening order whatsoever, and with the return of Aaron Donald into that middle order, he does somewhat bolster it a bit. And also, Hampshire has a fantastic batting lineup with Fuller coming in later down the order, Barker contributing with the runs, even Abbott later down the orders. In comes bowler again. It's pushed away into the leg side for no run. Hampshire 12 for 1 after that maiden over from Drake's.
Nice shape there, isn't it? Just straightening a fraction that last one. So yeah, I mean, listen, Hampshire regularly come up against openers that average 30 in their career. You've only got to look at the 2 they faced today. 37, Adam Lyth averages in his career. 30, the youngster George Hill before this game. And yeah, and Hampshire's are averaging Well, Organ's averaging 22, Korea, Holland 26.
And it's not that kind of formidable kind of pair, which if you're an opening bowler and you're going, oh goodness, we need to get one of these two out, it almost feels as if the opposition teams know they're going to get them out eventually. So there's no pressure applied at the top of the order. I don't know whether I'm being overly critical here, but it just doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be quite confirmed yet, and it'd be interesting seeing some of the youngsters coming through in the Hampshire Academy with the white ball stuff, if any of them decide to step up in the red ball.
Here's Jordan Thompson, length ball to Gubbins. That's the first ball he's faced as it goes out into the covers. I'm just looking at Joe Weatherly. Oh, Joe Weatherly's not playing this game. Missed the game down in Somerset because he had an injured hand. He averages 46 this season, but again, career-wise, he's averaging 25. So,
well, if any listeners have any thoughts, of course, you can email us solentcricket@gmail.com or @solentsport on Twitter.
Or at Melissa G Story, if you want to just directly to Melissa. Let's play back to the bowler. And there is no run. She loves a tweet.
Yeah, if you think my proposal was absolutely awful, just privately message me.
12 for 1 here. Hampshire in their second innings. They still need another 185. 2 boundaries in the first 2 deliveries was where it got Hampshire away to a very fast start. But Felix Organ is already back in the pavilion, having been caught in the slips off this man bowling now. Gubbins drives, doesn't time it. As that goes, trickles out towards extra cover, no run.
At least the one benefit of already being back in the hut is that he can now have a beautiful sunbathe on the balcony, because the weather here is absolutely fantastic. I think it's around the 25 degrees today. It's meant to be 30 degrees on Friday for Hampshire's T20 game against Kent.
Are you here for that as well? You are, aren't you? Yeah. God, that's going to be a baker. Yeah. It's very bright out there at the moment. As Thompson bowls, that's wide. Gubbins leaves that one alone. 3 slips in the cordon there for Yorkshire, who earlier were bowled out for 178 in their second innings and set Hampshire 197 to win. Organ the one out for 8. That would have been his 2 scoring shots, wouldn't it? So
it's a very Zach Crawley-esque innings from Felix Organ. A few boundaries.
And edged.
And then edged.
Yeah, that is exactly Zach Crawley, isn't it? Outside the off stump, and that's left alone. Yes, I read a report about that. They said he just about edges everything that comes his way. In fact, every time you see a clip or everything, he's always edging behind, isn't he?
Well, there was some fantastic stat I saw, which I can't remember the exact figures, that suggested that Zach Crawley edges the ball more than any England opener in something like the last 10-15 years in terms of percentage of balls edged.
Wow.
And it was a very high number. Can't quite remember. I'll have to try and find it.
Now, is that a fault? I suppose it is, isn't it? If you're getting out in the same way, well, it's got to be a fault, isn't it? 12 for 1. Thompson's round the wicket to Gubbins this time, who pushes that into the gap through extra cover. And that's beaten Dominic Drakes, who's half given that up at mid-off. And that was a lovely piece of timing. It was a length ball. Gubbins just leant into it. And that ball just kept going. 16 for 1. Hampshire need 181, and there's a minimum of 54 overs left in the day. Have you just found what you were looking for?
No, I think I would be quite impossible for me to find it. But going back to this, you know, saying he edged it too much, is it an inherent flaw? People said that about James Vince, and I was shocked to not see James Vince called up to the white ball squad to go to the Netherlands. And people again attribute it to us because he gets out the same way almost. But somehow our England opener is also doing that. So if you apply the logic across all platforms, then it seems quite hypocritical for James Vince's criticisms.
Well, I guess because James Vince is now 31 years of age and Crawley's a lot younger, so I suppose there's probably that factored in somewhere. Holland has 4, Gubbins has 4, Hampshire 16 for 1. You're listening to live Division 1 commentary here at the Ageas Bowl. Myself, Kevin James, and Melissa Story. We're on the live picture feed via the Hampshire Cricket website, going back to Yorkshire, and on the BBC online site.
Drakes to Holland, and that's a short ball in which he completely drops his hands on, going through to the keeper.
I'm going to do a quick 30-second summary of the day. This game's certainly moving forward, isn't it? 3 wickets since lunch is helping things, and this game needs to. I think, you know, whoever wins this, good luck. You know, good luck to them, because this has been a really good game. Hampshire have done well to get themselves back in the game. Yorkshire were 222 for 2 in their first innings at one stage.
Yes, I was following that in pain.
428 all out in the end. And Hampshire have had to really work hard outside of the off stump. Good carry through to Harry Duke. I'll just take over just for the moment, Melissa, if that's all right. We're in the 6th over of the Hampshire reply. If this game does end in a draw, both sides will pick up an equal number of points, having picked up 6 bonus points each in the first innings, both scoring over 400. Yorkshire having a lead on the first innings of 18, stretching that to 196 in the end. Here's Drake's bowls, and Holland on the back foot. Extra bounce there from Drake's left armour. Nice easy action. Doesn't look as though anything's too much trouble when he comes into bowl. Languid walks back to his mark, and here we go. Well, we're in the Hampshire second innings here, and they've already lost a wicket. They are 16 for 1. They started it needing 197 to win. They are now down to 181 to win. That won't be easy. There are just over 53 overs left in the day's play, and of course being day 4 and the nature of this pitch, that is going to be a tough ask, but it is very much doable. Nick Gubbins is in there. He's on 4. Ian Holland is on 4. Earlier, they bowled Yorkshire out for 178. Brad Wheel finishing with 3 for 32. Hampshire 16 for 1.
Thank you very much indeed, Kev. Live commentary of that game, then, if you'd like to have a listen by the...
We've had quite a few tweets in already speaking about Hampshire's opening partnership scenario, which we'll go into after this ball from Drakes to Holland. Bowls, and a wild slash at that outside the off stump from Holland. It was a shorter ball, but the angle coming over the wicket from the left-hander actually meant it was a bit closer to Holland's body than he thought, and probably wasn't the right shot at this point in the game. I mean, if he had got any bat on it, it may have just flew over the slip cordon, but Yorkshire do have a third man down there. 3 slips in place as well.
I'll let you do those tweets then, as we work through them.
Lots of opinion. Drakes into Holland and left alone outside the off stump, completing the over. Hampshire 16 for 1. Holland on 4. Gubbins on 4. So Ian East, he's tweeted in. He's got a thread of tweets. So the first one he said is Weatherly will come back for the next game, probably for Organ, especially as his bowling is becoming less and less needed. I've thought about shifting Donald up to open because 7 seems too low for him, but he's doing well there, and maybe against the new ball might be a bit difficult for him. Him and Weatherly would be a good combo though, and then you'd put Holland down to 7, and nice to have some options. And he concludes with this absolutely 0 exclusive for Crawley when he bats at Canterbury, which is flatter than the M3, and he should be averaging 45 plus.
That is flat down there. Thompson's round the wicket again to Gubbins, length ball. Gubbins plays that into the ground, back to the bowler.
We've also got a tweet in from Dominic Smith literally just now, which is confirming the stat about Zach Crawley's edges. Poor Zach Crawley. I hope he's not listening to this. I hope he's playing. The stat he heard on TMS was that Zach Crawley edges 8% of the deliveries he faces, which is basically more than anyone in the history of anything. And that was before the last 2 innings.
Wow.
They say that in the history of everyone,
yeah.
If you put my figures into there, I think I would beat Zach Crawley in terms of edges.
Here's Thompson, always having a flash at that outside the off stump, getting a bit excited behind the stumps there. Gubbins going for that 1-knee drive of his through the offside, misses it. So 8% of deliveries he faces. Now I've got nothing to compare that against, but I presume that's quite high. So I suppose, well, if you work it out, 8%. So if you faced 80 deliveries, then you've edged 8 of those.
And that's 8 options for the slip cordon, assuming a couple fall short.
Yeah.
But a good slip cordon won't give you many chances,
No.
unlike England.
That's assuming all of them carry, of course. Thompson bowls, and that's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. But what percentage of the 8% are edges that carry?
Oh, here we go. So the Quick Viz analyst, I've got some Xavier, saying that, yeah, he edges 8% of his deliveries in Test cricket, and no other opener since he debuted, minimum 20 innings, edges a higher percentage. So since he had his first game.
Yeah.
So there could be some batter in the...
There is something there, isn't there?
Early 1940s who edged more than him.
Dave Allen will know that. That's left alone outside the off stump, but only at the very last minute. This is a good angle here for Thompson coming round the wicket to the left-hander. Interesting. Do you see that one by Joe? Have you read that one out? Tweet?
No,
Talking
so from
about keepers.
Jo, she said the one issue with keepers as openers is if you bat second after a large, long first innings score, there's no real time to adjust the mindset, which is a very true point. Valid as well in the heat,
Yes.
especially if they've been keeping up to a lot of spin. Suddenly, helmet to helmet.
It's a lot of concentration, isn't it, over the space of 2 or 3 days, as Gubbins cuts into the ground off a bottom edge and it bounces and goes up in the air, and Duke takes it. Just to feel as though that initial flurry of runs for Hampshire here has just died off a bit, and Yorkshire are just squeezing Hampshire here. And I guess when you get away to a start like that, you just want to keep the scoreboard ticking along, but they're not doing that at the moment, Hampshire.
Yeah, their required run rate now 3.5, but Hampshire actually going along at a run rate of 2.3.
Yeah. Here comes Thompson again then, runs towards us. And bowls. Gubbins drives off the thick outside edge. Now, if there was a gully there, or maybe even a fourth slip, that would have been very, very interesting indeed. But Gubbins benefits from 4. I have to say, it's 20 for 1, Hampshire. I'm not sure all that 20 have been completely out of the middle of the bat. In fact, I know they haven't. But they're there anyway. But it's not been the most convincing 20 for 1 I've ever seen. 177 needed.
I think these guys might be out to beat Zach Crawley's stat. They've heard us read it out and go, 8%, pff, we can do better than that.
Yeah.
How about the entire innings?
I've just been corrected, and quite rightly. Cal Corner Slog at Solent Sport says not 8% means if you face 100 balls you edge 8 of them. Of course it is. What am I saying? It's embarrassing, that. Thank you, Cal Corner Slog. Of course it is. Percentage of 100, isn't it?
I do have a confirmation on the term leaf.
Yes.
As if you couldn't think this could get any more thrilling. It is used specifically in books to refer to a sheet of paper as Drake's in. That's short and pulled away, but straight in the air by Ian Holland. The fielder's running backwards and drops it. That was a hard chance for the fielder running back from square leg. George Hill, he actually got a hand to it in the end there. He made fantastic ground. Outstretched his right hand to the ball, which landed in, but as his elbow hit the ground, the ball fell out. And it was a difficult chance, but it's always tricky as the fielder running backwards.
Yeah.
But you can't help but feel as if the fielder at fine leg, who could have run forwards, would have had a greater chance. It's one of those ones, but Holland given a chance on 6.
This is a horrible 22 for 1, isn't it? Absolutely horrible.
Drake's in again. What can he do? Holland's there, and it goes past the outside edge of his bat through to the keeper.
I tell you what, I was only watching the fielder there, Melissa. I don't know what you were watching. I just watched the fielder, and the ball seemed to be in the air for an absolute age. And as much as he was running back, I thought at some stage he's going to get there. And it is difficult. I mean, that is about as difficult running back catch as you'll get. But you're right, he did get a hand on it. But you know, you're just watching the fielder, you think he's going to steady himself here in a minute. He's going to be right underneath it.
It was a good ball from Drake's.
Yeah.
Short delivery, just right at the body of Holland as he's in again. That's further outside the off stump and left alone. He's playing with quite good discipline outside the off stump, Holland, compared to his partners at the other end. But with his passage of form, it's not been the best, and it plays on you as a batter. It's kind of sat weighing down on you at the crease, and you can sense that he's a bit nervy. But we have seen this is a good batting wicket.
They're making us nervy up here, that's for sure. It doesn't fill you with a lot of confidence when you look at another 175 to win and work out how they've got to 22.
Drake's bowls, and defending back to the bowler is Holland. Hampshire 22 for 1.
Paul Williams, who's in Portugal, lucky man, can't be any better there than he's here, weather-wise. He says at Solent Sport, first chance to listen today and hope we can keep our heads. Surrey have lost a few wickets actually, 70 for 3 now in that game against Somerset. Need 123 now.
I'm going to go turn off my mic for a second so I can scream in delight. Drake's past the umpire, bowling on the hip of Holland, who's tucking this down to fine leg, just looking for the umpire signal there. Signal leg buys.
Yeah, any run will do. Anything that's not an edge or a false drive, false cut, anything will do.
We have an email here from Jeff Chamberlain with a very well structured response to our question of the opener. I do love a good paragraphed email, makes it a lot easier to read. After this delivery from Drake, there's a few changes in the field for the left-handed Gubbins. And Drake's in and left alone outside the off stump.
Sorry.
There's a bit of a freeze with the scoreboard. That's what I was going to say. So the score does stay on 22 for 1.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I'm going to let you read that email from here because Jonathan Doidge is going to come in alongside you, Melissa, so she's just going to change sides and then Melissa can read out that very well crafted email with Hampshire 23 for 1. You were right, actually. They've only just turned the scoreboard over. It was late call. Melissa's right on the ball, that's for sure. I brought him his lunch and now I'm plugging him in. I'll be glad when he's gone. Jonathan Doidge.
Just a little more of a waft, please, if you will, with that fan as well, JMO. Well. What an interesting game of cricket this is proving to be. Hampshire 23 for 1. Players living dangerously. And Jordan Thompson bowling from the Rod Bransgrove Pavilion end. This one, though, misdirected down the leg side of Ian Holland, who's survived that chance when he was on 4. The 2 runs he got from it took him to 6 in that previous over by Dominic Drakes. The ball, as Melissa and JMO were saying, was a long way up in the air. George Hill had to make a lot of ground. He would be just about as good an outfielder as you could get in this Yorkshire side, and he made a lot of ground to just make it into a half chance. Thompson in again. It's down the leg side of Holland once more. Good diving take by Harry Duke, but I thought he made it into a half chance rather than a lot of players probably wouldn't have got a hand on that. So it'll go down as a drop, but I thought it was pretty harsh. He was floored in the literal sense, wasn't he? Because he just couldn't believe he'd got there but couldn't quite take it in, and he was sprawled out face down on the grass for a moment or two.
You do feel as if he had taken it. It would have been one of those you have to be there catches.
Yeah, Thompson in again. Holland gets another one that this time I think clips the pad as it goes down leg side. No run, still the 3 slips then. Frayne at first, Brook at second. Lyth at second, I should say, Brook at third. Matthew Waite is at point. George Hill is in the covers. And Stephen Patterson just received the ball from him at mid-off. Drake's mid-on. Looks like Bess at mid-wicket. And Revis is down at long leg. No floppy for him today. He's got the cap on. Thompson in, and Holland pushing out into the offside where Hill fields.
You think it would be ideal weather for the floppy today? 360 sun protection, back of your neck.
He had it on yesterday. We were saying those who are old enough, yes, okay, hands up. Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, that sort of a floppy hat.
I know that show.
Wasn't the stiff brim that we sort of became accustomed to in the 80s, and since then Holland works it into the leg side this time where Best fields, no run.
Bill and Ben, the flower pot men, I definitely caught the end of that show.
At your age it must have been something like Granny and Grandad who showed you that, probably.
I think it was on a VHS, the last of those before we shifted to the DVDs.
VHS, that's modern, that, isn't it? VHS. Do they not still do VHSs?
You guys will get CDs one day.
CDs, are they not the thing of the future? Here's Jordan Thompson in full, big shout for LBW and gone. It just felt like it from the moment it hit Ian Holland. Very full of length, and Thompson has managed to get through, so that half chance only cost Yorkshire the 2 runs. They have a second wicket. Hampshire 23 for 2, still needing a further 174 to win. Yorkshire needing 8 wickets and still plenty of time for both those eventualities.
That was a very plumb dismissal, looking at the replay there, and Holland continuing his more than poor form, you would say, for Hampshire. They're going to need him to start performing soon in these later rounds of this competition, but that was beautifully set up by Thompson there. He was just leaving the ball outside the off stump, trying to lure the batters in, and then threw in that in-swinging straighter delivery, and Holland fell for it, fell for the trap.
Jordan Thompson then, as ever, making things happen when he's out there on the field. Rarely a match goes by when he doesn't. Holland 6 from 29 deliveries. And what are we? Exactly 9 overs into this one. Hampshire 23 for 2. James Vince. He's another obstacle for Yorkshire to try and overcome here, and he and Nick Gubbins played well, didn't they? From 12 for 2 in the Hampshire first innings, when they were in about as precarious a position as they have been in the match so far. Took it up to 94 before Vince was out in the 30th over first time around, and Gubbins, that was just before tea on day 2. Gubbins made 58 and was out not that long at the other side of tea, not long after tea. But as we now know, Hampshire batted deep, and plenty of players, just about everybody, made some sort of contribution to get them to 18 short of Yorkshire's first innings total of 428. But it's going to be Drake's from the hotel end.
And another failed opening partnership for Hampshire, who are yet to go past that 38 mark in recent time of top opening partnerships, as Drake's in, and that's edged past third slip. It would have gone straight into the hands of a fourth slip. They stood quite close here, and it was at perfect catching height. A good back of the length ball from Drake's, and he waves his arms in the air in frustration. That was a perfect ball. You're looking at me.
We were just talking about the addition of Ageas for the last couple of days. Waves his arms in the hair. A southerner can do it as well, Kev. He's looking over now, over the top of his specs.
I think if anyone has ever listened to me more than once, they probably would be able to vouch that I mispronounce a lot of words, which would suggest I was in the wrong profession. But I think it adds a bit of character if you throw a nice little H in there sometimes.
And H.
Drake's bowling to Gubbins, who cuts that away. That's 4 runs. It was a bit wider than that last delivery, and it enabled Gubbins to just push his weight on the back foot and guide the ball away into that big gap in the offside. The bat twisting a bit in his hand, but he'll just be relieved to find the boundary rope. He's 16 off 15 balls now, so striking at a strike rate above 100.
You can send your emails in to BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com on the back of that.
We do have our email to read out from Jeff Chamberlain, which is quite typical now to read out. Speaking about Hampshire's batting order, he said, Kevin and Melissa, I'm afraid you don't get mentioned here.
Cut out as usual.
In answer to Melissa's question, we need to get Joe Weatherly back in. One of Holland and Organ would drop out. As Drake's in again, and that's on the hip of Gubbins, and he swats that away back to backwards square leg on the boundary for a single. Hampshire 32 for 2. It is a question of whose bowling is more valuable. I would have said keep Organ, but in Abbas's absence, maybe keep Holland. I would also get Donald up the order, maybe to swap places with Dawson. And then he says, great to briefly meet you both last week. Continued excellent commentary from you guys and the Yorkshire commentator. All of you very fared and not one-eyed. Just wait until it gets down to the final few overs. Everything will change. As Drake's in, that's full and miscued from Vince to the man at short mid-wicket. He was looking to execute one of those James Vince cover drives through the offside, but got a bit early on that ball and just chipped it up.
We've already had a certain Melissa Story fist bumping when she heard that Surrey had lost a few wickets, so if Hampshire will pull this one out of the fire and win it, I'm expecting you two to be high-fiving on the gantry here, hanging banners over the edge, all sorts of stuff going on, I'm sure.
We'll have a party all planned as Drake's in on the legs of Vince, who's clipping that away again straight to the mid-wicket fielder.
In the absence of any coffee or tea today, I'm guessing that JMO's probably arranged some Bollinger a little bit later on. Other champagnes are available.
Bollinger for a win like this? It'd be stronger stuff than that.
Just said that, yeah.
Night out on the tune. Drakes throws the ball to himself at the top of his mark. 3 sips in place. Bowling to Vince. That's outside the off stump and he wafts at that one. James Vince looking to cut again, too close to his body. And that's a good over from Drake's. Hampshire 32 for 2.
Just a bit of cat and mouse, isn't it? Yorkshire get a wicket, then there's a little bit of a counter, and then Yorkshire get a wicket, and then there's 2 more boundaries and a single. It's to you, to me, to you, to me type of thing at this moment in time. 32 for 2. Gubbins 17 and Vince yet to score. Bit of correspondence to catch up with on Twitter. What do we think about the news? David Willys returning to Wantage Road. Sign of financial difficult times at Leeds or lots of young fast bowlers, asks Mike Scott. The former, I'm afraid, says Keith Bruce. Or he could want a decent pitch to bowl on, says Jerry Smith.
At Northants.
At Jonathan Doidge, at Solent Sport, or at... Or remind me, Melissa, as Jordan Thompson's in and bowling to Gubbins, who turns that to mid-on. No run coming from round the wicket here, Jordan Thompson.
At Melissa G. Story.
If you want to get in touch on Twitter or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. And got a few of those to get through as well.
I've got an email which I think very fairly points out one of my earlier comments about Yorkshire being quite defensive and rebuts that.
Thompson round the wicket and pushing out backward of point is Gubbins, but can't get it past Bess. No run.
It's quite a long one, but it does say hello from Chris Cole. Always enjoy listening to Kevin and Melissa when Yorkshire aren't playing. Just want to pick up on Melissa's comments a few minutes ago that Yorkshire have been happy to be defensive and take those 5 draws out of 6 this season, and he thinks that's quite a long way from reality, which I would put my hands up and admit if I was mistaken. And the fact is, mainly due to injuries with Code, Fisher, Ralph, etc., Yorkshire have simply been unable to take 20 wickets in a match.
Thompson in again, that's wide of off stump through to Duke. Gubbins not interested, kept a little bit on the low side. Yeah, I'd be inclined to agree. As we welcome the return of listeners from 5 Sports Extra with the news that Hampshire are on 32 for 2. Lost Felix Organ, caught by Harry Brook off Jordan Thompson for 8 when the score was on 12. Ian Holland was subject of an attempted catch by George Hill when he was on 4. Got 2 runs from it. Hill couldn't reel it in, but he was stuck on that score of 6 when trapped LBW by Thompson in his previous over from the pavilion end from which he's bowling at the moment. He's just been turned through mid-wicket. A miss, curiously as well, under the body of Matthew Waite, who's at mid-wicket, and that's going to cost Yorkshire 3 runs. Double teapot by Jordan Thompson. Matthew Waite, I think he's probably trying to get in his excuses there as he says something back to the bowler. But it means the scoreboard ticks over to 35 for 2, and so Hampshire now need a further 162 runs to win in a minimum of 48.2 overs. And Yorkshire need a further 8 wickets. It has been pointed out by Bill Kelso that we've been saying all 3 results possible. And of course, there are 4 results possible, given that a tie could be the outcome. The right-handed Vince yet to get off the mark, is on strike, and Thompson coming over the wicket to bowl to him, wraps him on the pad. There's an appeal for LBW. I think that was optimistic, and he's gone leg side of straight off the pad of Vince, so he's still to get off the mark. We've got a leg by. Yeah,
looking at that replay, maybe sliding down from Jordan Thompson, although if we had the benefit of modern technology, it might just show her clipping the top of leg stump, but
it certainly didn't look obvious like the Ian Horn dismissal, which looked like it was absolutely plump. So the left-handed Gubbins back on strike. 3 slips settle and wait for an opportunity, but not from this delivery, which is pushed back up to mid-off, and Drake's fields. End of the over then. There were 4 runs from it, 3 off the bat, 36 for 2. Jordan Thompson has both those wickets for the concession of 19 runs from his 6 overs so far. Ed Dyson says, morning Jonathan. A little bit late for morning, but living in the Netherlands since 1973, I've missed my cricket on TV, although I did play club cricket here, he says. I am of the Len Hutton and Cyril Washbrook generation. My first test match was Headingley 1948, where Hutton and Washbrook batted well, as did Dennis Compton, but lost due to a brilliant 173 not out by the great Donald Bradman. Thanks for the wonderful comms from yourself and colleagues. If Yorkshire can build a lead of around 200, well, they weren't so far off that. Then we're in for an exciting finish, and I think we're still moving towards that, Edward, so thanks for your email.
Drake's to Vince then, who's on the back foot, pushing this into the offside for no run. I mean, as you say, it was an accurate prediction, and at the start of the innings, Hampshire needed something around 3.5 runs per over. That required rate slightly less now, and Hampshire catching up with it. They started the innings with a flurry of boundaries off the edge, then lost their 2 openers early, which has been an unfortunate trend for Hampshire this season. But with Vincent Gubbins at the crease, Gubbins has got off to an absolute flyer for 20 off 21 balls. Drake's in, bowls, and solid in defence is Vince, yet to get off the mark.
Gary Longhorn says it's a shame that Harris Ralph isn't coming back this season, as I would have loved to have seen him bat against the new ball. Drake's looks a lot better bat. Patrington were beaten by Carlton Towers on Sunday, but won both games Saturday. Gary's club.
Is Ralph quite the eccentric when he bats?
Yeah, I'll tell you after this Drake's delivery a little bit more.
Drake's to Vince, 3 slips in play, and that's past the outside edge through to the keeper. Good pressure here building from Yorkshire.
I hadn't seen him bat that I can recall before the first match of the championship season at Bristol, and I saw him in the hotel that morning at breakfast. I think it might have been morning number 2 or whatever, when he looked like he was going to be due to go in, and he just said, when I play for Pakistan, they just tell me to go in and hit 6s, and what do you know? Although there was a moment at Northampton when he was probably better advised not to try that.
Drake's in, bowls, that's a short ball and pulled away by Vince. This is 4 runs. There's no one out there on the leg side, and that's one of Vince's staple shots. He will not hesitate to put away that ball, and actually it wasn't too bad of a delivery there from Drake's, coming over that left arm over. Vince actually taking that ball from outside off stump. Hampshire 40 for 2. Vince gets off the mark. I mean, the instruction to go in and hit quite a lot of 6s does seem to be the general instruction for most of Pakistan's lower order, from about 9 to 11, as Drake's in and dropped into the offside by Vince for no run. But it's a good approach to take sometimes. Everyone loves when a tail ender can come in, give it a bit of a whack. Hampshire has their very own Keith Barker, who comes in and brings out the reverse sweep quite often.
Yeah, I knew there was a curious moment. It was Yorkshire were 296, and Harris Ralph was in with Matthew Revis at Wantage Road in their first innings, so playing for batting points. There were only 80 overs gone.
Drake's bowls, and that's a slash over the head of Slips, which races away for 4. That was a chance. Looking at this replay now, Drake's a foolish ball from outside off stump. It was a full-length jump there from second slip. And the ball goes flying just over their fingertips away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, Adam Lythe was the man who was trying to grasp it. I think it was comfortably over his head by the looks of things. So yeah, Harris Ralph was on 6. And they had loads of time to get an extra batting point at 296. And he had a massive yahoo. I'm not sure anybody had told him that if they get to 300, they got an extra point. And he lost the top of his off stump, the stump cartwheeling back by the bowling of Gareth Berg.
Oh, that reminds me of that game, I wouldn't be able to tell you the names, where I think it was the West Indies needed 8 to win or something, and then number 11 pulled out the most almighty slog and was clean bowled. And I'll have to look into the archives to think who that was, but it's an incredible shot.
Revis into the attack for Yorkshire then, and he's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, the man who's been taken off. Double wicket taker Jordan Thompson does the fielding down at deep backward square leg, and they get through for a single. Now Matthew Revis done some damage in terms of breaking a few partnerships, picking up a couple of wickets here and there on the way through the season so far. It's been an encouraging start. He's not got a lot of runs to play with here, and if you can have an odd loose over, wouldn't want too many of those, but you can also bowl a peach, particularly with the Yorker. He's bowling at James Vince here, and that's wide of off stump and shoulders arms. So 3 slips, Matthew Waite at point, having a chat with Jordan Thompson, who's gone into the covers. Stephen Patterson is getting loose, he's at mid-off to the right-hander. Drake's hands on hips at mid-on. George Hill at mid-wicket, and Dom Best, by the looks of things, down to our left at long leg. He'll have a part to play clearly at some point, you feel. Revis in and punched off the back foot here by Vince, picked up by Jordan Thompson, no run. Stephen Patterson, well, he won't want to lose if he has got control. If he does feel he's got that at the moment, he won't want to lose it, and certainly won't want to hand the initiative to Hampshire, and they've only been out there for 12.5 overs to get those 45 runs. So 3.3 and over required. They're going at 3.6 at the moment. They're ahead of that rate with the overs remaining in the match, as Revis's latest delivery is dropped into the offside by Vince.
I wonder whether we could see the early introduction of Dom Bess, maybe as a first change option here.
Yeah.
Apply the pressure as soon as possible, as you say. Hampshire going above the required rate now, only just, but Dom Bess would be able to just bring a bit of control back for Yorkshire.
Revis in past umpire Kettleborough, cut, and that's going to be 4. Wide of the cordon, no third man in place. Again, talking about just a little bit loose. It's too wide, isn't it? Particularly to a player of Vince's abilities, and he was on that straight away. So they can't afford to continue leaking boundaries. Down below 150 required now, but I guess it's a case of giving Matthew Revis whatever it might be, 2, 3, 4 overs, something like that, to see if he can make a difference here. If he, at his pace, bowling a heavy ball, can hit a patch out there, something that's a little bit more worn, that might just bring in a bit of uneven bounce, it's going to cause a problem. If he can pull out the Yorker that he bowls well, it could cause somebody a problem as well. This one's straight and worked off the hip. It was short of length, and Vince managed to get it away square-ish on the onside for a single. That will complete the over and bring up the Hampshire 50 in exactly 13 overs and 55 minutes of play. And it just continues to keep us hooked in, does this match, doesn't it?
Speaking of hooked in games, that other quite exciting game in Div 1 of the County Championship between Somerset and Surrey. Surrey need 103 runs to win now. They're 90 for 3 at the moment, so looking as if that will be within their range. And other games going on, Lancashire needing 201 runs to win, which will never happen. Just to tailor that to my Yorkshire audience. Not any chance. And
Change your bowling.
we have Patterson from our hotel end. So no spin yet. Continuing with seam. And Patterson will be bowling to Vince. That tucks him up. First ball hitting him in the thigh pad with that jagged in movement, which we've began to see off this pitch a bit. Patterson will just get the ball to move a little bit off the surface. He's a crafty bowler. And he'll just hit his areas, looking to apply pressure to James Vince, who struggled to get off the mark early on, but has progressed on to 13 off 16 deliveries. And if you let James Vince go past that 20 mark, then there's not often a way back, as he's in again and dropping this down on the leg side as Vince for no run.
Ken Lashley says when Kev visits Scarbados, he might notice that the gulls can tell the time. There'll be a few around all day, but as the close of play approaches, there'll be more flying overhead and gathering on the rooftops, waiting for the spectators to go. Not long to the Surrey game now.
See, I've had my dad at least has had a traumatic seagull experience in Yorkshire. As Patterson White, ball in hand, bowling to Vince. That's over pitched and driven by Vince, but there's a good diving stop at mid-off by Drakes.
He needs to ring the Yorkshire Seagull trauma line. Have you not heard of that? No,
I have to put that forward. I believe it was in Hornsey. Lovely beach, very, very pebbly. And he was eating a Cornish pasty, which is unusual in Yorkshire. But a seagull came and swooped and took the entire thing from his hands. And that's about, quite expensive, a Cornish pasty. As Patterson in, driven to the onside for no run.
It'll not be as expensive in Yorkshire as it is down here.
No, you have to take a small mortgage out to get a pasty out down here. But yeah, it was heartbreaking. I think seagulls are honestly everyone calls pigeons the rats of the air, but seagulls don't get enough stick, I think.
Okay. That's your old emails for seagull bashing to Melissa Story.
Patterson in and full again. An on drive from Vince. Straight to the fielder for no run. This is good control here from Patterson. So yeah, if you have any hatred of seagulls and you want a chance to rant and vent, then we're here for you. We're ready to listen to your trauma. Maybe we are the Seagull Hotline, trauma helpline. You can email us at solentcricket@gmail.com or on Twitter @solentsport. We also had a seagull problem at my school, which is unusual because we're a landlocked county. As Patterson in and tickling round the corner as Vince, well, looking to, but hits it straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and that completes a maiden over from Patterson. Hampshire 50 for 2 off 14.
Emails into BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. We've got one in here from the RSPB who have said...
Am I about to be arrested?
We gulls get a bad name.
The girls typing
If you
this.
humans hadn't overfished in the North Sea, then we wouldn't have had to dive for that food, that Cornish pasty at Hornsey. Signed Mr. C. Gull.
Wow. I've got a whole new perspective on the plight of seagulls now and their treacherous lives.
So 50 for 2, 147 more for Hampshire to win, 8 wickets more for Yorkshire to win. Will Luxton's just out there on the field at the moment. Didn't notice who has left the premises. But meanwhile, Revis round the wicket to Gubbins, who works it to Patterson at mid-on, takes him on and gets the single.
I do have a confirmation as well of that fantastic shot I was describing. It was Shannon Gabriel in the last over of a test match. Had a massive slog at the first ball from leg spinner Yasir Shah, and Wisden described it as the worst shot ever played in test cricket. And I think they needed single figures to win the test match.
That's a big call on the worst shot. Here's Revis over the wickets, full of length on the legs of Vince, who flicks it down to long leg, where Bess will keep them to 1.
Or I think it was maybe a number of balls to survive left in the day, and he went for the big shot. Yeah, it's quite a big claim, as you say, to claim the worst shot ever played. It's quite a subjective thing.
Yeah. Gary Longhorn says Patrington Cricket Ground is the most picturesque ground in Yorkshire, and that includes Scarborough. Here's Gubbins driving at this latest Revis round the wicket delivery, and Drakes dives and does a bit of fielding and then gets a low 5 from his captain. He's going to have a change in the team. Melissa taking a rest, might go for another walk perhaps, and Kev is coming back in alongside. Meanwhile, Revis coming in past umpire Kettleborough, short ball, and is there a chance for a catch? They look like there might have been for a moment, but no. Revis has gone for 6 down over fine leg. Will Luxton was the man underneath it, but his foot was on the rope, the ball was still in the air, and then he took a few steps back and still couldn't reel it in because it landed in, well, if there was any crowd down there, what would have been the crowd? The seating, 58 for 2, 139 more to win, and 44 overs to get them in. It's swinging back Hampshire's way at the moment. Yorkshire want to break this partnership. Another short ball, and pulled again for 4 more this time. So the Matthew Revis experiment isn't working this time. He's gone for 18 in just 11 deliveries, and well, he's bowling a ball there for which there isn't a field set, so I'm not sure his skipper will be entirely delighted with that. The over's gone for 12 so far. Can he show us he's got a comeback in him here? Can he get the wicket, give Yorkshire something at the end of the over? In again to Gubbins, who's stepping into this with some purpose, but drives it straight along the deck to cover, and there's no run. I think that will probably be that for Matthew Revis for the short term, you'd imagine. 2 overs for 18, and Gubbins 32, Vince 14, so 135 needed in a minimum of 44 overs. Yorkshire still needing 8 wickets.
Well, it hasn't been plain sailing at all, is it? 62 for 2. Gosh, there's been some heart-stopping moments in that, and that was one of the better overs, probably the best over for Hampshire there. I think Matthew Waite will probably come at that far end, as we've got Don Bess at this near end. Now this, I think, will not be easy for Hampshire here. It hasn't been easy so far. That's why we were saying that 197 to win is by no means a foregone conclusion. It can still go either way, but as Hampshire gets sucked in and get closer and closer, of course they'll be committed to keep going. But this is a good move. He bowled particularly well in the first innings, created problems throughout his 30-odd overs that he bowled for each of the batters that came in. I think this will be testing.
Yep, I'm still, if you like, pricing up the home side as favourites to win this now. 135 off that many overs with 8 wickets in hand. I would be now. Well,
it's funny, isn't it? Any good over eases the pressure. So, you know, if it's a good over for Hampshire, then you think, oh, you know, that's all right, that's good. But when you think how they've got to 62 for 2, it hasn't. It could have so easily be 60 odd for 4. There's been some edges out there. There's been some playing and misses. Here's Bess. This will be interesting. He's got the short leg and the slip in. He'll bowl just outside off stump. That one doesn't turn, doesn't hit the rough, as Vince works that to mid-wicket. But as we saw in the first innings, the odd one, he bowls it out there and there's a little bit of rough. The batters are unsure. Is it turning back a fraction? Should I play it? And of course, then if it goes in the arm, on with the arm a little bit, which he does do. I think there'll be 1 or 2 heart-stopping moments for Hampshire yet as he bowls. That's just pitched in the rough, but that's covered up by Vince.
But 43.5 overs left. You're going to want to take 10 overs out of this Yorkshire in terms of low or no scoring to really apply pressure on the scoreboard in that respect, and you want to take some wickets during that time.
Well, true. I mean, it's a good little period for Hampshire at the moment. There's a reverse sweep which he misses. You know, there's mistakes out there still being made. You know, at the moment it's a little good period, but you know, this could quite easily change, as you know. We've all seen enough cricket, Jonathan, you, me, Mel, you know, everybody that's watching this and listening to this.
No,
knows that things can change very quickly.
Completely agree with that. All I'm saying is, right at this moment in time, stop the game now. Hampshire are your favourites.
Yeah, yeah. Here comes Bess. Bowls Vince forward. Quietly out on the offside, and there's no run. Mark Rutland has emailed sunatcricket@gmail.com. He says, watching from the pavilion roof terrace, Kevin Melissa's celebratory drinks have just arrived. My God, that's early. That is way early. Resolved the openers issue by signing Tom Haynes from Sussex, says Mark. There's Vince just pushing that back to the bowler, and there's no. I presume he sent us a picture actually of the celebratory drinks, because I'm just trying to download a couple of things, but the internet here is not that great. It's taken a while. Perhaps you've done it, Mel. Oh my God, that's a load of drinks. That's boxes and boxes of stuff. Here comes Bess again, runs away from us. Bowls flighted. It's just turned into the onside by Vince and fielded at short leg. End of the over, 62 for 2. That's a maiden. Don Bess opening with 6 dot balls.
Yeah, a couple of slightly false strokes by James Vince. The one you mentioned that he pushed back to him, actually, he was turning that one through mid-wicket, so must have been some touch of leading edge about it. Russell Walker's tweeted that he wanted 220 as a Yorkshire lead earlier, and says, re my earlier message, this is why I wanted Yorkshire to get 220-ish. Needs some control, obviously.
There's still a lot to get, 135 yet. Believe me, there's still a lot to get.
Lily says, I was about to say bring Don Bess on, and he's on. He should be captain, I think, Lily. Looking forward to seeing Kev at Scarbados in both July and August. We have a change of...
I'm quite disappointing in the flesh.
Change of bowling, because Stephen Patterson has removed himself from the hotel end and is bringing himself on at the pavilion end so that he can bowl in tandem with Bess. And you would think this bowling partnership is Yorkshire's best chance of wresting back some control. If they can do that, Patterson wide of off stump, and Gubbins happy to leave it. They've taken a slip out here for Pato. Just Will Frayne at first and Adam Lyth at second. Bess is at point. Harry Brook has been taken out of third slip and has assumed a position catching at a short extra cover. He's got a bit of cover over the right shoulder with, I think, Jordan Thompson at cover. Drake's at mid-off, Waite at mid-on, and Hill at mid-wicket. And Revis down at long leg. Gubbins,
Shots.
though, he's going to miss all of those. And he gets it away past Hill and wide of Waite through mid-wicket for 4 well-struck runs.
Well, I mean, he's batting sort of off stump, and he's taking that from off stump at least, maybe just a fraction outside, but he's hitting through the leg side at the moment. Nick Gubbins is second to none. That is a very, very good shot to a length ball, and absolutely no risk whatsoever. A valuable 36 already in Hampshire's cause.
Here is Patterson wide of Gubbins off stump this time, just making sure it was the other side of the stumps, and the batsman leaves. Total irrelevancies in cricket commentary, number 3486.
Well, it's
on this day in 1981,
yes,
the album Duran Duran by Duran Duran was released. That's just come up on Twitter. Sorry.
all right. What was in that
Anyway, back
album?
down on Planet Earth.
What was in that album then? What songs?
Planet Earth, their debut single.
Oh right, okay. Oh right.
Here's Patterson in, and Gubbins lets another one go by. Just a few careless memories from me there, Kev. That was their second single.
Keep going, keep them coming. Over to you.
Not sure there'll be too many girls on film here today, but that was the third.
Keep going.
If I get my own way, this game will go right down to the wire and be a thriller.
That was Michael Jackson, wasn't it?
Here's Patterson in, and that's pushed out into the offside by Gubbins and missed by Jordan Thompson at cover, but they've decided on not taking an attempt at a second run, so just the single. My own way, actually. I was waiting for you to check me on that one. Was from the album Rio, and not from the first album.
Damn, I missed that one. We have 20 overs until tea. 20 minutes until tea. Of course, tea is fixed at 20 to 4.
I know your taste is a bit older than that. I've seen your Jack Jones and your Tony Christie collection.
It's before me.
Here's Patterson bowling to Gubbins. Duke standing up to the stumps, and it was Vince, in fact, turns it into the onside. He's on 14. Gubbins on 37 at the end of that Patterson over, which went for 5. He's bowled 2 overs for 5, therefore 67 for 2. Just 130 more to win in a minimum of 42 overs. They're before your time, so come on then, let's.
Well, I don't know what era I was really. I suppose I was sort of.
I'm going. Were you part of the T-Rex generation?
Oh, no, I was really young then. Gosh, find me. Listen, I don't care what old I'm just trying to work out what would have been my sort of era. I suppose your sort of soft cell, wham, that sort of thing.
Okay.
Would have been my young stuff. You?
Same. Really?
Is it really? Are we almost the same age? Gosh. You're younger than me.
I hope not.
Yeah. You're younger than me. Gosh. Don Bess is round the wicket, bowling to the left-hander Nick Gubbins, and Gubbins pushes forward. That's gone down at the wicket, and there's no run. It was quite interesting in that over actually. While you were reminiscing about Duran, I was keeping my eye on the tactics of the cricket. And
what happened?
And it was quite interesting with Gubbins sort of batting, and you know, taking some of those shots on the leg side from straight. It forced Patterson to bowl a little bit wide of the off stump, which of course then was easier for Gubbins to leave the ball. That's flicked away, and that's 4 more on the leg side from Nick Gubbins, all along the carpet, and that is 4 more, which takes him on to 41 and Hampshire on to 71 for 2. This is a good little spell for Hampshire, and they needed it because it wasn't a particularly glorious opening, although the first 2 balls went for 4, but that was about it for a while. Felix Organ out for 8 and Holland out for 6, but these 2 have been together since the score was 23. Yeah, so it just forced Patterson a bit wider, you know, outside off stump, and of course then it's easier to leave. You know, you're not playing at balls that you're not sure about, and it's quite interesting. And Patterson definitely went wider. You mentioned that actually, outside off stump. Gubbins forward, plays on the onside, no run as Bess was quickly across. Going back to the Hampshire opening pair, which me and Melissa were talking about earlier, because obviously, you know, Organ and Holland, in fact between them, 14 runs in this innings and 11 in the other one, so that's 25 runs in 4 innings between them. Mr. Rabson says at solentcricket@gmail.com, I was always told that the opening partnership is the bedrock of the innings. So taking that into account, could Weatherly and Donald not be given the chance to make a permanent opening pair? As not impressed with what's been going on thus far as Best bowls left alone outside the off stump. There's all sorts of combinations. I'm not sure Donald is going to be, whatever Hampshire do or don't do, I don't think Owen Donald's going to be moved from number 7, but that's only a personal view. 71 for 2. That's Bess bowls, and Gubbins flicks it away through mid-wicket. That'll be a single. He moves on to 42 now. 72 for 2. Hampshire need 125.
Yeah, just chipping away. And, Yorkshire would love to chip away again with a couple of wickets now. That would really sort of put it back into the balance again. But these 2 have played positively. They've ridden a little bit of luck, but they're still there and going well.
Almost 50 runs they've put on. 49 it is currently. Bess is over the wicket to Vince. Vince goes for the slog sweep over the leg side, and he's just got hold of that enough. And it's just gone over the fielder, but only just. 1 foot down the wicket, heaved across the line, and that didn't come out of the middle of the bat. But it's 6 runs, and that is the 50-run partnership. 55 they put on at a run a ball. In fact, a fraction better, it's 54 balls.
Yeah, just feeling like now that body language-wise, with the 2 or 3 players out there for Yorkshire, that they're starting to get pretty concerned. They've still got 119 runs to play with, but just when you look around the field and you get that shrug of shoulders, the double teapot. George Hill it was who was trying to make the catch. He obviously tried to catch Holland earlier on, which doesn't cost him anything appreciable, just the 2 runs from that shot. But it's at the moment, it looks like one of those days, or this spell at least, is where the ball is not quite going to hand. things not quite going their way. They need to try and work hard to change that.
Yeah, definitely. Got to hang in there. It's always an overused word, but you've got to.
Patterson in, cut by Gubbins, who had he got it a little squarer would have had a boundary, but he got it central, and it's come up in the hands of Jordan Thompson. 2 slips in place. Harry Duke is standing up to the stumps. I've still got Harry Brook in that drive catch position at short extra cover. It's a ring field largely, with Revis out at deep backward square leg. Patterson then into Gubbins, who works it out into the offside once more. No run.
Yeah, listen, understandably it's a bit quieter out there, and you know, that is understandable, because you know, it was a good start, 23 for 2, and lots of chirping out there, because Yorkshire know that you know, that isn't going to be easy to get 197, and you know, it has gone quieter. But you've only got to think about how Hampshire have got to this point at 78 for 2. You know, there's been a few mistakes, a few half mistakes. You know, on another day this wouldn't be 78 for 2.
Patterson again wide of Gubbins off stump.
You know, there'd be, sorry, Jonathan, there'd be a couple of more wickets down. I think you also have to remember that. You know, it's different, you know, if they're just playing it around and everything's in the middle of the bat, even if it's going to fielders, even if it's defensive shot. I would be worried at 78 for 2 then, but that has not been the case. So whilst it's Hampshire's period here, it could change. It could change after tea, it might change just before tea. And you always have to believe that as a field inside. This is by no means straightforward for Hampshire.
Patterson to Gubbins again, who rocks back slightly and cuts, but no further than Thompson in the covers. So I asked you about that sort of mythical pie chart earlier, suggesting that maybe at that stage it was possibly 40% draw, 30 apiece then. I think it's probably 40 Hampshire and 30 apiece the other possible results, and we'll leave the tie out of that one, but obviously we acknowledge that that's a possibility. Yeah. Patterson coming towards us then from the pavilion end. Gubbins tries a little sweep. There's a big appeal for LBW, and he's given. Gubbins has gone. It was a sustained appeal by Patterson. He stepped quite a way across to try and make room to get that down through backward square leg. Thoughts on the decision, Kev? It's 78 for 3, whatever those thoughts are, and Gubbins has gone for 42. But when you're looking for a game changer, could that be one?
I need to see it again. It's round the wicket, and he's well forward, but I need to see it again.
I'm going to take it from that.
Well, I'm not
from
sure.
The view you've had, you're not convinced.
I missed it. I think if they can show it again on the live picture feed, we'll have another look. Here we go. Here we go. I think it's harsh.
I thought I'd give you a chance to respond before I start to talk.
I think it's harsh. That's all.
Okay. 18 overs and 5 balls into the Hampshire second innings.
Feel free to give your view.
I need to see it from straight on myself. But no, it's not a great view from where I'm sitting. I promise you it's not.
Oh dear. Right. Okay. Yeah. I'm lost for words at the moment, because I think that you can look at that a number of times, and I think if you looked at it 10 times, you'd probably 7 out of 10 say that's okay. He's okay. Mike Martin at Sunnet Sports says, I'm going to change the subject here. I think it might be time for some Tom Prest. Tell your co-commentator I grew up in the same road as Jack Jones. That's Doidgy. Still have a pic of me and his then wife Susan George.
Susan George, yeah. I'm going to watch it back. And
if you haven't got the live picture feed, you can actually watch it if you go to the ECB page, or you go on the YouTube, Hampshire YouTube channel, then you can also play it back from there. Let us know what you think.
So 1 left in the over. Patterson in. That's dropped into the onside by new batsman Liam Dawson. End of the over then. It was a wicket maiden for Patterson. 78 for 3, 119 to win. And Kev has an update to do, during which time I hope to be able to give you an opinion on what I thought of the LBW.
Oh, right. Trying to get my breath back there. Trying to get my composure back. With Hampshire 78 for 3. We are just under 10 minutes to go until tea. At Silent Sport, silentcricket@gmail.com. Let us know if you're replaying that LBW decision as to what you think. I still think, and I still think I need to see it a little bit more, honest. Which means it's certainly not stone dead. It's Bess to bowl to James Vince. And Vince pushes forward out into the gap in the covers. They might take 2 here. There is an extra cover that was pushed well to his left. And Vince moves on to 22, 80 for 3. So that's it, you know, Jonathan, I said, you know, things change, don't they? One decision, you know, and then all of a sudden, one wicket, and all of a sudden it looks slightly different again. 119 needed. Hampshire have 7 wickets in hand, and there are 40 overs left minimum in the day's play. We won't get any more than that. There's no way Yorkshire will want to do that, unless, of course, they have Hampshire 8 or 9 down very quickly. Forward is Vince. Quietly plays that out on the onside. 80 for 3. 8 minutes till lunch now. Jonathan's going to tell us what he thinks in a moment. I can't wait. Here we go. We are just under 10 minutes to go until tea. Now, Hampshire are batting in their second innings. They are 80 for 3. They need another 117 runs with just over 39 overs left in the game. They started badly in their quest to score 197 to win because they were 23 for 2. Then came a partnership of 55 between James Vince and Nick Gubbins, and all seemed well with the world again until just a few moments ago. Nick Gubbins has been adjudged LBW for 42. Was it out or is it in? And now James Vince goes now, and that is another wicket. And this has been a poor few minutes for Hampshire. They are 80 for 4, needing another 117.
Thank you very much indeed, Kev. Live online commentary of that continues then.
What was that? Was that LBW? Was that caught? I must admit I wasn't looking because I was too busy doing that.
I was still trying to get the stream in the right place.
We will get an update on the scoreboard at the very least.
Harry Duke, the way he was appealing, may have whipped the bails off and may have a stumping, but he's guessed the dismissal at the moment. It's 80 for 4. That's definitely the score. James Vince has gone for 22.
Caught Harry Duke.
Oh, caught by Duke, okay.
So is that down the leg side then? I say apologies, I wasn't actually looking doing that update. Too busy looking at some figures. Anyway, we can tell you that Vince has gone, and just a few minutes ago it all looked good for Hampshire with that 55-run partnership, and now Vince and Gubbins have been parted within the space of 2 runs, and now it's Yorkshire that will feel that this is very much now their game for the taking. This just got a whole lot harder now for Hampshire. 80 for 4, 117 needed. Amazing how a couple of minutes changes things.
Yep, it's certainly, well, it's back in the balance, I think I'd say, at this stage.
Wow. Hardly time to... so your view of the LB?
Well, I stopped it, and the ball, I don't know if I've got it on the actual frame of where it hits him, but it looks as though it doesn't hit him full on the front leg. It sort of clips probably the inside of the pad, or even just at the start of the thigh after the pad, and he's pretty much in front of middle of where it hits him, and obviously the ball is, as you said, it's bowling round the wicket coming in towards him, so I can see why on first view you might think that's harsh if you think it's hit him on the front pad, because there's a debate as to whether or not that is outside the line.
Sure.
But if it hasn't hit him flush on the pad, which I don't think it did, then there is definitely a decision to make, and it's whether or not it's probably hitting leg stump.
Okay, that's fair enough. Here's Bess bowling to Brown then. Brown pushing forward. Now Brown top scored with 83 in the first innings, but he was misstumped coming down the wicket to Bess when he had just 11. And I think there were times when Brown was just a little bit unsure at times about playing or not playing outside the off stump. But nevertheless, it was a very useful and very good 83. But there he's quite deliberately defensive there to Dom Bess. So things have changed here in the last few minutes here at the Ageas Bowl. Hampshire were 78 for 2 with Gubbins and Vince going well. And now Gubbins and Vince have gone. 80 for 4, 117 needed, and probably get 2 overs in before tea.
Yeah, and just seen it again, just in actual time, if you like, and it definitely looks like it's a good shout when you see it again and again. So anyway, it's given, and it was the end of Nick Gubbins. LBW to Patterson for 42 off as many deliveries, and since then, as we now know, James Vince also back in the changing room, and Stephen Patterson took one of those wickets. He's bowling here at Liam Dawson, so plenty resting on the shoulders of this pair now. But the way this game is going, you would not put it past a stand of whatever, 50, 60 at this stage, and then maybe that gets broken and then there's more drama. Cracking game of cricket either way. 38 overs and 5 balls as a minimum left in the match. And in comes Stephen Patterson once again, bowling to Dawson, who pushes to mid-on, no run. Ben Brown got himself in a little bit of a pickle a few times against Dom Bess, didn't he, in the first innings? Well, though he played, he definitely looked less confident against the off-spinner than against anything with pace on the ball, and Yorkshire, I'm sure, will have noted that. But it's Dawson on strike and facing Patterson, and shouldering arms. It just changes the complexion now. They were up at 4 point something run rate wise, requiring 2.6 with every passing delivery. That changes a little bit. You wouldn't worry too much about that at this stage, but you would think, well, unless the pair of them, you know, come out and try and counter, you would think there's probably a little period of consolidation. I was suggesting that Yorkshire needed to, if you like, buy back something like 10 overs in terms of slowing things down, taking time out of the game, having some control back. Patterson in and bowling, and Dawson flicking to leg where Jordan Thompson fields. Three slips a point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square, really. Dom Bess. Here comes Yorkshire's captain once more, and Dawson solid behind it.
Sorry, I'm just watching the 2 dismissals again. I'm watching Vince's. He actually was caught behind, outside the off stump.
Yeah, when you suggested leg stump, I thought it was the way that
Harry Duke,
Harry Duke ran round the outside of off stump that I thought it must have been the other way around. That'll do Harry Duke's confidence some good after a difficult match so far. Final ball of the overs patted back to the bowler. So another maiden, 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5 for Stephen Patterson. And the game just tremendously poised in the balance here. Hampshire 80 for 4, needing a further 117 from a minimum of 38, and 2 batsmen, 2 batters on naught.
I'm going to be watching those 2 videos all over tea. 80 for 4 then, as Jonathan says, and this will be the last over before tea. Minimum of 30 overs left, 38 overs left in the game, and it's Dom Bess, 3 overs, 1 for 13, 117 needed. Bowling to Ben Brown, who's yet to get off the mark, pushes forward, that goes out into the covers, and there's no run. Ricky Young, silentcricket@gmail.com, says Hampshire are hard done by in this match, in my biased opinion, says Ricky. Vince LBW, that would be in the first innings, a shocker. Abbott 2LB appeals plum turned down. Gubbins LBW, Vince reaction says it all. That would have been in this innings. Here's Bess. Bowls and flighted and driven, but not timed out on the onside. Vince dismissal second innings, think he nearly lost his call, so says a lot. Think a draw should be what Hampshire look towards, says James Fletcher. Oh, it's James Fletcher, but it was under Ricky Young. So I don't know what email's going on there, but anyway, it was signed by James Fletcher. 2 dot balls in this over, and it looks like we're going to have a field change as we get towards tee. They're just going to try and put a bit of pressure on. In fact, a man's just gone on the drive, that's all. Here's Best. There is a man on the drive on the leg side already, and a short leg as that's flighted, and Brown plays it into the ground. Simon Woodhead, solentcricket@gmail.com, says surely it hit Gubbins outside the line, question mark, and Vince's body language suggested he was certain he didn't hit it. 80 for 4. A couple more of you before we get to tee as Brown pushes forward outside on the offside. Simon Bailey, solentcricket@gmail.com, he says hi there. His 2 feet are outside off. How has the umpire given that out, says Simon Bailey about Gubbins. Short leg stays in, man on the drive on the leg side stays in, so does the man on the off. Field's not changing, there is also a slip as Best comes in. And bowls, Brown pushing forward. I think Hampshire will just be pleased to get to tee after that little flurry of wickets there.
Yeah, it's about perspective, isn't it, as well? So if James Vince was convinced from his body language that he hadn't hit it, Harry Duke and Adam Lyth certainly seemed convinced he had from their reactions.
Best bowls, and that'll be the end of the afternoon session as Brown pods that back to the bowler. 80 for 4 then, Hampshire. A maiden over there for Don Best. Hampshire 80 for 4, 22 overs used up so far. Liam Dawson and Ben Brown, 2 new men out there in the middle, yet to get off the mark. There are 37 overs left in the day's play. Still plenty of drama between now and the end, you would think. 2 for 19, Jordan Thompson from 6 overs. 1 wicket apiece for Patterson and for Don Bess. And this game today, Jonathan, hasn't disappointed.
It's a belter, isn't it? Yeah. And as we keep, I think both of us saying, whichever way it goes, it's just a great game of cricket. 4-day cricket, getting to this stage, tee on the final day, when anything is still possible. It's possible the way things are going, and you wouldn't have pegged it for anybody on this pitch getting 6 wickets in a session, but it's possible they could do that, and it's certainly still possible Hampshire could get 117 that they need. And it's also possible that neither of those happen and we get some other result like a draw, or even, dare I say it, and bearing in mind Yorkshire had that really close game against Northamptonshire heading last year, dare I say a tie.
Thank you, Jonathan. Myself, Kevin, Jonathan and Melissa will be with you after tea. That's in just under 20 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where we are into the evening session on day 4, the 4th and last day of this county championship match between Hampshire and Yorkshire. This could very well go the distance, and it might go in the favour of either team. So we shall find out in, well, 37 overs is the maximum, or minimum actually, that can be bowled. The situation is that Hampshire in their second innings are 80 for 4. They still need another 117, so Yorkshire need another 6 wickets if they're to squeeze out a win. Hampshire, as I say, 117 if they are, and of course the draw is still possible, and as I've been reminded by one or two people, there's even a tie possible as well. So this has been a very entertaining game from the start to the end. It's ebbed and flowed, and it's done exactly that this afternoon, because Hampshire were 23 for 2 at one stage, and then a 55-run partnership between Nick Gubbins and James Vince seemed to be taking Hampshire towards getting over the line, but they went out very quickly before tea, and that's the situation we find ourselves. Later on we'll hear from Melissa Story, but right now it's myself and Jonathan Doidge as Patterson gets the evening session underway. Immediately Liam Dawson is off the mark as he clips that away on the leg side for 2. There are 2 new batsmen, or newish batsmen out there, both of them, although not Dawson anymore because he has 2. The other one, Ben Brown, is yet to get off the mark. So a 2 to get the evening session underway, 82 for 4, 115 needed. Jonathan. Hello again.
And welcoming listeners to from 5 Sports Extra once again. Yeah, good evening. It's a cracker.
It certainly is, yeah. I'll probably go through that scenario again quickly just in case you weren't with us. Dawson drives up to mid-off and there is no run. Earlier, Yorkshire were bowled out for 178 in their second innings. They started the day on 101 for 5. That at that point was a lead by 119. So Yorkshire looking to extend that lead as much as possible. Hampshire looking to get those last 5 wickets as quickly as possible, and they picked up 3 inside the first 40 minutes. Harry Duke, Don Bess and Jordan Thompson. 2 of those 3 went to Kyle Abbott, the other one to Brad Wheel, as Patterson comes in. Dawson plays that out on the offside, and there is no run. We then had a 44-run partnership between Dominic Drakes and Matthew Revis, and they batted for 1 hour and 20 minutes and just stalled Hampshire somewhat, and of course increased the Yorkshire lead at the same time. But then the first ball after lunch, Drakes just edged a length ball from Ian Holland, and James Vince took the catch, and then Patterson went soon after as Dawson's in behind that, plays that up towards extra cover, and there is no run. So 178 Yorkshire bowled out for. Hampshire then needed 197 to win. Brad Wheel finished with 3 for 32, 7 for 91 in the game, and with 59 overs minimum at that point, Hampshire started their innings. They started poorly again, 23 for 2 they were. Jordan Thompson picking up both openers, Felix Organ and Ian Holland, for the second time in the match, cheaply. And then came that partnership between Vince and Gubbins. 55 they made, and they both went very quickly before tea as Dawson pushes that up towards mid-off. Gubbins for 42, Vince for 22, Gubbins LBW to Patterson. It's caused a lot of debate, that LBW decision. And James Vince, I think near enough in the next over, Doidge was out for 22, caught behind off Bess.
Yeah, it was 5 balls later.
Yeah. So that's where we're at. Tea at 80 for 4, now we're 82 for 4, first over after tea. 115 needed. Patterson from the pavilion end. Dawson pushes forward and it goes back to the bowler. End of the over. Dawson has 2, Brown yet to get off the mark. And there are 36 overs minimum left in the day.
I don't know much, Kevin, but it's never nice when you're doing our job and you don't know the answer to a question that you're asked. I just usually have to shrug my shoulders and go, look, I'm a thick northerner and I can't get that one, I'm sorry. But I'm pleased in this instance to say I don't know who, if anybody, is going to win this match, because that means that in the final session of a 4-day game, we've got one that's going down to the wire.
Yep. And I think for the first time in 4 days, we've lost a bit of sun. We've got some hazy cloud over ahead, so I don't think we're going to see the sun back for a while, but it's still very warm.
Oh, it's close, it's muggy, it's sticky. I like it warm, but I don't like it this warm. Bess over the wicket, bowling off spin, good delivery, big appeal. Oh, tell you what, that looked a good shout first up. Where's it got him? Hard to tell because of the umpire's hat on the replay, isn't it?
It's done a bit out the rough, isn't it?
And it's Ben Brown. Did say before tea that out of all the bowlers that he faced first up, he looked least comfortable against this man. There's a short leg and a slip in place, sniffing for an opportunity. The field is largely ringed and converges on Brown, who's pushing forward to this next delivery. And George Hill fields at extra cover, kind of trying to keep the ball as dry as he can with a rub on his shirt before he hands it back to his bowling colleague. Haven't seen George Hill with the ball, have we? If we will. Here's Bess in again. Brown stepping back and working it round the corner. But there's no run. He's 0 off 10. So just that pressure of not yet having got off the mark. Anybody who's played the game will know that feeling that you just want to get something on the board, settle down a bit more. He won't do with this delivery because he pushes it into the offside for Hill to field once again.
Quite interesting tweet I've got here from Dan Ellipsis at Solent Sport. I'm still studying it.
Bess again, just outside off stump and off spin, turning it back in towards the right-hander, who then with the spin helps it on its way to Jordan Thompson, who's backward of square leg, about 45 degrees and maybe 25 yards from the bat. 2 to come, 4 dots so far, trying to build a bit of pressure on Ben Brown, who's pushing forward again. In fact, there was just the 1 to come as everybody walks off in different directions. End of a maiden by Bess then. 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13, 82 for 4. Still 115 needed from a minimum of 35 overs. And Yorkshire still needing 6 more wickets for their taste of victory.
He's obviously a whiz kid on the computer because he's managed to overlay some tracks and made a sort of a ball tracking type of diagram at Solent Sport. He's tweeted, because I think there's been fair debate about the Gubbins LBW decision to Patterson, the man bowling now. And have a look at that. It's interesting. That's cut away by Ben Brown. That'll be 4 runs. That looks a bit of a loosener there from Patterson. Doesn't normally bowl that line outside the off stump. And Ben Brown, sorry, it's Liam Dawson taking full advantage of that. We've seen a fair smattering of boundaries in this innings. It's Hampshire before Vincent Gubbins came to the crease. In fact, even early on in their innings, there were some boundaries, but they weren't all convincing. And that one was. But it hasn't been easy going for Hampshire by any stretch of the imagination. 86 for 4, need another 111. That's still a lot to get in this situation, especially as that's pushed towards mid-wicket and there's no run. It will get more nervy as we lose more overs, and perhaps Hampshire get you know, a lot closer. And if they lose 1 or 2 wickets as well, then of course Yorkshire will think that they can win this game, which of course they can very easily. So yeah, I think as we get deep into this session, I think we will get deep into this session, then it could be edge of your seat stuff. Dawson faces the medium pace of Patterson, length ball, Dawson in behind that, plays that back up the pitch.
Danny Collinson has emailed me saying, I heard Gary Longhorn mention our cricket club, that's Patrington, on today's commentary, so I thought I'd send you a couple of aerial shots of our south side ground. Certainly worth a visit at some point, with the Queen of Holderness, brackets Patrington Church, in the background. Whilst Gary may say it's the most picturesque ground in Yorkshire, give me Scarbados and North Marine Road any day of the week, says Danny.
It better be hot there as Patterson pushes that towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
Just going to finish off by saying, Danny, Patrington Cricket Club brackets committee member, press officer and park groundsman. He's got a few jobs there. You might lose those now, Danny, if you're saying that other grounds are more picturesque than your own. Press officer? And he's directing people to other...
Well, he's a proper press officer. You see, he doesn't patch it all up and put it out as spin. He says it how it is. 86 for 4. Here's Patterson. Dawson's on the back foot, and that's pushed up to mid-wicket to extra cover this time. Trevor Conduit is saying that neither of the Gubbins or Vince dismissals were out. You can make up your own minds if you are not watching on the live picture feed, which is going to the Hampshire Cricket website and to the Yorkshire website. Then, of course, the ECB, if you go onto their website, if you type in live videos, county cricket or something, if you click through, you will see the dismissals and, of course, the major incidents in the game on there. You can take a look for yourself as Dawson works that away square on the leg side. There'll be 2 neatly tucked away. A leg ball there from Hampshire's left arm spinner who moves on to 8, and Stephen Patterson just kicks the dirt as he walks back. He's done that a couple of times in the game. 88 for 4, and 109 runs are needed with 34 overs left.
Well, he's a tight Yorkshireman, isn't he, Pato? He doesn't want to concede any runs.
I'm sure the groundsman would agree with him on what he's doing there, but anyway. They all do it. I just happened to have looked up twice and seen Patterson do it in the last day or so. I think it was towards the end of the Hampshire first innings, wasn't it, really? I think he was a little bit disappointed that they didn't pick up that extra bowling bonus point.
Yep. So, he's watching on now from mid-off as Don Bess comes in from the hotel end to bowl to Ben Brown, who has managed to get Bess away. Thompson giving chase. They're going to touch down and come back for a second, because that travelled a little bit quicker than we first thought. It looked like it picked up pace, really, and Jordan Thompson ended up flicking it back in for Revis to do the throwing. 2 runs.
Nicely timed.
Yeah.
Just timed it with a spin on the leg side. The run rate here required by Hampshire is just over 3s. That's still a lot.
Bess into Brown, who works it in front of square this time. Brook around to field. You sort of wonder if Jordan Thompson might be a little bit squarer in view of the fact that Brown's tried to get a few away around there. Although if he does go squarer, then you might start to get the paddle involved. We've seen it just a couple of times in this match from spinners at this end. People getting it away fine for 4. Brown pushing solidly forward to its next best delivery. No run. Comes Don Bess again. Past umpire Burns. Oh, Brown steps back to cut just for a moment again. It looked like he'd exposed all 3 stumps, and he's chopped it into the deck, and Adam Lyth fielded it at slip.
Kept a bit low.
Say it again, yeah, it just doesn't look entirely comfortable against Bess. Comes the bowler once more, and this time he does look more comfortable. Ben Brown had a bit of time because it was dropped a little bit shorter to step back and push that into the covers, where Hill eventually fields, and they get back for 2. So 4 off the over so far, still 1 delivery remaining. 105 needed from 33 overs and 1 ball, and Yorkshire still wanting 6 further wickets if they're to win it. Pass again, and Brown solidly behind this one. So 4 to him, 8 to Dawson, 92 for 4, 105 to win, a minimum of 33.
Thanks, Jonathan. We'll be back shortly. Melissa Story, former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder, TMS commentator, will come in once more. 92 for 4, still tense out there in the middle. It's been a tense last day from start to this point as well. A lot of expectation around the home crowd here that Hampshire would pick up their the last 5 Yorkshire wickets quickly. They got the first 3 quickly. Just took a little while longer for the last 2, but it's kept the drama, Melissa, up.
It has, and you feel as if once the run chase gets below 100, then it will start to feel really tense.
Yeah, it's 105 at the moment as Patterson comes in from the pavilion end. It's a length ball of which Dawson holds the pose, pushes it up to mid-on, fielded by Drakes. How are you calling this at the moment?
I think if these two are capable of staying in together, then Hampshire should be able to get close to this target, chase it down. It's a quick outfield here. It's a good batting wicket, I'd say, against the seam. A bit more tricky against the spin, as we've seen Don Best bowling well.
Yeah. It's been a good cricket wicket, this, as Dawson's off the back foot, steers that into the covers. Again, there's no run. We were always talking this morning, weren't we? And we always thought that anything over 175 to chase would start to get tricky. Well, of course, 197 to win it ended up being. And there are periods, aren't there, where batters have looked more than comfortable, and then there's always been a period where 1 or 2 wickets fall quite quickly. We saw that before tea. Gubbins and Vince, well, they had their moments early on especially, but 55 partnership was certainly silencing Yorkshire a bit and got the crowd going a bit as that pushed out into the covers, and then the fact that they both departed within a few minutes of each other sort of silenced the crowd, and then all of a sudden Yorkshire got more vociferous.
Yeah, it's all going to be about building these partnerships. I mean, we saw the partnership between Revis and Drakes at the lower order for Yorkshire, with them both getting 28, Revis not out, Drakes 21, and that made a massive impact in changing the game.
It did, yeah. Yeah, they batted well, those two. They didn't seem in too much trouble either. Patterson bowls, Dawson works that up towards mid-on, Drake's the fielder.
And you almost have to adopt the logic that if the number 9 and 10 for Yorkshire can do it, what's really stopping the Hampshire batters from doing the same? It was a massive partnership between those two in the context of these second innings for both teams, and as always, partnerships make the difference in the game. They started off slow as well and really built up momentum as they started playing their shots, which is something these two can do.
Patterson was just running in. I think Ben Brown dropped his bat at the non-striker's end, which I guess Patterson saw in the corner of his eye and just stopped mid-run. So 105 needed. There are just over 32 overs left in the day's play, in the game, in fact, as Patterson comes in again. Sunshine just trying to come back out. It's been a very warm day, warm 4 days. Quick single square, throw comes in, it's a direct hit. I think Ben Brown's home. The ball ricochets down towards fine leg. Dawson hasn't seen it, but he comes back now. Ben Brown's called him through, and that's an extra valuable run from a very close looking run out.
It was one of those moments where your heart's in your mouth, but you can just show how intense this situation is, that we had the Hampshire faithful below us screaming run at them. They know that every run counts here, and as you say, it was fortunate in the end that it exceeded another run. We're not getting a replay here, but the umpire confident enough to call it on the pitch, not out.
You always worry from a batting side that direct hits tend to have a bit more as the umpire's looking just that little closer than otherwise. 94 for 4, 103 needed. So Dawson faces Patterson. He's into double figures now, Liam Dawson. On the back foot there, steers that out into the covers, and that's the end of the over. So 32 overs left. Dawson 10, Brown 4. I think running between the wickets, if I remember rightly, I think these two in the first innings, because they put on 118 partnership between the two of them. Dawson half century, Brown top scored with 83, and I think there was 1 or 2 moments, if I remember rightly, where the calling on it's just not as good as it should have been. So we'll have to watch for that.
And it's always the worst feeling, a run out in the longer format of the game. We saw a couple run outs in the test match versus New Zealand recently at Trent Bridge, and it just makes you go, oh really? You spent all that time desperately trying to be patient at the crease and dismissed by a run out. It's not the best way to go. As Bess continues over the wicket to Brown. That one's given a bit of flight. He goes on the back foot and drops it down by his feet, and Bess really working away at those footholes now.
Yes, there is some rough outside the off stump where Barker and Drakes with their left arm seam have been bowling. So problems for the right-handers, a bit like left-handers face all the time. We'll be used to it, the right-handers.
Finally a good challenge as Best bowls and the same result, push back towards the bowler. It's interesting to see a pitch where these footmarks are so prominent as well, because the Ageas Bowl wicket is usually quite a nice strong colour throughout, but it almost looks as if the wicket's been beaten up. It's covered in bruises.
There's been some serious bowling, isn't there? And follow-throughs.
Heavy footsteps from Barker and co as that ball's worked around the corner by Brown, but there's a close-in, almost fine leg, 45 as some would say, cutting that shot off.
Yeah, you know, Bess has been excellent in this game, first innings as well, 30-odd overs, couple of wickets, and really did sort of just bowl very nicely indeed.
Best bowling, slip in place, and that has spun sharply. Ben Brown left that outside the off stump, and it has bounced in one of those footholes. Sharp turn, and actually a few inches to the right, that one could have bowled Ben Brown.
That's the difficulty, isn't it? Do you play at those? Do you leave them alone?
It's good bowling from Bess, and he's really, I think, mixing up his pace. His stock ball has been the right one for this pitch. He's just giving it a bit of air, allowing the ball to spin and bounce. That's a slightly flatter ball, edged and caught, one-handed at slip. Ben Brown dismissed for 4. Dom Bess bowling into those footholes. Ben Brown went onto the back foot, slashing away on the offside. It caught the top of the bat, and that's a one-handed screamer at first slip by Adam Life. Another wicket falls for Hampshire. They are 94 for 5 now. That target of 197 just seeming a bit further away after that wicket. But good bowling from Bess, and we always knew he was going to be a challenge on this surface. He's been bowling really good areas, just grinding away at that spot. And he's rewarded with his second wicket.
Yeah, and each wicket that goes by here brings Yorkshire's a victory for Yorkshire here much more into play. Just wondering at what point, as I say, neither of these sides wants to lose this. You know, second and third, Surrey on course to win that game, 137 for 4 against Somerset, need another 56. They lead the championship table. I think a defeat for either of these two sides coming into the going into the second half of the championship season will be a major blow. I think we've always said that both these sides will settle for a draw, but of course as we get nearer and nearer the end game here and one side senses a victory, this is going to get very interesting.
It's interesting because that shot from Brown was quite an attacking shot, and you always get to question. Hampshire, you'd like to think, we're going for the total, but at what stage now, as you say, do they now adopt and go, no, we've got to go out for the draw? Some people yesterday, as soon as I think Joe Root was dismissed, were saying that England should go for the draw, and obviously look how that turned out, but that was quite an anomaly. And now with Nyren Donald coming into the crease, do these two established batters at the crease go, look, we're the best suited players to be out there in the middle, to go block this out and just settle for a draw? What do you think? They're going to keep attacking?
I mean, Hampshire do bat low, don't they? They go down. I mean, we've got Donald coming in at 7, you've got Barker at 8, you've got Fuller at 9. You know, there is a lot of batting there. You know, do you say to those guys, you know, we're not going for it? But then if 94 for 5 suddenly becomes 100 for 7, then you are really asking those guys seriously, saying, look, you're just going to have to curb your natural instincts here, and we are going to have to try and bat this out. But if they are in that situation, there are a lot of overs to bat out, and then of course Dom Bess can start crowding the batters.
Nyren Donald, the new batter, on strike to Dom Bess, who's bowling full and defending comfortably. Is Donald, which completes the over. Wicket maiden there for Dom Bess. Hampshire 94 for 5.
Well, it's given us everything, this game. It really has, throughout nearly 4 days, and it's living up to its billing at the moment.
The ground staff here really are good at producing wickets where there's a fantastic balance between bat and ball, and we would speak out ebbs and flows here, and it feels like it does more here than any other ground, probably because we spend most of our time here, but it's a fantastic pitch usually here, which just, really, really keeps you on your toes. You have no idea where it's going to go. And as I said, all 4 results still possible.
Yeah, we're on our toes up here, that's for sure. 94 for 5. Dawson has 10. Donald's faced just the 1 ball. Patterson to continue from the pavilion end. 7 overs, 1 for 15. Comes in, right arm over. Dawson pushes forward, and that goes out into the covers.
I think it would be even more impressive for Yorkshire at this point if they do take a few more wickets, considering the injuries they have at the moment. They don't have their full bowling lineup. It would be a really, really fantastic victory for them. I think if they did go on to win this game, if they take a few more wickets, but even as a draw, I think it would be a really good result.
Well, if they do draw it, it will be their 6th draw in a row. They won their first game against Gloucestershire at Bristol, and then every one has been a draw since then. They've been struggling to bowl sides out twice. They've got a chance here as Dawson drives, and again he finds the fielder out in the covers. That's Harry Brook, who hasn't scored quite as many runs in this game as he's been used to.
A rare failure for Harry Brook.
Yes, it was, yeah. Looked very good in the first innings. Made 76 before he nudged a short ball from Fuller to Vince at leg slip. And then in the second innings, he was a little bit unlucky, actually. Comes to that in a moment as Patterson comes in and bowls. And, oh my word, that's close to the off stump. Left alone by Liam Dawson. And in the second innings last night, he was bowled by Keith Barker, driving at Barker, and it hit him in the, he sort of drove onto his boot, and then the ball ricocheted off his boot and hit the base of the stump, just knocked the off bail off. He was out for 10, his lowest score of the season. You can read that one out, Melissa.
We have a tweet from Hugh, which I'll read after this ball.
Here's Patterson bowls, and Dawson drives. Drakes comes across from mid-on and cuts, and he runs off.
Hugh Oxborough, I hope I pronounced that right, says, enjoying the commentary. Don't know if you've noticed the score from Durham's match. A Div 2 match? We'd be looking at Div 2.
You've been working with me too long, Melissa.
I'm picking up bad habits.
You will.
With the first 2 innings totalling nearly 1,200 runs, I believe that kind of surface could sound the death knell of county cricket if it goes unchecked.
Yeah, I'm just quickly looking at the scores there. Durham 642 for 7 declared. Worcestershire 550 all outs. Dawson gets it inside edge as he's trying to force that away on the offside. He goes down to fine leg. He may get a boundary, and he does, but that could have gone absolutely anywhere. And one of those options, it didn't miss leg stump by very much.
A boundary's a boundary on the scorecard, and Hampshire will just be relieved to be pushing up closer and closer to that 100 mark. The runs required to win now is 99, so it's below 100.
It's been hard work getting there, isn't it, as well? Yes, and Durham in their second innings, 80 without loss. So, yes, that doesn't look the most interesting of games, it has to be said.
It's a tough one. I mean, the amazing weather we've had means that we've got some quite good batting tracks.
That's true. Patterson bowls. Dawson just plays that quietly back to the bowler. That's another over ticked off. 30 minimum left in the day. 98 for 5, 99 needed. The other Division 2 game going on at the moment is sees Glamorgan against Sussex. Glamorgan are 10 for 3 in their second innings. They need 131 runs now to win that game. They are the 2 Division 2 games going on, and of course with the other Division 1 games, all our BBC commentary teams up and down the country, you can pick up all those commentaries on the BBC Sport website.
Now that Glamorgan-Sussex game sounds like it could be a really exciting game, because similar to this one, the first 2 days of it, kind of everyone was going, oh, this is going to be a draw. There's 2 very, very high opening scores, but are they playing at Cardiff or are they playing at Sussex?
I should know.
Both of those wickets do offer a little bit as you go later into the game. So Glamorgan are 10 for 3 with 131 more runs to win. It could be a very exciting game there between those 2 teams, as Don Best to Donald, who's on the back foot, pushing it onto the onside and bounces past the hands of the short mid-wicket. Is that short mid-wicket or short leg? Short leg.
What, where it is now? Yeah, that's shortest mid-wicket, isn't it? Jonathan's getting tied up in his own commentary wires now.
Tom Best bowls on the front foot, pushing back to the bowler is Donald. Yeah, somehow Jonathan has managed to got himself a bit tangled in all the commentary wires. Looked almost like a booby trap from Indiana Jones. But he escaped. He's healthy and alive as that ball's pushed into the offside. Gently there by Donald. He's still yet to get off the mark. Hampshire 98 for 5.
Cardiff, that Glamorgan, Sussex game.
It's a spicy wicket there.
Yeah, it's a little different at times.
Adds to the excitement. Not quite sure what you're getting. As Bess in. On the back foot is Donald, pushing into the offside. This may not go for 4. 2 fielders for Yorkshire in pursuit, and they bring it well within the boundary rope, but it's been some good running from Hampshire. I think they've got back for 3.
Yeah.
And actually, considering it's not the most massive boundaries here, that was really good running from Hampshire, and it brings up their 100 runs, which is a big psychological landmark for them. They're just going to keep working along, ticking at this run rate. The required run rate 3.3, Hampshire going at 3.4. They don't need to change anything. There's runs out there on this wicket. It's just wickets, which is the big concern for Hampshire at this point.
101 for 5, that's where Yorkshire were at the start of day 4.
Bess in again and tucked off the hip by Dawson. Again to that fielder at short leg.
So they've just got to mirror what Yorkshire did and add on 18, the difference between the first innings.
I'm not sure I'd like it to go down to our number 9 and 10. As we say, they're a bit more erratic than the Yorkshire tail-enders. Bess floats this one up, and good playing from Dawson there. He just waited for that delivery and cautiously prodded it back to the bowler. That completes the over. Hampshire 101 for 5, 96 runs to win.
Got to do a quick 30-second summary, which might not be that easy with everything that's happened today, but I'll give it my best shot. Still a bit of hazy cloud above us. It's been lovely with the sunshine out for the best part of 4 days, but it's just disappeared. But the light is great, the temperature is great, and the match itself isn't bad either. 101 for 5, just a bit of chat. Patterson at the top end of the ground. Just having a chat with Matthew Waite, the medium pace all-rounder. I'm just wondering if he's saying, give me another couple of overs and you might take over from me from that pavilion end. We'll have to wait and see. Extra slip going in for Nyren Donald, so there are 2 there, Will Frayne and Adam Lyth. Here's Patterson, right arm over, bowls to Donald, plays that late behind square of the offside. 3 Yorkshire players after it, there'll be 2. It won't go all the way down to the boundary, but it's 2 more welcome runs from a Hampshire point of view. There's that update coming up. Well, their day's living up to its billing, and any result is possible here, because Hampshire in their second innings 103 for 5. They need another 94. That doesn't sound a lot, but in the context of the game, that is. There is another 28 and a bit overs left. Liam Dawson out there on 14 and Nyren Donald on 5. We've had a wicket since tea. Ben Brown called it slip off the off-spin of Don Bess for 4. It hasn't been easy even for Hampshire to get to this point. 55-run partnership for the 3rd wicket between Vincent Gubbins looked to be steering Hampshire home, but they went just before tea, and it's still hard work for the home side. 103 for 5. That's what it remains. With Donald facing, there is a man at a deep backward square leg, not actually a fine leg. I guess he's sort of doubling up, isn't he, as a sort of fine leg, and if Patterson bowls short, he doesn't tend to bowl short. Oh, he's bowled! Donald coming forward, and the ball's gone to between bat and pad, and the off and middle stump knocked back, and Donald goes for 5, and Patterson picks up his 2nd wicket of the innings. That may just have nipped back a little bit, but there was a gap between bat and pad, and Hampshire now are 103 for 6.
That was a really good delivery from Patterson there, as always, working away on that spot, challenging the batters on that corridor of uncertainty. And as Kevin James mentioned, that one just nipped in slightly through the gap between bat and pad of Donald.
Now it's hard work for Hampshire, and Yorkshire will be sensing a victory.
Now?
No?
I mean, do you go into draw mode? There's 30 overs left in the game, and it's one of those ones where do you go down fighting, especially with Hampshire's batters we've got. They're very extravagant big hitters, even when we go down the order. They're not afraid to play their shots. would they fare better playing their natural game, or would they be able to survive 30 overs? It's a long time to survive on a pitch like this, and sometimes when you have that defensive negative mindset, it gets a lot harder to, it's actually, you're probably more prone to taking wickets and getting out. But it's going to be interesting to see what Hampshire do, what approach they take. But either way, as you say, Yorkshire now on the charge. They'll be looking and knowing that they can win this game.
Yep, certainly now it's slowly but surely swinging more in their favour than Hampshire's. And Keith Barker is the new batter to the crease. Wow. Keith Barker will get a cheer, which he does. Always popular here, popular at Edgbaston, just as popular here.
We have an email through from Stephen Eason, who summed it up perfectly, saying, "Dear Kevin, I'm very glad I made a late decision to come again today. Whichever way this goes, it's been a great match and a tremendous advertisement for the county championship. Thanks to you and all the team for the top class commentary as every time."
That's very kind.
This has been a fantastic game, and even though Hampshire fans may be a bit worried now, it might not be going their way, but either way, it's been a fantastic battle, and it's always good when these games go down to the last day, to the last session, and there's still all results possible.
That's for sure. Melissa will go through to the end of the over. Oh, wait, actually, yeah, swap now. Be easy, actually, wouldn't it, in between the wickets? So Melissa will take a break. Jonathan Doidge, who's back in, and then with every wicket that falls, of course, both Yorkshire and Jonathan get a little bit more confident of coming out of here with a victory. Jonathan's lost part of his equipment. There it is. It's, so 103 for 6 then. It's down to Keith Barker to inject something. But 94 runs from here, for me, is an awful long way away.
I'm just glad to see Melissa's getting the coffees in for us. Where's the water?
Patterson's round the wicket to Barker, who's playing a missing outside the off stump.
Yeah,
doesn't inject too much confidence.
No, it's curious that it's gone this way with deliveries that you wouldn't say have had, the pitch has had a massive effect on. Maybe it's just a little bit of pressure from good bowling, and maybe a few nerves about trying to see off the score. I mean, I talked ad infinitum almost about Ben Brown not being that comfortable against Don Best. That wicket was taken when I was off air, but it was a typical sort of a shot, wasn't it, of a man who was under a bit of pressure and just got a little bit of width to work with, but didn't quite get it right. And a little flickered in.
Right, we're back underway here. As Patterson's round the wicket to Barker. Barker's playing a miss in there. Duke's standing up now to Barker. That's why we just had a slight delay between the balls. Duke deciding to stand up. Took that nice and cleanly. Yeah, still a lot of time left in the game. I mean, 28 overs. I mean, I've seen that be a whole session in the past. Certainly morning sessions. You know, see a lot of sides, don't you? Mornings sort of bowl up, bottom end, but 28, 29 overs up until lunch. I mean, we are in that context pretty much close to a full 2 hours play. Is Patterson bowls. That's flicked away by Barker. He's off the mark through square on the leg side. 93 runs required, and every one of this crowd that are here will be counting every single run down, as will a few of us up here. Maybe not Jonathan.
What I would say about Yorkshire is that they're always up for a scrap. They will always go right to the last delivery. I think there's been plenty of evidence of that in the few years that I've been sitting in the chair doing the commentary job. And they may not always win every game, but they will stick in there. So you can't say that Hampshire won't do that either. And given that the tail wagged first time around, then there may still be more twists in that tail to come. I wouldn't put it past this match at all. Still, as Kev says, a long way to go. Don Bess, who has 2 for 20 to his name from 8 second innings overs. He might fancy that if there is sort of karma and what goes around comes around in life, that he might do appreciably better on the stats front in this innings than he did last time. He bowled really well, as I think Kev's been saying on plenty of occasions, and his figures didn't show how well he bowled. I don't think he just got collared at one stage. Barker pushing forward to him, first ball of this over. There's a slip in place, short leg, 45 backward of square, a sweeper out almost directly behind short leg. Drake's at mid-on, Patterson mid-off. Short extra cover is Harry Brook. Sweeper out square-ish on the cover boundary. As Barker props forward. Another dot ball. Jordan Thompson is in a backward point position on the 1.
Well, I think out of the two teams, whether it's Yorkshire or whether it's Hampshire, I think if Hampshire to win it from here, I think this would be a mammoth effort. For Yorkshire, it would still be a good effort. But I think Hampshire have got the biggest task now.
Yep, Bess in to Barker, who's watching one that Bess is trying to hit the rough with. Just goes straight on and leaves it. Yeah, I think, you know, we talked about Hampshire being the favourites at one stage in terms of winning the game. It's probably swung back in Yorkshire's direction. But you wouldn't want to be emptying the piggy bank, would you? On either. Bess in and whipped into the leg side by Barker. Hill coming in from mid-wicket to do the fielding, and they've ticked off another 1 run. 92 needed. Dawson on 14, had that little bit of luck, didn't he? Dawson, was it the inside edge down to fine leg? A few overs to go. Standing at the back of the box at that point. 105 for 6. Bess coming over the wicket to the right-hander. And he's solidly behind it, pushing back to Bess. 1 to come in the over.
Yeah, Bess is just bowling that nice line, isn't he? Just outside off stump, and the right-hander's not quite sure if it's going to do anything outside the rough, if it's going to hit the edge of the rough, or whether it's a ball that just goes on with the arm. He's bowled really well in this game.
Here he comes again, swept this time, and he's picked up that well. Has Liam Dawson middled it, and Matthew Revis is out there to do the sweeping, but he couldn't get anywhere near that. 4 runs to complete the over, so 5 from it. 109 for 6, and down below 90 now, 88.
Well, that's one way of playing it. Of course, if the ball's outside off stump, sweep it. You know, don't look to open the face of the bat. That's the last thing you want to be doing on the offside. But you know, if you can play that shot, and obviously from that one Dawson can, then that is very, very effective. He moves on to 18, 109 for 6, 27 overs left in the game.
Generally speaking, the Yorkshire bowling attack, albeit relatively inexperienced, pretty good, pretty quick learners from one innings to the next. So what have they learnt about the Hampshire batters from the first innings that they might? Well,
as Patterson, oh my word, that's bounced and that's hit Duke in the face. He's got a helmet on, fortunately, but just off a length there, Duke standing up, and that's just knocked him back. That's a clean hit right in the front of the helmet. Whoa. That would have been a huge surprise. I mean, I know every now and then the wicket has just bounced a bit, and you know, it's produced the wicket. You know, it's produced the game we've got. Both guys scored over 400, but I think from there, and the medium pace of Patterson, that just reared up. That was a nasty one. We'll have a break here.
Yep.
I think we'll be going through most of the concussion protocol there, because that was right full on the face.
Yeah, it could be
I haven't seen too many
shaky
like
moments.
that.
No.
Well, I think, listen, you know, best bowl was it over 30 overs in the first innings. I just thought he bowled really, really well, didn't he? And you know, apart from the later batters who had a go at him a little bit and hit him over the top, and there were some good hits. You know, he had good control over the batters, didn't he? You know, his runs per over that number of overs would be just what the captain would want for you. 34 overs, 2 for 120. You know, 3.5 on over, where you know the ball was doing nothing for him apart from when he just sort of aimed it on the side of the rough. Other than that, he's relying on a bit of loop, and he was relying on the ball just drifting away from the right-handers at times, and then the odd one which hit the side of the rough. But you know, I just thought it was just a good, you know, long spell, or several spells of bowling, which always worried me come this innings, to be honest. And I think 1 or 2 played him better than others. I'm not sure how many slog sweeps like that from outside offset, or a fetch sweep really, like that we saw in the first innings. But I think that's quite an effective shot if you can play it.
It just gives Don Best something to think about from Dawson's point of view, doesn't it?
Well, it would make, I mean, it's one shot. I don't think Best is going to change what he's done. But if Dawson plays that 2 or 3 times, then Best has got to think about changing his line. And then if he does go a little bit straighter, that for me that will be too straight, because then he's missing all the rough and he's bowling into a wicket where we've not seen it turn for the spinners at all.
If we catch up on a little bit of correspondence while we've got a moment or two, hoping that Harry Duke is okay. He's going through the checks at the moment while other players are having a little chat in little pockets. Andy Walker, this is a while ago, said, I've watched this match come to the boil over the last 4 days. JD, with wonderful comms from you and Kev. Well, we thank you for that, and of course our respective teammates across the various days. This is why County Championship's unbeatable, and we must defend it. Good luck to both sides, but I hope Yorkshire just shared it. James tweets with a still of the dismissal of Nick Gubbins, what he on the still thinks is the point of contact on the leg, with the simple message, looks plumb LBW to me. Craig Trapp says there's everything, including Cornish passes in Hornsey. Would you believe that they do Cornish passes in Yorkshire as well? I wonder if they do Yorkshire puddings in Cornwall. Come on Yorkshire, 6 down, says Inkjet and Laser. And Mighty Mariners, afternoon all. Is it going to be another Northamptonshire game from 2 seasons ago when Yorkshire won it from the last ball? Is it? It may be. Mighty Mariners. That's at Jonathan Dodge or at Solent Sport. Get Mel to remind us what hers is next time she is back on air.
At Melissa G Story.
At Melissa G Story. And James says, sorry Dave, brackets historian, and Melissa also, I'm terrible with names. Could you give us a lowdown on the Yorkshire absentees, Code, Fisher, etc.? Yeah, I mentioned these earlier in the match when I asked James and Code. Bowled a few overs for the club that he plays for now and again, Townville, the other weekend.
Here's Patterson then round the wicket, and Duke rather wisely is standing back with Barker pushing that up to mid-on. I think I'd want to have a few overs just standing back and just get myself composed again.
So to answer, Ben Code bowled a few overs, but he's had another setback, so not playing at the moment. Matthew Fisher out for the season. That was, I think, documented a couple of weeks or more ago.
Here comes Patterson again then. Round the wicket to Barker, leaves that one alone. Safely taken by Duke.
He also says, I'd appreciate it if you could let us, the listeners, know what Johnny Bairstow and Rooty have been doing. Why haven't they been with the White Rose? Disgraceful.
I think Melissa showed us what they were doing.
About that, yeah.
Video doing the rounds.
James says, best regards to all, including Mike and Will, Fred and family. There you go. They've been part of the post office here. Pass the messages on.
That's attempted cut away by Barker, and it's past a diving second slip. That's making its way down towards third man. That'll be a single. Barker moves on to 310 for 687 needed. And
Simon McIntyre, stuck in Kent, says, is it only me who gets frustrated at the way overseas players are used? Harris Ralph came in at the beginning of the season and did little to start with. Once he'd become acclimatised and started to deliver, he was off. Dominic Drake started slowly and now looks good before he too disappears.
I tell you what, I don't know what the situation is at Yorkshire, but I think he looks worth keeping on. There's Patterson. There's a nice drive from Liam Dawson's found the gap in the covers. That'll be 4. A little bit of relief amongst that applause in the crowd.
Yeah, a little bit too much width from the Yorkshire skipper. Would it be outrageous to suggest that overseas players should be signed for the season so they can become integrated into the team, as Jacques Rudolph was, although he was a Kolpak? Constant chopping and changing can't be good for team spirit. And what are we doing? What are we going to do with all our quicks? More to come in a moment.
114 for 683 needed now. Just over 26 overs left in the game. as Patterson comes into Dawson. Dawson gets one wrapped on the pads, going down the leg side. Stunted appeal, end of the over. Dawson has 22, Barker has 3.
What are we going to do with all our quicks? This is from a Yorkshire point of view. Ben Sanderson, Ollie Hannon-Dolby and James Wainman and Josh Shaw already plying their trades elsewhere. With Ben Code, Matt Fisher and Dom Leach not currently playing, we appear to have an oversupply. Pato can't go on forever, but even so, we could find ourselves regularly facing top-class old boys. The trick will be choosing which ones to keep. Well, I think I'd say to that, Simon, is in the Yorkshire respect, 'twas ever thus. I mean, how many players have left and gone on elsewhere? But you know, you have a player at a certain stage of their development, and you're never going to get that right all the time. You're never going to, you know, who knows who's going to develop the furthest and finest. As Bess is going to start from the hotel end, and Barker just pushes at this one, has got an outside edge on it. Jordan Thompson's the way to do the fielding, and will keep them to 1. So it's going to be Bess to Dawson.
I think Revis is going to develop into a good all-rounder for you guys. I really do. I mean, he's not the paciest of bowlers, but he's a good bowler, and he's certainly 100% better bat than number 9. I think Yorkshire know that anyway. I think over the years he's going to give you some good service, that guy.
Here comes Bess again. He's bowling over the wicket to Dawson, who pushes forward. There's no run. As far as signing overseas players for the season's concerned, yeah, of course you want to do that in an ideal world. That everybody used to do that, but franchise cricket has changed all that. They've got a choice, haven't they? They might not want to sign for you for more than a couple of games because they might want to go and earn some money elsewhere. Here's Bess, and that's flicked firmly as well to Dominic Drakes at mid-on. Does well to get down and field that. Long way to go down for him.
I like Drakes though. I like Drakes as a bowler. I really do. I think he's just got a lovely action, easy, good pace.
Might he be able to have a final say in this? Bess in again. Dawson, he looks much more comfortable playing Don Bess, doesn't he, than Ben Brown had done. He's just flicked that to Brook in the leg side. No run, 82 to win, 25.2 overs remaining. 4 wickets to win for Yorkshire. 2 left in Bess's over. And this time, use of feet for the first real time in this innings against Don Bess. A little stride down, and he's turned that square on the leg side there as Dawson didn't quite get to it, did he?
He was nowhere near the pitch of it, but he went through with a flick anyway. And I think they got excited because they thought that might just straighten or do something, flick onto the pad and bounce up in the air, but Dawson got enough bat on that.
Bess round the wicket. Barker.
Shot.
Powerful shot there along the carpet through mid-wickets. There's a chase on by George Hill, and you know what? He's going to get there. At first you'd have thought that was a boundary. They're going to get 3 from it, but Hill, who saved what I probably conservatively estimated in the Hampshire first innings, about a dozen runs in the outfield, and you look at the scoreboard now, and another one saved there, and you think, yeah, that's still worth doing. 119 for 6, 78 to win, or 4 wickets.
And keeping an eye on top of the table, Surrey. They're 170 for 6 now against Somerset. They need another 23. The other Division 1 games going on very quickly. Kent needs 16 runs, make that 11 runs to beat Gloucestershire. Now they are 77 for 1 in their second innings, and Lancashire need another 107 to beat Warwickshire. They are 222 for 4 in their second innings. All those games on the BBC Sport website currently. This game, of course, on the BBC Sport website, BBC 5 Sports Extra, if you want to pick us up that way, and on the live picture feed. Here's Patterson round the wicket, pulls that away, it's in the air now. Has that got enough legs on it? It has, it's gone over the slips. It plugs in the outfield. It's pulled up by Lythe, who's running back from one of those slip positions. And that'll be 2 runs to Barker. He got right underneath that one. Huge chip in the air. And fortunately, well away from the slips and the keeper. Again, we're getting this situation where it's not straightforward for the batters. Hasn't been.
Liz Mitchell says, sounds like Jonathan Doidge has stepped out of the com box to be replaced by a Dalek.
Oh dear. Ooh. 76 needed, 121 for 6 is Patterson round the wicket. Always playing a missing outside the off stump. Just having a little push drive there, Barker. Patterson just sinks his hands on his knees to say, how on earth did that not catch the outside edge?
It was nearly a case of Keith Barker, exterminate.
You just walk straight into that one now, isn't it? You do actually now. We should commentate like that for the rest of the game. No, you should.
I know. Improvement.
We were talking earlier about Hampshire openers and how current 2 only average in the 20s. That's outside the off stump left alone, whereas the Yorkshire 2, for example, are both in the 30s. Lyth and even Hill, who of course he's just starting out in his career and he's 21. Simon Bailey at Sonnet Sport says, further to your discussion on the openers situation, Dawson has always been a good judge of his off stump, which is critical for opening. I'd have him opening, says Simon Bailey. He has in the past. Actually, in the distant past, he's opened. And I have to say, I don't think he did a bad job of it. I'm talking probably about 10 years ago, I remember him doing it, 10, 11 years ago, on a regular basis. Here's Patterson again, he's beaten outside the off stump, bit of extra bounce there to Barker.
Feels like it's coming here. That's a couple where the bowler has got him playing at it, and he'll probably get a little bit frustrated, Stephen Patterson, because he knows he's not far from a little nick. And then will either number 31 or number 9 in the slip cordon, or maybe number 22, the keeper, be up to the job.
Patterson again, he's into his 11th over here, 2 for 29 as he stays round the wicket. Barker flicks that straighter one away on the leg side, and that'll be a single. He moves into double figures, 122 for 6, 75 needed now.
Forever Dormo says, I agree with the earlier message that we must protect the county championship. This game is winnable for both sides. Hope it's Yorkshire. Dave and Melissa are due our grateful thanks with you for comms so far. Cracking game.
Yes, it is. Is there another twist or turn yet? There may well be. Yorkshire needing 4 wickets in the next 24 overs. As Dawson drives wide of mid-off, and that's a good stop. They were thinking about a single, they didn't risk it in the end. That's a good stop. End of the over, 122 for 6.
Well, it is, because if you remember earlier today, he missed what looked a more innocuous looking drive in the covers, didn't he? Matthew Waite went under his body, and there was a little bit of a double teapot from whichever bowler, but he saved some runs there.
He did.
So 75 to win. Bess inevitably will continue from the hotel end. Still bright today. It's the warmest of the 4 days. It's been not chilly, but a little bit on the cool side up here on the balcony in the first couple of sessions each day, and then warmed up as the day's gone on. But it's been warmer throughout on this Wednesday. So Bess going round the wicket to the left-handed Barker, who is trying to cover his off stump, and does so successfully. Harry Duke taking that wide of off stump. The men at 45 degrees-ish, backward of square both sides, short leg slip, sweeper out, mid-wicket, 10 or so in from the boundary, mid-on, mid-off, short extra cover, and a sweeper out on the cover boundary. Barker has a cut at this one. Jordan Thompson round to field it square on the offside. 5 o'clock has ticked over. The over rate is +1. Bess to Barker, edge in the air for a little while. Probably 5 yards or so before it landed. Out on its way towards Jordan Thompson, but he's a further 15 yards or so on from that. Dot ball. Best turns again. Floats this one up. Barker this time more positive and drops it at the feet of Will Frayne under the helmet at short leg. You think about how Kyle Abbott played yesterday when he came out. James Fuller You wonder if they get sort of within 50, if it gets down to them, whether they'll just come in and try and do that again, which was loft at Don Bess out of the park and out of the attack. He's in again and bowling to Barker, who drops into the offside, no run.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one way of thinking. I know I've had a couple of texts saying, why don't you just stick Fuller in and give it a bit of a whack? I mean, it's obviously easier said than done, but if it comes off, of course, that does take a bit of the pressure off. But if you're out, then it just puts the pressure even further on.
Bess again to Barker, who's whipping through the leg side. If he gets one in that sort of direction, around about middle stump, he's taking it on. And he got a 3 in the previous over. And he's got a 2 on the final ball of this over. So that means 124 for 6, 73 more to win. Still 4 wickets needed by Yorkshire. A minimum of 23 overs remaining in the match.
Yes, and this is... been a good game, not just today, but right the way through the 4 days, with Yorkshire making 428 in their first innings, which put Hampshire immediately under pressure. So a few more runs than perhaps they should have got. I think it was an above bar total. We were talking earlier, maybe 375, 360 might have been about right, but they got 428, much to their credit. Hampshire under pressure immediately at 12 for 2 in reply, but they managed to get within 18. So it's been a game where both these sides have worked very hard throughout the 4 days to get themselves into this position where they both feel that they've got a chance of winning, as Dawson just cuts that one deftly from Patterson behind square on the offside. No real pace in the ball, so he couldn't quite get the angle. Revis it is that comes round from point. Dawson picks up a single. He moves on to 24, 125 for 6, 72 runs needed. From a Hampshire point of view, they need a bit of a partnership now. This one has put on 22. And at Yorkshire, of course, who have already taken 2 wickets since tea, Brown for 4 and Owen Donald for 5, will be looking to at least keep the runs down, if not take another wicket very soon. And that really will put Hampshire under pressure. That's cut away by Barker down to 3rd man, where Bess does the fielding. 126 for 6 now. Barker moves on to 13. 71 runs needed. Remember, they started this innings needing 197. I think the feeling was that that was probably at the higher end of what would be comfortable. Maybe not even comfortable. Sort of an end where you go, ooh, 197. And I think at the moment it's sort of proving that at the moment. 71 is still a lot to get, as Dawson's in behind that one, plays that back to Patterson, and there's no run. Surrey need 18 in their quest to beat Somerset. They're 175 for 7. The Division 1 leaders, Surrey. It would be handy if one of these sides won today to keep up the pressure on the leaders. A draw for either side would be more than acceptable to keep within touching distance. Here's Patterson. Dawson has found the angle again to Revis's left. He'll pick up 2 this time. It's 2 more runs. I think we're going to get, as these runs get ticked off, however many runs are ticked off between now and the end of the game, that we're going to hear the applause for most of the runs scored from now on. 69 needed, 128 for 6.
Yeah, with every wicket, the Yorkshire supporters in the ground will probably get that little bit louder, and with every run, it'll be the same for the Hampshire fans.
There's a few in the hotel, isn't there? A few Yorkshire supporters. I think I've heard 1 or 2 Yorkshire accents as I've been moving through the hotel. There's Patterson bowls. Dawson drives through the covers, 4 runs. Beautifully timed. A little bit of width there from Patterson. Maybe he's just tiring. He's into his 12th over. But to Dawson on the front foot, cracked that away. He moves on to 30, and it's 132 for 6. 65 needed now.
Yeah, if he stays put, I think Hampshire win. I think it's got down to that, hasn't he? He's more than an annoyance for Yorkshire now. They need to see the back of him. Would be my take on it. He's looking assured out there. He's got a bit of support from Barker, and there's still a few more to come who can wield the willow.
This is where it'll get really tense now, isn't it, for the bowling side and batting. That's cut away by Dawson again. Again, he's found that angle down towards third man. Revis will cut it off again, but it's 2 more valuable runs. And an over that Patterson has conceded 10 from, yeah. 134 for 6. Thank you, Jonathan, for a little while. Jonathan's going to take a bit of a break. I think you've got something to do at the back, I think, around this time. He's looking at me quizzically. There's your list. Maybe I've got that wrong. 134 for 6, but it doesn't matter. We'll bring Melissa Story in, former Vipers Academy all-rounder, son of Vipers, TMS commentator. 22 overs left, minimum in the day, in the game. 63 needed. The run rate required from here is 3s. Not too much of a problem, but it's more than you know, it's worth more than you think. And 134 for 6 here, with 63 needed, 22 overs left. Melissa Story, it's still bubbling up.
It is, and actually there's a bit of excitement in the Somerset-Surrey game, because Surrey are now 7 down. They do only need 14 runs to win, but you never know what could happen. They've got the key wicket of Will Jacks, so...
How many did he make?
He made 60 odd. He made 62 in the end. And now it's Clark and Overton in for them. Surrey do bat deep, but if there's any West Country partial supporters here, then they'll be hoping that Somerset can get those final 3 wickets, but it does seem unlikely.
Well, slowly but surely we're building up to a real climax in this game, which may not reach the climax at Trent Bridge, but it may not be less dramatic. As Barker cuts that away, he's going for a single, he's not sure what to do. Unfortunately, there's a misfield. Oh my word, I think that's Jordan Thompson, who maybe got excited because he saw Barker come, stop, go, and he wasn't sure what he was doing, and then in the end he misfielded it.
It's always when you overthink it too much, going, oh my goodness, there's a run out coming, and then you don't actually remember to watch the ball going into your hands, and that's the kind of staple thing you have to do.
So it brings Dawson back on strike, who's on 32 here. As Best comes in, he's still got the short leg in, and Dawson's on the back foot, plays that out correctly on the offside, and there's no run.
Kent are about to beat Gloucestershire as well. They only need 5 runs to win. Bit of a disaster game there for Gloucestershire, unfortunately.
A bit of a collapse, didn't they? Anybody that wins down there, even the home side's done well. As Best bowls, Dawson drives through extra cover, that'll be 4. Through the bat at that one, it was tossed up there by Bess, and Dawson went for it all along the ground. And as you can hear, the crowd are really started to rise to this. 58 needed, Yorkshire need another 4 wickets. Dawson's moved on to 36.
Yeah, and hopefully a few members of the crowd have come in with, of course, the free after tea policy. Unless they had a look at the Hampshire scorecard and went, never doing that, but you never know what can happen, especially in these evening sessions.
It's worth, if you're not too far away, it's still worth coming in, because there is still a long way to go in this game. 58 needed, doesn't sound a lot, but it will be. 21.5 overs left minimum. Down the wicket comes Dawson and hits that high over mid-on, and that'll be 6. Over the seating area, 1 bounce into the end of the hotel to our right. It bounced and then went into the hotel.
It's so entertaining seeing multiple members of the crowd who have probably been sat in the same position, stationary, for hours. As soon as the ball gets hit in their direction, they all jump up to their feet, 'cause they all want to be the person to throw the ball back onto the pitch, show off your arm. And at this kind of games, if there's not as many crowds in, there's always a chance to get your hands on the ball.
Yes, that's for sure. They're still looking behind us, actually. Oh, it's been retrieved by one member of the crowd who's in a grey sweatshirt and matching grey cap. So 52 needed now, 145 for 6. A couple of expensive overs here for Somerset. 10 in that last over from Patterson. This has already gone for 11.
I mean, it's that kind of mindset we spoke about again. If you let the spinner settle, they will probably have one over you. But if you don't let Best settle anymore and attack him, then you can gain an advantage over him.
Mid-on's gone right the way back. There's the fetch sweep from outside off stump, and that'll be 4 behind square on the leg side.
Dawson coming into his element now. He's 42 now. Will it be 46? I'm not sure if the scorecard's updated yet. 46 off 51 balls, and it's been a really, really good innings from him. It doesn't feel as if he's taken too many risks. He started off quite slow and he's really built momentum. And just what we've seen on this wicket, the longer you give yourself a bit of time, even against the spin where it's bouncing a bit and spinning a bit, there's still plenty of opportunity to score runs.
Best bowls and low full toss, and Dawson hits that down the ground. There is a gap there at mid-on, so he'll pick up a single. Moves on to 47, and that is now the 150 up for Hampshire. That's come up in the 38th over of this innings.
It's interesting as well that Best finished that over with a full toss, because often when batters are attacking him, you do see him bowl quite a few low full tosses, but he really hasn't today. But as soon as Dawson hit that 6 and then hit that 4, suddenly all the pressure is thrown back on Best, and you'll start to see him make a few mistakes. The ball just won't come out of the hand properly, or he'll release it too late or too early, and if Hampshire can capitalise on those bad balls.
That's really interesting, isn't it, really, because he hasn't been under pressure in this game at all. He's 30 odd overs in the first innings, and up until fairly recently in this innings he hasn't, and that's quite interesting.
And it's the test to see whether he is a suitable candidate for the future for England as a spinner or as a spinning all-rounder. If he can, yes, he's proven to us and to anyone watching that he can hold down an end, he can bowl effectively, but what happens when a batter starts coming at you? What do you do when Ben Stokes is trying to hit you to oblivion? And it'll be interesting to see how he acts. We may see him just bowl some slightly quicker deliveries, try and change up the pace a lot more drastically, and then try and use almost the slower delivery as the surprise ball. But who knows? They've only got 47 runs to play with now, Yorkshire, so we may just see some unusual fields, some attacking tactics. We do have a change in bowling with Jordan Thompson coming back from the pavilion end, and this is probably a good move from Yorkshire, bringing back on their opener. He's only bowled 6 overs in his opening spell, but took 2 massive wickets. Can he get the wicket of Liam Dawson, the big wicket for Yorkshire? He's in and dropping this into the offside as Dawson. There's a fielder out on the boundary at deep point, and Dawson gets through for a single, moves on to 48. Hampshire 150 for 6.
They've put on 48 so far, these two, for the 7th wicket. Second highest partnership in the innings, 55 between Vince and Gubbins for the 3rd is the highest so far.
There was that person who emailed in suggesting that Liam Dawson could open the batting, and he showed the patience and the temperament to open the batting in this innings now, but it does make you wonder that actually he has so many innings where he contributes like this lower down the order. Him and Ben Brown together really are capable of stabilising and anchoring an innings, and is his role in this middle order too valuable to risk sacrificing for that opening position? Maybe. It may just be a case of making sure Hampshire's openers perform better, competing between themselves, as that's on the hip of the left-handed Barker, and he uncomfortably works that into the onside for another single. It's signalled leg by the umpire. 152 for 6.
45 runs needed. Ralph Brooker's getting excited at Solent Sport. He says, hi, the team just joined this for the first time since Trent Bridge. Wow, gone straight from Trent Bridge to this.
Equally as exciting.
It is. Real contrast between batting depths. Tricky for Yorkshire. Be delighted if Hampshire can win this. Barker and Dawson accelerating. Keep feeling this is Hampshire's year. I'd say that.
Thompson bowls, and that's full on the legs of Dawson, and that's pushed away to the boundary. 4 runs. There's a great effort on the boundary from the fielder, who's lying on the ground now, distraught, and that brings up Liam Dawson's 50. 52 off 54 balls, 8 fours, 1 6, and a fantastic innings from the experienced Dawson. That was a classy shot to get to his half century, overpitched by Thompson, and Dawson's always going to launch on those ones.
Terrific innings from the number 5. Came in at the fall of Gubbins' wicket. That partnership really was lifting Hampshire, and Gubbins going was a bit of a blow. Of course, Vince went just soon after that, but he came in at 78 for 3. And he steadied a few nerves, but he needs to steady a few more yet.
Yeah, I mean, you want him to be there at the end of the innings. I think if he was, then there's going to be a lot lower heart rates amongst Hampshire fans, but If he's not, then it could be quite troubling. Thompson in and pushed into the offside off the front foot by Dawson for another single, and every run's being applauded now at the Ageas Bowl. It's not quite Trent Bridge in terms of 16,000 people, but the few people who are in here today are very, very grateful of this innings. We are welcoming back listeners on 5 Live Sports Extra. At the moment, Liam Dawson has just reached his half century. He's 52 off 55 deliveries. Keith Barker at the other end is on strike to Jordan Thompson, who bowls, and that's a straight delivery. Push back to the bowler. Hampshire chasing down this target of 197. They had a bit of a wobble coming up, lost a few wickets, lost their openers cheaply, but now the runs required is just the 40. And they're racing along at a run rate of 4 runs. I'm Melissa Story. Next to me, Kevin James. It's funny how this game has ebbed and flowed again, because only probably last time I was on commentary stint, we were saying how Yorkshire were probably going to win it. And suddenly we're in the position with Dawson and Hampshire where they're in a good place as Barker tucks that one down to fine leg. They get through for another single. Warm applause from the crowd.
Well, I'm sure Yorkshire supporters will feel like this game is starting to slip again, a bit like they probably felt when Gubbins and Vince were putting together their 3rd wicket partnership. But as we saw, with 1 wicket, and then all of a sudden there's another quick wicket, and of course at this stage where you're 6 down, things can change again. So I think from a Hampshire point of view, I think there will be, fans here will be cautiously now sort of optimistic that maybe they are getting towards the finishing straight. But as we saw with that 3rd wicket partnership, that 1 wicket will suddenly change everything, and there will be a different feel in this game.
At least some kind of hope for Hampshire fans is that the next person in is James Fuller, who I'm pretty sure is the leading run scorer for Hampshire at the moment in the T20 Blast. So he is in good form with the bat. He's not exactly going to hang about if he does have to come into the crease. But so far, it's just this budding partnership between Barker and Dawson. And Barker, yet again, playing such a vital role with the bat. He's the leading wicket taker in the competition, let alone for Hampshire. He's had a fantastic red ball season so far. And he just keeps contributing with the bat.
Dominic Drake's the new bowler, the Bayesian left-arm seamer, and immediately Barker works him on the leg side. Now Dawson's calling him through for 2. I hope Barker's got the legs. He has just. Oh dear. Dawson, I thought, was just a little too eager here to get 2, and Barker was a little bit behind him, and I just for a few moments there I thought Barker wasn't going to make it, but he did. We don't want to see a run out here from a Hampshire point of view. Keith Barker bowled 23 overs in the 2nd innings, 3 for 48. Both he and Kyle Abbott bowled long spells last night. I think there was something like, don't quote me on it, about 11 over spells from each of them last night, as they picked up those 5 wickets and slowly turned the game towards Hampshire. And Barker's doing it again with the bat as he tucks that one away down towards 3rd man. Don't run 2 on that one, please. And this time they don't. And Barker moves on to 19. It's 162 for 6. Hampshire need 35. No, it's 161 for 6. They need 36.
Yeah, that previous decision to run 2, they hit the ball to George Hill, who was a fantastic fielder on the boundary. We saw him earlier almost take an incredible catch, running backwards over his shoulder. He almost got there in the end, and it's not a player you want to be running 2 to, no. Especially when it goes directly to his hands. But fortunately for Barker, he's quick between the wickets. It only takes him about 3 strides and he's down the other end.
So it's going round the wicket here, Drake's, which we haven't seen so far from the Bayesian, playing only 2nd first-class game. Called in up by Yorkshire for about 4 games, and they've decided that they'll put him in this game as well. Played for Barbados against Jamaica back in 2018. That's his only other first-class game, and he has looked good.
He has.
He does look a good bowler. He's wicketless at the moment, but he's round the wicket here, left arm, quick, and that's played into the gap on the offside by Liam Dawson. Who you feel, as Melissa says, that while he's out there, he's a steadying hand. Liam Dawson, he's been around the block quite a bit now, 32 years of age, 171st first-class match. All that experience You certainly need somebody out there at the moment. We'll bring Jonathan Doidge in at various stages now as we get towards the end. So Melissa, I might get you to sort of swap, and so I'll let Jonathan decide when he's not doing updates and he wants to come in. All right, so you just make the gestures, Jonathan, and Melissa might come in for me every now and then, but we'll leave that to you and what you decide. That's a cut by Barker down to third man, and he moves on to 19 now, 163 for 6. Every run is being applauded here, and 34 are needed by Hampshire. And of course, still 4 wickets for Yorkshire, and rule that out to win the game as well.
Well, especially if when you get down lower in this run chase to Hampshire only needing 25 runs to win. Thompson and Drakes are both white ball bowlers. Would they then adopt more white ball bowling practices? Yorkers, maybe some slower balls, desperately trying to get some wickets, because the ball's not moving in the air, and actually it's not doing too much off the pitch for the seamers. There's occasionally a bit of awkward bounce, but maybe it's time to introduce some white ball tactics.
Drake's round the wickets, and Dawson drives, but only as far as mid-wicket. No run there. It's been 5 runs off this over, so that's the first ball in the over. That hasn't been a scoring shot. But you're right, and you know, this ball's into its 40th over here. Normally the wicket gets a little slower here, don't we? We've seen that many times, many times over the years. I think to a point it's kept its pace, or certainly a large part of it.
Yeah, you do tend to see some keeping really low when we go into this 4th day, but that hasn't been too much of an issue here today.
It's been a good cricket wicket all round as Dawson pushes forward. Thick outside edge, it's half fielded in the gully by Lyth, but he recovers well. And there is no run. So we have a situation here at the Ageas with Hampshire 163 for 6 in their second innings. They need another 34. They've had 40 overs, and available to them is a minimum of 19. So we haven't actually gone into the last hour. Just a little quick resume for those of you that have joined us and are not quite sure what happened today. There's been lots happening in the game, but today Yorkshire resumed on 101 for 5 in their second innings. They led by 119. I think the feeling was around then, if they could get a lead of 175 plus, that would put Hampshire under pressure. Well, in the end, they got to 178 all out, and that meant Hampshire needed 197. They didn't get off to a great start like they did in the first innings. They were 12 for 2. They were 23 for 2 in the second time around this time, and then the partnership for the third wicket of 55 between Nick Gubbins and James Vince seemed to calm everything down. It wasn't all plain sailing for them, but they were scoring pretty quickly. But they were both out for 42 and 22 respectively just before tea. Hampshire 80 for 4 at tea, and here's where we are now.
Thompson going around the wicket to the left-handed Barker, who craftily guides that down to third for a single. Another round of applause. I would love this as a batter out in the middle. Every shot you play and every run, just a really warm appreciation.
The adrenals will be flowing out there at the moment. The adrenaline will be flowing. I mean, this has been a really good game, but not just in the context for these two teams today. It's about what it means going forward, you know, in terms of ambitions to win the championship, which these two teams have. I think whoever finishes above Surrey will win it. And of course, Surrey winning this afternoon isn't helping, which is why it seems so important for these two teams here this afternoon.
Yeah, there's some big games coming up for Yorkshire soon. Have a few in Barbados.
If it absolutely throws it down with rain for 4 days when I'm up there, I shall give Jonathan so much stick.
It's actually illegal for it to rain in Barbados. It's a new rule. It's always sunny, as that's driven back to Thompson, and he's not too happy with himself there. He looks frustrated, but he's bowling well. There's not too much he can do on this surface. He's just got to keep pushing away, and preferably at this point for Yorkshire, getting Barker on strike. Barker's an accomplished batter, bear in mind, but Dawson is very, well, he just looks comfortable at the crease. But if they can get Barker on strike, there's more chance of a wicket, and then you're into the likes of Fuller, and then Abbott and Wheel. Fuller, a very capable batter. Abbott and Wheel, a bit less so. Thompson running in, arms swinging from the pavilion end, and this is guided into that vacant gap on the offside by Dawson, just backwards of point, and the fielder on the deep cover boundary comes around to clean it up. Another single taken, 32 runs required to win.
18.5 overs. Graham Snow at Sunnet Sport says it's nice watching 2 run chases in 2 days, with England yesterday and now Hampshire on a run chase to win the game here. Graham Snow definitely wants Hampshire to win. He's on the Isle of Wight, but it was nice there today.
Well, actually, prior to a few of the results which have come through this afternoon, this was around this afternoon, there had only actually been 6 successful fourth innings run chases in Div 1. There's Thompson in, that's a short ball, and there's a top edge, there's a chance for a wicket. But you can't get there in time. It always was just going further and further away from him the closer he got to it. It was a good tactic there from Thompson, a well-directed bouncer. Keith Barker had no idea where that went.
It's the second time, isn't it? He's got it just over the slip and keeper cordon from attempted hooks.
It's a good tactic against Barker because he's not one to really take it on, but he almost does in a way. He doesn't take it on in the sense that I'm going to put this away for 6, but he does always seem to play it, which gets himself into some difficulties rather than swerving out the way. But he's a big man. It'd be quite difficult to duck under a well-directed bouncer, as that's Fuller from Thompson and push into the offside by Dawson for a dot ball. So this was, these stats are slightly inaccurate now thanks to Surrey, but I mean, Hampshire's best run chase prior to this was 1 versus Somerset, when of course they only needed that one to win, and Felix Organ chipped it away, as you said, rather ugly, to get it away.
Best run chase this season.
That's Hampshire's only run chase in the 4th innings. So this is impressive, and this will give them a real confidence boost going forward. That's Thompson in, that's over pitched and driven gloriously by Dawson out to that cover boundary, and just you feel as if Hampshire are on top now. That run chase moving on to 170 for 6, 27 runs left to win this game for Hampshire, which would see them remain comfortably at the top of that table, nuzzled up nice and close to Surrey.
He's a real fighter, isn't he, Liam Dawson? Loves these tight situations. When he was sort of in and around that England one day set up a little while ago, it was what they liked about him. He was there because they liked his attitude. Real sort of, what they say, sort of real puncher, you know, really sort of fights his corner, and my word, he is standing tall here in a very, very pressurised situation. 27 needed. Yorkshire still need 4 wickets to win this. They haven't taken a wicket since 20 to 5, so we are looking at around about 50 minutes since this is going to sneeze, since they last took a wicket. They are desperately looking for another one and breaking up this partnership. Here's Drake's left arm over the wicket. Short, Barker, has he edged that through to the keeper? They all think he has, and the umpire's finger goes up, and Drake's has broken the deadlock here, and it's 170 for 7, and yet again, just as Hampshire feel that they're getting through towards near the end, they lose a wicket.
Barker there, after I think gloving or just edging the ball into the keeper's gloves there, did the classic looking at the umpire, and the umpire was really thinking about that decision, just waiting his time, thinking about it, and Barker was giving the no. I don't think I hit it. He kind of looked down around the ground as if he wasn't interested, but from the replay it does seem quite clear that it took a bit of bat. But it's a good innings from Barker, 21, and Hampshire probably won't be worrying too much still with James Fuller coming out to the crease.
Yeah, they bat well. They bat a long way down, but I mean, Abbott's shown no form this year. Although in the first innings he got 38, but in James Fuller, you've probably got the last proper batter coming out for Hampshire, and then you're sort of hoping that you know, they stick around Dawson long enough. But again, that wicket has just evened things up a little bit, doesn't it, and kept Yorkshire in with a sniff.
It puts more pressure on Dawson's back as well now, because he'll know deep down that yes, with him and Fuller at the crease it'll be fine, and actually Fuller might come into the crease if he's seeing the ball well, hit a few boundaries, and then suddenly it's all wins for Hampshire. But Dawson will be feeling the pressure at this point, because we just know how much games can change in these latter stages. When there's a small run chase, the craziest things can happen.
Fuller made 37 in the first innings. He put on 74 with Abbott for the 9th wicket in 50 minutes. They did actually put bat to ball on several occasions there. Barker's 21, coming off just 35 deliveries, so injecting some pace as well, helping Dawson, not putting too much pressure on him. But there are still nearly 18 overs left in this game. With Pete at Solent Sport tweeting, he says, evening, joining late in the day from Paris. Come on, Hampshire, thought it was all over earlier on. Never give up.
We have some very international listeners.
We've
had a listener on a cruise, and
yes,
people in Portugal, people in Paris. There definitely seems to have been a big post-COVID rush to the airports recently. I think every single person I know is on some kind of holiday at the moment. But what is the better holiday? The Ageas Bowl.
It's got everything here if you're a golfer. Come on, golfing holiday.
Not quite sure that's down my street. Maybe give me another 20 years and I might be a bit interested.
So Fuller at the crease. 17.5 overs left in the game. We're just after half-5 here on day 4. 27 needed to win, and Drakes is going round the wicket to Fuller. Fuller cuts that away, 4 runs through the covers.
James Fuller is probably not here to mess about. I think he's been sat in that changing room watching the runs tick down, and actually, if he gets served a bad ball, anything where he can throw his hands through it, he's going to.
Give me James and Melissa Story calling the game here late on day 4. 23 needed, 174 for 7. I'm going to do a very quick 30-second update in a moment. Trying to get that all in 30 seconds ain't going to be easy, but I'll give it my best shot. Here comes Drakes around the wicket to Fuller. It's a length ball. Fuller plays that away towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Dawson 59 not out of 62 deliveries. Has played some glorious cover drives. Ralph Brooker says last pair Liam and Foz should do this. Well, they're not quite the last pair, but not far off it. 23 needed. Here's Drakes around the wicket and bowls it short, and Fuller just works that away down towards backward a square leg. It's 22 needed now. Every run vital, and every wicket that Hampshire could hold on is equally vital. Yorkshire pushing for these last 3 wickets as time is running out for both sides here.
We've had a tweet in from Jack saying that Frankie's enjoying the cricket and supporting Hampshire, of course. He's attached a very, very cute picture of his cat watching the Hampshire live stream. I firmly believe it understands everything that's happening.
Drakes to Dawson. Dawson forward as that is pushed out into the covers, fielded by Dominic Bess. Melissa's just going to take a quick break. Thanks, Melissa. As Drakes ambles back to his mark. 175 for 7 here. Jonathan Doidge is back in. Jonathan is getting very, very tight.
It is. I'm still backing Hampshire at this stage. Dawson's got to go, hasn't it, for Yorkshire? You feel to win this.
Yeah, plays that length ball into the ground to backward a point. I agree.
And he's not looking like it. It's not like he's been streaky. He's batted very, very well on a day when Hampshire have found scoring runs pretty tricky at times.
Well, I think this morning we knew we were in for a pretty decent day, and we've certainly got it. I think whatever happens from here on in, there's been large parts of today where we couldn't call the result.
No, and if he gets out, then you know, even if there's only 8 or something like that needed, 1 needed. You know,
yeah.
We know that there's still, as we saw in the first innings, Kyle Abbott more than capable, but the way you've said it, described how he's been batting this season, barring that first innings, he's been searching for a few runs. So, as I said before, there's only 22 to play with, but Yorkshire will not give this up. They're trying to mastermind a way now. Patterson talking to Thompson. What can they do?
You have to bring Thompson back now, do you?
Yeah, I mean, I bang on about him being the man that makes things happen, and you just sort of feel like if anybody can get a couple of wickets now, and he might be your man. Here he is, bowling, and a good delivery as well to Fuller, which just has him almost wincing as he nips back on him. Hits him somewhere above the pad. Liam Dawson's seen something that he wants to come and pat down about 17 yards down the track. So they've, as you'd expect, reduced the cordon. Got to keep somebody in there for a Nick Wilfrain still at first slip. They've got a fly gully in Matthew Revis. Cover on the 1. Short extra cover Adam Lyth. Mid on, mid off, straight mid-wicket. Mid-wicket, long leg. Oh, and he's lofted this one over the top of Adam Lyth. It's going to go all the way, I think. For 4 it is. The last man Yorkshire would have wanted chasing that down probably would have been skipper Stephen Patterson.
Bizarre shot, that.
It was a very strange shot indeed. But fortune favouring the brave on that occasion. Fuller gets 4, 18 to win, 3 wickets to win for Yorkshire. I think we can elbow the draw. We can't elbow the tie.
No.
But I think we can elbow the draw with 16.4 overs remaining.
Yeah, good call.
Thompson then in from the pavilion end. Short ball waft from Fuller. Missed. Interesting that he wanted to have a swing at that.
Short ball's been employed quite a lot in this game, and there's been a lot of good short balls out there, and 1 or 2 batters have succumbed to it. 1 or 2 have been hit by it, but I think from several bowlers that have bowled it in this game, it's been well deployed.
Thompson in again, and nicely played with an angle back this time by Fuller. Revis giving chase. He's going to go for 4 if he doesn't get there. He does get there. Flicks it back inside the rope, but they are going to get through for 3.
Cool. Dawson got the skates on there.
Gotta say that was a very quickly run 3, because that's about as short a boundary as there is on the ground. And Revis isn't slow either. He had to be quick to pull it in.
Wow.
7 off the over so far, just 15 needed.
I don't think I've seen Dawson run as quick over 10 yards as I did just then.
He's just dropped his bat and gloves, and he's dropping his strides at the moment. Sure we wanted to see that at this stage, Liam. But he's making some readjustments out there. So what now? Hands on hips or arms folded from the majority of the Yorkshire fielders. The body language, if you were to photograph that now, would suggest that they're thinking the worst, but as I say, they'll keep plugging away until there is no more to plug for. Dawson has sorted himself out, gloves back on, bat back in hand, gives a thumbs up to umpire Kettleborough, and Jordan Thompson will start to make his way in towards us then, over the wicket to the right-handed Dawson, who pushes out into the offside lithe fielding. I'll say it again, if they could get rid of Liam Dawson, doesn't matter how many runs are left, he's by far and away the most confident batsman in this Hampshire innings. You'd say, actually, the way he's played, there's probably been nobody more confident than this knock in the match in terms of the way he's played it. 59 off 65. Thompson in again to try and get his wicket. He's driven it through the covers though, split the gap between Adam Lyth and Stephen Patterson for extra cover, and that's a beautiful shot. Jordan Thompson giving it a little bit to work with, and it's up there to drive, an invitation accepted. So 11 off the over, and just that number now needed to win by Hampshire. 186 for 7. It's looking like it's the home side's match.
Calling the last remnants of this game then will be Jonathan Doidge and then Melissa Story. Or have you got to disappear?
Got to do an update at 5.
Right, well, Melissa will come in for you.
On York.
Melissa can come in for you then. Right, I've got to tell my radio station now something, otherwise. So Melissa Story in alongside me. I'm going to be on for a little while now. As 186 for 7 now, Hampshire. They are 11 runs shy of winning this game. Yorkshire still need 3 wickets here. Here's Dominic Drakes round the wicket. Bowls to James Fuller, short, and Fuller ducks underneath that one and goes through to Harry Duke.
It's been incredible that on a pitch like this, which has its demons, it's had a bit of inconsistent bounce, and Don Bess has bowled fantastically on it, particularly. But nonetheless, Hampshire have been scoring at a run rate of 4.3, which is really impressive for this final day. They haven't been deterred too much by this target, and Liam Dawson especially has gone across it so calmly.
But it's Fuller on strike. He's on 12 off just 8 deliveries. He's injected a bit of pace into this innings. That's a length ball from Drakes, and it's played back to him, and Drakes threatens to throw at the stumps. I guess there's a little bit of frustration there, and everybody's adrenaline levels have just raised a little bit. I can understand that.
There's the classic ooh from the crowd. Makes you seem as if almost a pantomime villain out there in the middle, but I agree with you. It's a frustrating thing. The Yorkshire bowlers have worked hard in this game. All the bowlers have worked hard because, especially in those first few innings, it was a really good batting wicket. The scores were rocketing up past 400.
Here's Drake's round the wicket again. Length ball, Fuller in behind that, pushes that to mid-wicket.
I'm not sure whether you saw it, but there was a slight mistake from the admin who runs the Hampshire Cricket account, and they tweeted that Hampshire were something like 3,600 for 8 at one point, with lots of people commenting saying, don't you think it's time for a declaration then? And many others going, you thought the oval was a road. They've just racked up 3,800. It's everything you dread when you're putting out a tweet.
Here's Drakes again, runs away from us and bowls. I'm going to do a very quick 30-second update. Here we go then. We are 186 for 7, Hampshire, in their second innings. They are 11 runs away now from winning this game. There are still plenty of overs left, just over 15. Yorkshire, they need 3 wickets. But the man that is calming the nerves, if indeed there are plenty of nerves, is Liam Dawson. He is 63 not out, and that's just off 66 deliveries. Hampshire have lost 3 wickets since tea. Ben Brown, Narwin Donald and Keith Barker. Barker made 21 when he went. Everybody thought, perhaps this is going to be even harder for Hampshire. But they are slowly but surely inching their way to victory. 186 for 7, they need 11. That's played back to the bowler, and there's no run.
More signs of slight passion and aggression there from Drakes, looking to throw the ball again back at the batter, but as I said, he's performed well in this game. Wasn't really expecting to be playing any first-class cricket when he signed for Yorkshire, and he's performed for them well in the white ball and the red ball stuff.
Picked up the wicket of Barker, that short delivery. Barker hooked it, got an edge through to the keeper. Drake's bowls a length ball. Fuller plays that a little late as it goes out towards mid-wicket. End of the over, 15 overs left. We're into the last hour here. Maiden over from Dominic Drakes, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 33. But Hampshire 186 for 7. Dawson is 63, Fuller is 12.
This run chase proving as well that Hampshire deserve to be at the top of the table. There's been nothing fluky about this performance today. So many different people have contributed across the game. And not that we want to get too many hopes up, because it's the hope that kills you. But Hampshire really have a good chance this year with the county championship. They got so close last year, seeing that game between Hampshire and Lancashire go down to the wire. And of course that one eye at the same time was watching that Warwickshire-Somerset game, of course, which defined the result in the end. But I'm sure a few Hampshire fans will be hoping that it's not that close this year, but that Hampshire can hopefully glide past Surrey. But it's going to take a lot at the moment. That Surrey team looking strong.
Yeah, it looks like Jordan Thompson's been taken off now, and they're putting on the youngster Matthew Revis, the 20-year-old, in such a tight situation. Only bowled 2 overs and they went for 18.
Revis then from the pavilion end, bowling to Dawson, who's driving for 4 through extra cover. And there's roars of delight in the crowd here. The Hampshire members below us. This crowd who have stayed here all day, not knowing what result was going to happen. But finally, the win is on the horizon for Hampshire.
Wow, Lord Dawson is absolutely super so far. I mean, even if he gets out now, he's probably just about seeing his side home. But probably, I mean, you wouldn't rule out something yet, but 7 runs needed. Yeah, 7 runs needed.
Revis, what can he do now? He's got to pull his length back. Bowls, and that's a shorter ball which is hooked away in the air. There's a fielder underneath it, and the catch is taken. That's Dawson gone. Hampshire still needs 7 runs to win. Could this be the twist of fate in this fascinating game between these two teams? Dawson is absolutely livid with himself. He slams his bat into his pads, but hopefully he has done enough for his team. He got a 67 runs off 67 deliveries, a fantastic strike rate in this game, but he's fallen just short at the final hurdle. You jinxed that, Kevin James.
I know I did, I know. But listen,
and gloom.
hats off to the youngster there. He's gone for the short ball, and he's got right underneath that, Liam Dawson. I've seen him out like that a few times. And straight down Dominic Bessie's throat. Never made, never looked like dropping it. And it's 190 for 8. Oh dear. Oh dear, 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 dear. This is too close for comfort.
You have Kyle Abbott coming to the crease, who, as we know, is a slightly inconsistent player, especially at the moment. Apart from that first innings in this game, he hasn't had the best season, but everyone here now on the edge of their seat. And I was about to remark how it's almost like a village cricket thing to, there's 11 runs left to go, just throw the ball to the youngster, they can get smashed around. And when I saw Dawson play that shot down to find leg, I was like, oh, this must be going for 6, but the ball just floated and held in the air this whole time, and actually it was a really good catch from Bess. He just patiently waited, made himself a stable base out there in the deep, which any youngsters training or going through All-Stars at the moment will know. Got to have that stable base to take the catches. Kyle Abbott comes to the crease. He'll be on strike, and suddenly 7 runs to win for Hampshire, 2 wickets for Yorkshire.
Got a few tweets already cursing me.
What, you were being very doom and gloom, Kevin.
I know. Oh dear. 2 wickets for Yorkshire, 7 runs for Hampshire. The tie's back on. The draw's off, but the tie is back on. Jonathan, are you coming back in? I think he is. Jonathan Doidge. I want to get Melissa Story in as well, so I will let Melissa come in alongside you, Jonathan, to call these last few overs, few balls, however it ends. I'll just do this ball as Revis comes in and bowls to Abbott. It's a length ball, and that's pushed out into the covers, and there's no run. Jonathan Doidge back.
It's just a couple of blows, couple of streaky shots, isn't it? And the way we saw these two play in the first innings, it should still be meat and drink to them, but there'll be a few palpitations out there. 7 to win, and well, it turns out to be a good change, doesn't it, Matthew Revis? I couldn't see from the back of the box. I was just doing that update for radio. I was relying on your commentary to tell me what happened. I sort of said it looks like he might have hit a 6 here, and then wouldn't you know it, Don Best gets underneath it. A dot ball. Revis is cut there by Abbott out to Jordan Thompson. So still loads of time. You can have a good look at this, can Kyle Abbott play himself in before he starts to have a go at these runs. But did say a while ago, a few times, didn't they, if Liam Dawson's out, Yorkshire might still fancy it, even if there's about 8 runs to win. Well, 7 it turned out. Abbott stepping away and cuts this, drops down to gully where George Hill fields.
Yeah, they've got 14 overs minimum remaining, so as you say, they can take their time, although I'm not too sure Hampshire fans will be wanting them to mess about and take a long time to get this. I think even Abbott and Fuller in the middle will be wishing just to smash a few away to the boundary.
Revis' final ball of the over, and he's going to get 4 here by the looks of things. It's Kyle Abbott. He's pushed it away through the covers.
3-1 runs now for Hampshire. 3 runs away from this victory in this fascinating game between these sides. That boundary from Abbott there just releasing the pressure, and now it seems highly unlikely that Yorkshire could take these 2 wickets. But hat-tricks, well, or 2 balls, 2 wickets have occurred before.
Yep, and Dominic Drakes with a bit of zip about him to bowl at Fuller from the hotel end. So 3 to win, 2 the tie. Yorkshire got to take 1 wicket for 1 run, or sorry, 2 wickets for 1 run or less to win this match.
Drakes with the ball in hand. He's bowling to Fuller, who's on the back foot, pushing this into the offside, straight to the fielder, no run. 3 needed. And Fuller here, he in his mind will be going, this is 1 shot away. And he's that kind of player who will just be waiting for some width. Drakes here has got to really tuck him up. He's come around the wicket, the left-hander, so he'll be looking to aim into the pads of Fuller, pitching it up. But He can't allow him to free his hands through the shot. Drake's at the top of his mark. Comes in past the umpire, bowls, and that's short, and it's ramped over the slip cordon. That's the win for Hampshire. James Villa punches the air in delight. The Hampshire fans jump to their feet, and that has been a fantastic, fantastic win for Hampshire, guided to this victory by Liam Dawson's fantastic innings, his 67 off 68 balls. But Hampshire have stayed cool in this run chase. Yorkshire have fought hard. They've got Hampshire 8 wickets down, but they just couldn't get those last 2 wickets. And this has been the pinnacle of county cricket. What a great advertisement for the county game.
Yeah, fabulous advertisement, as you say, for the county competition. Disappointment for Yorkshire, but you can't say anything else but congratulations to Hampshire. They've been taken right the way down to the wire. They've had to battle really hard on their home pitch and comment on the pitch, because that has been a very good cricket wicket indeed. 13 overs left in the game time-wise. Yorkshire, well, you might point to their relative lack of experience still with the ball in situations like this, and obviously a little bit light in that department. I know Hampshire can point to the same as well, but at the end of the day, we've been royally entertained for the last 4 days, and Fuller with 16, that final blow to Yorkshire's hopes, wins it. Kyle Abbott with the 4 in the previous over, and much of the credit in terms of the run chase, so much of the credit has got to go to Liam Dawson. He looked far and away the most confident player in that Hampshire innings, and his 67 runs, as it turns out, Yorkshire, they did get him, but it was just that little bit too close to the end for their own comfort. Well, we can have a look down that bowling card for Yorkshire in the second innings. Jordan Thompson with 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 44. Dominic Drake's 9.2 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 37. Matthew Revis, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Stephen Patterson, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 40. And Dominic Bess, 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 48. They've taken it all the way. They've won that really close game against Northants last year. They've now tasted the other side of the coin in that respect. And as the expression goes, Melissa, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, so they'll learn a bit from this. They're not out of it. They've still got Hampshire to play at Scarborough. They've got Surrey to play at Scarborough and at the Oval, so there's still a few things that could happen as far as the outcome of the title's concerned. But yeah, congratulations Hampshire. They keep tabs on Surrey at the top of the table, and they deserved it.
Yeah, it's been a great win, considering Hampshire has its worst county championship win record versus Yorkshire. So as you say, when these two teams meet again in Scarborough, Yorkshire will be looking for revenge and hopefully have a bit more of a stronger, more experienced attack, with maybe some players returning from injury. We'll have to see. But as you say, some tough games coming up for Yorkshire, some tough games coming up for Hampshire, and as we know in this Division 1 of the county championship, anything can happen. But these two teams will still remain in the top half of the table, and the big bad wolf of Surrey is left to tackle.
The big bad wolf, like it. Okay, well, I think unless Kev is fancying returning for a word, and he's beavering away over there, and he says, nah, he's seen it all before. Anything else to add?
Just been nice to work with you again.
Nice to work with you too, and with JMO, and thanks to everybody, all the team down here for their contributions during the week, and to you, our correspondents and listeners and viewers, for all your input as well. So Yorkshire 428, Hampshire 410, an 18-run lead for Yorkshire on first innings. Then the visiting side 178 all out second time around, and Hampshire getting home just by 2 wickets, 198 for 8 from the Ageas Bowl. It's been a great game of county cricket, fantastic advert, great pleasure to bring it to you from all of us here at the BBC, from Kevin James, from Melissa Story, and from myself, Jonathan Dodge. Thanks for your company. I'll be at the Riverside up at Durham on Friday evening, back to T20 action there. Hampshire.
And we will be at the Ageas Bowl playing Kent.
There you go. make your way down here if you're local, or we'll see you up at the Riverside on Friday evening. All the best to everyone, and goodbye from us.